And Book, it's another great week of Smite Prime. How we feeling?
Feeling pretty good, D'Lo. I mean, we're back at it again here on a Saturday morning. If you're sleeping in, you're missing out on the quality plays because, yeah, again, we're seeing the best of the best here in the Smite 2 community, playing for all that prizing and whatnot.
That prizing, you say? What might that prizing be? Well, we'll find out shortly, but it's always going to be the same. Cold hard cash, 7K, cash prize on the line as well as so much more. That comes to the end of the closed bracket. Right now, everyone's just fighting to get into those top 8 teams to ensure that they can actually find a means of getting access to that potential prizing themselves. Now, take a look at the circuit here overall. The art shop as well is something that's pretty neat to look at too. What do you want to spend all that hard-earned cash on? Maybe some art that comes in the future, as we see right here, including that Horus Tumbler.
You guys in the Horus Tumbler every single time. Look, I get it. It's cool. It's fancy. But that Discordia pillow, right? Well, look, there's a Discordia pillow right there.
All right, that's a fair point. You're trying to lay your head down next to Disco. That being said, I feel like you're going to wake up with that head severed from your body. That is, you're not a toxic relationship right there, but I can respect it, Book. Freak. Bracket's coming up at you. We got to see what's going on here. A bit tough to get a good look at things, but don't worry. Things will quickly narrow down as the teams drop out. It is, of course, with these open circuits, going to be one and done. If you lose one, you're dropped out of the bracket entirely, so you're just trying to fight for your place to survive.
Yeah, the further you make it through this bracket, obviously, the more points you accumulate to make it into that top 8. And a lot of teams vying to get there. We've seen a lot of different, shakeups in rosters this upcoming circuit, some new names on the block, some old heads still sticking together, some rosters swapping out, particular players. Paul, obviously not in the mix, and so Clocked In changed their team name to kind of fit that into overtime. And going into the mid lane is Benny Q, who I don't believe played last week, if I'm not mistaken. Curious to see if he'll be locked in for the mid lane this week in particular.
I'm curious to see if it just ends up being the same thing over again with a new coat of paint, right? Clocked In, now over time, just end up clocking out and destroying everyone once again. Do they kind of sandbag in the first half of the bracket, of the first half of the month, before at the end just wiping everyone away and all hopes that era will end are quickly put into the closet? We'll find out, but the first game we're going to have up for you is of a different ilk. Look, who's on tap?
So if I'm not mistaken, it's Shish Kebab, if I'm reading the name correctly. I think so. Yes. And, I just had it. And Puppy. So obviously that's going to be Deduin, Eye Silence, Sap7 adapting, and Solar Troll. So an EU roster plus Solar Troll in the solo lane. Versus Puppy, which is Inferno, Killcam Kenny, Raspy, Stewie, and Big Splash, also known as Snoozism.
Bingo. So these are some pretty big names if you're around the amateur circuits. However, you're going up against even bigger ones when you consider the level of veteran talent. But again, you do note, and it is important for us to note, EU ping. All right, they are operating in the NA circuit, which does mean that there's a bit of an equalizing factor there. So maybe, just maybe, all that experience can be equalized by the grand deity known as RNG of your router.
It's possible. I mean, it is possible for sure. I think Solar Troll might have something to say about it on the North American ping, and maybe that is why Deduin, previously a solo laner, swapping over to the ADC role to allow Solar Troll to come in and just carry with that NA ping.
Well, we're going to find out how it all ends up shaking up as we hop into these P's and B's to start things off. Now, Book, you and I were together yesterday for a bit more high-level competitive Smite action in one of the amateur leagues, AGL. Tell me, looking at the landscape here, what should I expect for these P's and B's?
So Jingwei, obviously going to be a huge priority between these two teams. A very strong character in the ADC role, probably the best ADC in the game right now. One of the ADCs that can utilize crit effectively. Got to imagine in these best of ones, you're not allowing characters like that into the game that can just kind of, really play a farming game and then just hyper carry in the mid to late. And so I feel like Puppy on the side of Chaos, second pick, they can't allow some of these just strong laners, picks like Ardio, maybe even the Jingwei, like I mentioned previously, but also characters like Discordia, who are seeing a whole lot more as of late in mid lane. Very strong kind of proc mid laner that has good pressure and lots of CC to boot.
God stats down there. Okay, guys. Okay, Jithins, I see you. That's nice. You can take a look at just how good those gods are and why they're being banned away. But Jingwei, like you mentioned, not here to stay. She's Gonski. Same with the Daji. You saw her in her glorious artistic form, thanks to our amazing Smite artistic team there, all the fans there in the back. And Cap, gonna be banned away
100%.
alongside it. Cerberus, a lot of front lines, a lot of jungles, a lot of damage.
100% win rate for Cerberus in support is pretty impressive, I gotta say. A character we're seeing first picked a lot, and to have that kind of win rate and specifically ban rate is very interesting for sure.
Anubis gets banned out alongside the Newt. And the Anubis has been a bit of a sleeper that started off as a sleeper and now is fully awake. Everyone, I think, is now opening their eyes to how powerful that god can be. The one rotation of abilities can easily shred through squishy or tank alike. Speaking of, Atlas, first on the mark.
Yeah, the newest addition to Smite 2 in the roster.
Look at those stats, baby.
I mean, just nothing. No information for this character just yet. This is the first time we'll see him in competitive play. The first time I'll see him in competitive play. Curious to see what the idea here is for this character, because I feel like he is a little bit different from how you want to play him in Smite 1, but I think a lot of the identity is still the same at the same time. He can shred objectives with that ultimate, can still be a lot of space denial and control with his CC. So I think we'll see a lot of similarities to how he played in Smite 1, but a few differences here and there.
RDO going to be locked in for Puppy. It's a bear, guys. Long animal. Not very much thematic consistency. Banned away the puppies, two of them, in fact, with the Anubis and Serb. So Puppy really not matching with thematic consistency, but they are going to match it with damage. Disco and RDO, a lot of CC, and certainly a lot of kill power.
Yeah, I like this RDO as a response to the Atlas in particular. Back in Smite 1, Cripples really denied Atlas a lot of his kind of safety tools. The dash just makes him such an incredibly safe character, and to deny that with the cripple field is a nice answer here for Puppy. And I just talked about how Discordia, one of the top mages in the game right now, because of the proc build where it's Bluestone into either Soul Gem or Chronos Pendant, usually Chronos Pendant, especially on Discordia, the way her 3 works, just decreasing those cooldowns in that sort of little mist form. You're just going to be able to keep spamming abilities, and I love it as well when it's paired alongside Soul Weaver. You're going to be able to shred this front line that's in front of you of the Atlas and Charon across the way.
Medusa alongside that Charon is a bit of a scary sight. Quite the aggressive duo lane potential that we have here. But hold on. Now that I'm thinking about it, this Charon could just end up going full mage now at this point, right? We've seen it before where it's like spec between the two.
I think this is Atlas mid.
Oh, yuck. Yuck. Okay, well, we're bowling for soup here, folks. Apollo and Sub, in fact, going to be the ones to respond on the side of Puppy. But go on ahead, so Atlas mid?
Yeah, I do believe the aspect is playable. If it's not, this is going to be Atlas in the solo lane for Sot. But I think if it's well, it could go solo either way, I think, with aspect. Atlas is in a very interesting... Okay, so we do have confirmation. Aspect is playable, so I'm more leaning towards the mid lane where you can kind of lean on a little more damage in the build.
Ooh.
But that identity also fits well in solo at the same time, and this is solo or troll we're talking about. He's the one to kind of pull out some of these newer characters and just make it work in the solo lane anyways, even if you do lean a little more towards damage. I'm curious to see where it goes, but I am inclined to believe that's Atlas aspect, and it's going to go either mid or solo.
Well, that aspect does mean that he now is going bowling instead of keeping that astrolabe on his shoulder. He actually now can just roll it at you, go for that turkey instead. And that does actually, when he's unburdened, allow him to increase his movement speed a bit more. So a bit more risky, a bit more damage, and also certainly going to be more scary. Kali locked in to finish off Puppy's comp. The Chiron and the Thor. Best god in the game, you say, Book. There for Shish Kebab. Surely they win.
Yeah, and that's adapting on that character as well. One of his more early days of this is his best character by a mile was that Thor. And so excited to see that come back into the meta here for Shish Kebab, locking that one in. And I touched on it the other night, is this Thor Charon combination of you have engage on the Thor, whether it's the wall or the ultimate, and then Charon ult is the follow-up CC to continue that disruption. I love this Shish Kebab roster already. Just so much layered CC and damage follow-up between this Chiron and Medusa, these two characters that just have to spam their abilities to be effective. Medusa just has to ult, Acid Spray, Chiron ultimate as well, and then the arrows. That will kill backliners and will slowly but surely over time shred frontliners.
The one worry that I've got for Shish Kebab is just look at how much they rely on dashes. Look at how much their damage can be reliant on dashes too, between that Thor's Mjolnir or Tumen. Artio shuts all that down. If Puppey gets ahead in that solo lane, if Big Splash can make a big splash on that side, things can get very risky for Shish Kebab. They might get gobbled up.
Yeah, I think so. My only concern for Puppey is this Kali, is how it fits into this style, because Kali wants to spend a bit of time farming, playing it really slow before they can be effective on the map.
We'll find out as we take a look at just the overall grandeur. These 5 gods, these 10 amazing players that we got here before us. Which comp you favoring and why?
Ooh, I feel like I like the Atlas aspect here. I'm excited to see how it plays. I really want to see how it works effectively alongside this sort of layered CC composition that Shish Kebab have. I do think Puppey have some windows and opportunities that they can take advantage of with their composition. The Apollo ultimate can effectively rotate around the map, and if the Apollo gets to a point where they can be effective with the items that they're going to build towards, which we'll talk about in a bit, I assume, once we get into game. But as well, this Discordia can create lots of chaos with the madness. I'm excited to see what Puppey can bring to this game, because you mentioned it, 4 of these players on Shish Kebab are on ping. It's only Sot that's on NA.
Very true, but it might be on ping. We're in the battlefield. Let's hop into the game real quick and see what's going to go down for our first round here today of the second week of this one here, folks. Get on ready. Get your popcorn. Never mind, they paused. Well, bugger us then. Let's keep talking about that Kali. I wanted to actually go back to the point you mentioned, because I agree that I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah.
Kali wants to dive your backline. Kali wants to go in, cause destruction. That's what she is the goddess of, after all. Sobek, though, is going to try to pluck the enemy front line, or backliners, into the rest of your team behind you. So where does that leave Kali? She's probably not going to be with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I think the idea here is you need to get to the back line, and I think a lot is going to be on the Artio in particular to try and find a way to that back line. I think the Kali can find a pretty easy avenue with the dash in, and using that ultimate to just kind of stay alive and keep diving the back line. This is a difficult back line to dive, but with that ultimate, Kali's going to be able to stay alive as long as she has that active and keep fighting through it. The problem is she won't have all the damage in the world to be able to kill them without some help, and that's where this Artio needs to come into play.
All right, they hit the resume button. I don't think they're tricking me this time. It's not April Fool's, guys. It's, at this point, May showers, please. No, May flowers. Got the adage wrong. Anyway, it's Shish Kebab. It's Puppey. It's the first round of Smite Prime Week 2. Taking a look across the board. Taking a look across these relics. Anything you're liking? Anything you're fearing?
I think the blink on the Kali is interesting this early on. It tells me that Stewie needs to be active early. And going for the hammer as well. I mean, we're seeing a lot of different starts in the jungles as of late, of whether you do go the starter item, whether you don't, and just get this, early strength item to be a little more aggressive and look for some scrappy plays a little bit more in the early game. This tells me that maybe Stewie won't kind of sit on his hands for a bit and be a little more active in this early game. Alongside this blink pickup as well, he needs to use this relic. Oftentimes we see junglers and supports sit on this relic and do nothing with it for so long.
Well, certainly not sitting on the damage that Shish Kebab are capable of. The duo do force out Puppey's Phantom Shell very early. Taking another look at the front line. Big Splash in a bit of trouble here. Solo or Troll is on the aspect, but is indeed in the solo lane with this Atlas pick. So we'll see how they end up going with it so far. Gonna just kind of settle with the damage they've already wrought. What I'm also noticing across the board is the fact that we have this Charon. We got to talk about it a bit yesterday, which is the fact that you can get that carpool going in the duo, which certainly feels good. Also feels good to knock off Adapting's beat. Feels even better to get the kill on a Big Splash. First blood goes to solo or Troll.
Yeah, just maybe not aware of this early game damage potential from this Atlas. It's surprisingly a lot in the early game of having to avoid these Atlas ones early on, especially with the Bluestone. He's just going to have a ton of power in this early game. Dots as well. Big Splash, maybe just not ready for it and taking a spill, but I agree. I like the look early to force Adapting's beads.
Blink in the back. Stewie's certainly not sitting on that relic, and now Sap's got to sit with the damage. The
Or the
lash goes
wall.
off the mark. That could be trouble. Mjolnir's attunement on the way back. One last dot is all they needed, but an amazing root doesn't matter. Adapting's got the dots, and now this man Raspy's got to get the heck on out of here. Forced to Aegis away from the training exercise. The masterful shot will find the mark. The wall can't say the same. 2 kills for Shish Kebab in 2 minutes.
Shish Kebab on the board early. It's in mid and it's in right, and that's where you want to see their early game lead. Solar Troll feeling comfortable already on this character, one of the newer character, or the newest character in the game, and the aspect as well is something that teams haven't really been practicing because it's been banned this last week. And so already feeling comfortable, adapting as well as showing why this is one of his most comfortable gods in the game for so long.
Oh, Stewie. Once again getting aggressive on Sap 7. At least they're showing
Adapting.
they have aggression. But so does that Thor. They have ultimate, in fact. Get a combined Centaurus with the Anvil of Dawn. An amazing CC combination. And Stewie was still level 4.
Yeah, and part of that is just that play early on. Look, the look earlier was great. They got Adapting's beads, and then they looked towards Sap 7, who also had beads, and that's where that blink was committed. I feel like you had to commit that blink to find Adapting rather than going for this Chiron, who still had their relic intact. And I think that's just a bit of a misplay there from Stewie, but still only level 4. He's still trying to be active here on the left-hand side to contest their purple buff, but they will be able to defend it. But now Stewie just has to kind of hunker down, find the farm, get level 5, and get first item to start being active and effective, because now that Stewie is behind, he's not going to have an easy time diving this Chiron, diving this Medusa in the back line.
This game's moved so quickly, we didn't get to really talk about the full implications of the first blood either in that solo lane. The fact that Big Splash is the one who goes down first, we were just talking about how important this Ardio will be. Shish Kebab begin to invade this red buff.
He's level 4 still.
Xenon is the question. Yeah, what can Stewie do? Blink on in, but you don't have the ultimate yet. Maybe you were hoping that the buff would give it to you, but Adapting's got it wrapped around them instead. Stewie is just going to have to take that loss on the chin, and might need to take the loss of Raspy as well. Those autos do hurt, but very least, Puppy survived that engagement. Wait, what?
Masterful shot, man. I mean, that's all you need sometimes. Sap 7 with the fadeaway there. Ooh, guys, don't look at explosions. And he got that one. His left-hand side. Kenny looking for a play here.
Oh, man. Things are just quickly starting to spill out of control a bit for Puppy. They're getting put in the pound. They got to make sure that they stay aware of what damage they're capable of ringing. At the very least, you grab that, but I'll grab a bit more than you bargained for. Lurking Waters do shrug off all the CC, so Adapting as well as Silenced. Not going to have any diamonds, and no kills either.
Kenny no ultimate, though, and so maybe he becomes a lot more vulnerable to this all-in. From this aggressive duo lane, Medusa and Charon, just so much pressure, and this Apollo-Sobek combination doesn't really have an answer for it. The Apollo, look, Apollo's in a really good spot right now. Pretty solid, does well with the build pathing. Uses these items that are meta right now for ADCs very effectively. The Devourer's Gauntlet he can farm, then he can rotate out. But this Sobek, yeah, it's incredibly safe. And yeah, you can be quote unquote aggressive, but when it comes to clearing the waves and then pushing for a fight after, there's not a lot of picks stronger than a Medusa and a Charon in this lane right now. Maybe Sylvanas could have matched the pressure, but then you become a whole lot more vulnerable to this all-in because you're so immobile. So at least Kill Cam Kenny can play with for his life, but it just means they can't really contest these wave priorities.
6 minutes and 4 kills for Shish Kebab. About 2k their way. No big objectives even on the board just yet, Spirited Book, so the fact that Shish Kebab are able to kind of create such dividends without necessarily pushing for any big OBJs is not the best omen for Puppy. How can they get back into things?
Honestly, it's just grouping around these next objectives and being ready for Shish Kebab's, playmaking potential. I feel like, again, earlier, the first blood, it's whatever, but then the play after where you got Adapting's beads previously, but then you hunted for the Chiron. It's finding the right target at the right time. Speaking of the right target, Kenny has to be careful. He's able to dash away to safety, though.
Really good job threading the needle there with that charge prey to ensure they're on safe. Stewie, babysitting the Apollo for a bit. One's kind of hovering around the Scold for you, but Shish Kebab, not sure if they have enough of a lead yet to just pull it brazenly in their face. And I agree, the mid path is safer to look at. And indeed, they're going to start hovering over that mid side instead. So far, a bit of a lull in the violence.
I feel like there is a world Shish Kebab can pull this objective a little earlier than Puppey might be ready for. I mean, you look at the ADC builds. Inferno wants to spend a bit of time farming out, getting this Devour Gauntlet stacks online. While doing, he's got the Oathsworn already effective right here, right now, with all that strength behind him. Wouldn't be surprised if Shish Kebab look for a bit of a scrap here on the left-hand side with the strength of their Medusa right now.
Mid pad. Starts to get whittled on down by Shish Kebab. Puppey.
Should be
3 minutes, but Stewie decides to back on off. So I do believe Shish Kebab will get this without any contestation.
I mean, Adapting's level 9. Stewie's only level 7. Just so far behind in this jungle. Now that he's 0-2, it's so hard for Stewie to really rotate around and effectively contest neutral farm. There is nothing worse than playing Kali from behind.
Giddy Up actually gets him out, but an amazing charge prey. They do get Wands. The Golden Apple finds him off the ricochet. They are going to be able to get up potentially. The Lurking Waters force him into Centaurus, but there's no kills to be had, so that means there's no way Sap 7 gets out alive. Puppey find their first kill.
Atlas has rotated on over, but Adapting could be in trouble as Stewie is hunting, so both solo laners rotating.
Big stun in 6, finds 2 off the back. Destruction is forced out in response. Did they live long enough to make Adapting regret it? No, Silence permanently shuts Stewie up, and Thor goes to the sky. Do they decide to re-enter? They are awfully low. They survey the chaos from below as Big Splash rotates in and takes out Silence. In return, Puppey make it a 2 for 2.
I believe, yeah, a nice play there from Puppey to answer back, and so lovely to see that. They are finding windows. Again, to me, it's going to be, do they get the plays after? I mean, these firebrands are available, but Stewie being dead means he can't really contest, and I can't imagine that Big Splash can really look to contest this himself, so he's going to have to head back to the right-hand side, find farm. These neutral objectives are what Puppey are losing out on the farm, and these firebrands, even these just oracles on the left-hand side, the neutral camp on the right, just consistently not able to contest because Kali is behind and Stewie just has to spend time farming. And so it's so difficult for Puppey to play around these neutral camps that it's just lost them a lot of gold and experience early. They need to start taking fights on their terms, grouping around these gold furies, baiting in these team fights before the gold league continues to get out of hand here for Shish Kebab. It's only 1,000, 1,500. You can easily fight into that kind of gold lead right now.
Let's see. Shish Kebab trying to look for some combat. Puppey not too eager to give it to them at this moment. Stewie's been a big initiator for sure. They've been aggressive. They heard what you asked for. They said, please do not sit on this relic. And they certainly have not. It only just came off cooldown, but they're 1-3 up against the 2-0 of this Thor. Is Kali a god that will inevitably scale into the late game, or is she relying on the fact that she has to get some early kills for the engine to get going?
I mean, if the game goes late enough, a 6-item Kali is, rather disgusting, but you just have to get there. And Shish Kebab, they're a team with the experience to not let you just kind of farm out the game and get to that point. And yeah, I mean, we talk about these EU playstyles and just how slow the game is. There's not a lot of kills. Everyone's just kind of neutral farming and whatnot. But the more in-depth kind of eye of that kind of playstyle is that, yeah, there's not a lot of kills happening, but EU tends to play this slow suffocation of the map, taking all the neutral farms, building a lead off of that, and then looking for little invades here or there. I mean, we saw it previously, Adapting invading the red buff, taking that one away. Just little chinks in the armor to take away some experience and gold from the other side that builds them to an insurmountable lead where you don't really feel comfortable contesting because you're so far behind. And you look at the scoreboard and you're like, well, they're only up by how many kills? How are they have such a crazy lead?
It's death by 1,000 cuts, a slow, smothering fog that will overcome them if they're not careful enough. One that forces indecision, one that forces insecurity. You gotta be careful here if you're going up against a team with this much experience. And Puppey, granted, they've got tools. Like we said, I'm looking for Big Splash. Now having that kill on the board, thanks to the rotation, maybe can start to make those waves now come late game once they rotate in.
Yeah, already just needing to find victories here. And they are being allowed to get to that point. I mean, shout out to Inferno. Has been able to just farm it out on this left-hand side. Almost got the Devourers stacked up to not their max potential, as there is no max potential with that item. And that means Inferno will perma scale with their strength, but it's going to take a while to get to the point where he could just one-shot a backliner with that. But still in a good spot. 62 stacks, The Frenzy Dagger online can be effective on this left-hand side. Shish Kebab, they're looking for a play here.
Thor looking in the sky. Summon Stick's going to be the follow-up, and actually the initiation. Instead, Thor comes descending on down, forces out destruction. Adapting's in trouble, force him into Sobek range, but somehow Adapting survives. Now they won't. Sickening Strike puts him into the dirt, and Silence on the front line does their more damage. Sap 7, though, will fall and gets plucked right back up. Silence goes down once more. An amazing time for Apollo to put those stacks to work.
Somehow Shish Kebab end up losing 3 members, and Puppy, they don't lose anyone. Stewie's on his way back from base, as we'll see Raspy zone away the lone Medusa who's trying to contest, but Stewie wrapping
Stewie's here. They don't find the root, but they do have the blink, and once again they put it to good use. The lash dot makes it inevitable. To do it is to done.
I mean, just what an overcommitment there from Shish Kebab onto a Kali, and you're trying to do that CC stagger. It's so good, right? Because we talk about this Thor Charon combo where, you know, Charon can kind of play forward and they can CC effectively off of each other. And Stewie doesn't have beads. He doesn't have that CC immunity to really just avoid all that CC chain together, but just gets the ultimate off in time. He lives, does a good bit of damage back in return. A lovely, lovely play there in sequencing. Sap 7 goes way too deep. Killcam Kenny finds the pluck there at the end onto Eye Silence to make sure he dies as well. 4 members dead on the side of Shish Kebab, a Gold Fury to Puppy, and they have their first goal lead of this game.
That is a massive amount of wind in their sails. I'm sure they're feeling absolutely on top of the world, but as we always say, Book, it's about the stuff after the stuff. They have to make sure to translate this into greater victories. I still see a Pyromancer up and available. Beyond that, not too much on the map. Maybe try to grab a nice little bit of damage on top of Silenced, but that Charon's not going to be the easiest one to take down, though. 4 members of Puppy grouped up. Does say there could be potential for something. They seem satisfied, though, to take their earnings. And
Inferno in trouble here.
The Apollo Chariot going to rise up just as soon as Thor does as well. These global ultimates, Thor is just going to glare at him from across the strap for descending back down into mid.
Inferno will get out with their life intact here and adapting. I mean, I love what adapting is doing. He is using this ultimate pretty much whenever he can. It's, you know, Thor ultimate, it's not on cooldown. You're just getting it up and then looking to use it almost right away to be effective. But Puppy, no, they're not. They're grouping here. I thought they might pull Pyromancer. They have 4 members strong. A lot of Shish Kebab kind of spread the map here. We see Eye Silence and left. I worry that Puppy are maybe taking this a little too slow. Instead, they will settle for this Queen Naga and Shish Kebab. Nowhere close. They won't contest. They'll give this one for free unless Sot has something to say about it.
Well, they are the aspect Atlas, but that doesn't mean they quite get this one as easily as they want. It's a 4-7 split, but Order Team actually seals it away. Atlas gets a strike. And now we're going bowling for a bit more. Ardio's got to back on off the Phantom Shell. Not necessary, but after seeing what Sod can do, I don't blame you. What an amazing reversal by Shish Kebab.
I mean, he's got the items online. This Genji's into Soul Reaver, into Glad Shield. He's got damage and he's got tankiness. He can make plays like that. What a steal from Solar Troll. And I kind of just saw it. You see little moments like that where you're like, all right, this guy who shouldn't be able to steal this in a 1v3. No one's zoning him away, though. Solar Troll is probably going to steal this one away and walk away. Oh, yep, he stole it. It's of course it's going to go their way. Why not? I mean, you have to send someone. You have to send Kenny. You have to send Big Splash. Somebody to walk at Sot to deny his kind of steal potential damage in the moment you're securing the objective, to not allow him even a chance to try and steal that one away. Because if you allow these veteran players an opportunity, they'll go for it. And sure enough, in moments like that, it becomes a 50-50. You're dealing with a player who has so much experience, has been in these situations for so long. You just can't make chances like that. The better play is to just send one of your frontliners with CC, ideally kill Cam Kenny, to walk forward, contest Solar Troll and his damage. Don't allow him to free cast to try and steal that objective.
Now, mid pad is all Puppy have to settle for after losing that Pyromancer alongside that Naga. Man, that just feels so rough. Like you said, you just have sometimes those premonitions, like Final Destination. All of a sudden, you're like, everything should be fine on this lovely, lonely, isolated dirt road. All of a sudden, Atlas comes bowling on in. crashes the gates through like the Kool-Aid man. It just takes everything you built your way up towards. So Puppey now got to try to recollect. You got to hope that doesn't put them too off tilt, because otherwise they're going to make more mistakes. But this might be a solid way back in. Silenced in the sky. Someone sticks in response, but I don't know if that's going to necessarily save them. Lurking Waters are waiting, and the jaws of Kill Cam Kenny close around them. Silenced goes down.
And you only had to use one ultimate there, the Sobek ult, to make sure that play happened. So you still have tools around this Gold Fury that's being pulled by Puppey. Seems like Shish Kebab, they want to contest. They are grouping 4 men strong, but I don't know if they can really get here in time. It might be too late. Though, adapting.
Oh, they're pulling off the Gold Fury.
Why?
Fight instead, but Shish Kebab are absolutely okay with that. Puppey now have to resume in 5 seconds. Silence will be back up and running. Or rowing, rather. Puppey begin to whittle it down. Drop down to about a quarter. On the front lines is already with the cripple field in tow. Sot can't find the steal as easily, but does connect charge on in. Drops down the laser as well. Puppey gonna decide to try to rip it, but it's gonna be stolen once more by Shish Kebab. The Phantom Shell and Kill Cam Kenny put on a poster once more. Big Splash, unfortunately, is gonna have to make waves in the afterlife. Deduin shoots him down.
Puppey just looks so uncomfortable, but they're still looking for plays. Deduin does fall, but Raspy and Inferno will end up taking a spill as well. 4 members dead, soon to be 5 here for Puppey.
A deicide and a triple kill for Sap 7 at 18 minutes. Shish Kebab have firmly put their hands on the steering wheel and said, pull over, Puppey, you're drunk. That is such an unfortunate double devastation of OBJ steals.
I mean, look, I like the play. They got the pick on the Eye Silence. They only use Sobek ultimate to make that play happen. And then they just get a little lost on that Gold Fury. They're like, all right, we're committing to this, right? We have the damage, right? We're doing this. And then they drop it as soon as someone from Shish Kebab walks up. And when you lose one objective to just this stray steal potential, you become so aware of where everyone is that you almost panic a little bit when you see someone walk forward. You're like, oh, Solar Troll's on the way. We're dropping. We're playing for the fight. We have to. We can't just confirm right in front of them. We just lost the objective. But there, I feel like they were in a good spot where they could have just committed to the Gold Fury right away. Instead, they drop, they leash, they let it heal back up a little bit. Then they re-pull with 4 people right in front of them. And in that play, they kind of do this weird positioning forward, looking for the fight, but also trying to get the Gold Fury low at the same time. And it got to a point where it was just too low. And you either have to commit or drop entirely, let them steal it away and play for the fight. And they didn't really do either of those. They end up not getting the gold, and they don't win the fight after as well.
Another Pyromancer in the pockets of Shish Kebab. At this point, 20 minutes in, 10-8. Doesn't look all that. Gold lead says something different. 5K the way of Shish Kebab. And mostly credited to these really solid OBJ steals and the hesitance of Puppey, unfortunately, being taken fully advantage of. Shish Kebab might be playing on ping, but they know when to let it rip.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Solar Troll as well, just being this, honestly, this bruisery frontliner on this Atlas with the aspect. I love the build so far. Just a little bit of damage in the form of that Soul Reaver percentage damage onto frontliners, onto backliners, as good as Kill Cam Kenny is alone. Does have Shell.
Oh, forcing a Phantom Shell selfishly like that feels so rough, but when Adapting's placing walls like that, you have no other choice. Excellent work there by the Thor.
Yeah, love that. And Adapting looking so comfortable on one of his signature gods so far. Multiple great walls, multiple fantastic dive angles with the Thor ultimate as well. Setting up for Sap 7 and Deduin to just follow up with the damage on their ults. It just makes their lives so much easier when Adapting is landing those ultimates, as Fire Giant going quick here.
Gamma Ray is down. The FG is down to a quarter. Let's see if Puppey can get their own big rig steal. The Lurking Waters come through, and the Golden Apple as well, but silenced. Quickly hushes Puppey up, and now he's going to do the same for Sobek. Sap 7 takes down Kill Cam Kenny, though the rest of Puppey might be able to disengage unless Thor goes diving on in. No room for Disco to stay alive. Adapting drops Raspy.
Stewie is pushing here on the left-hand side, but Shish Kebab already grouping in the mid lane, looking to take down this tier 2 tower, but they do have to send someone back sooner rather than later. Stewie can keep pushing here, but I actually don't think Stewie has the build to be able to take this Phoenix. Has gone for a full strength build plus the Gavel. Doesn't really have any attack speed to try and shred these objectives. More relying on their abilities and then an auto attack or two afterwards. So Puppy are just going to have to play back, allow Stewie to keep finding some farm in the enemy jungle. And look at this, a 3-level lead for adapting over Stewie. This Kali really, really has to find farm right now as Sot just throws out the ultimate, because why not? Why not? You know, just a little aura play for him.
Dude, talking about the front line of Shish Kebab, actually, this Gamma Ray combined with the Summon Sticks, these are two ultimates that can cause so much devastation in a wide path and also at a long distance if you have the right amount of setup, honestly. And they're being excellently used both for initiation and reaction.
Oh.
He's forced off by Deduin, courtesy of that incense, but Puppy began to peel off that Gold Fury and then, once again, decided to back off. Now Shish Kebab, they got that FG buff. They're going to make sure to put it to good use. Tapping the skyboard, they land. It's on top of the disco, but she's able to back off for a little bit. Kinetic Charge going to try to rush forward. Sot can't find any targets. Instead, Shish Kebab get a nice little canal tour of the Gold Fury pit.
Nice disengage there from Puppy, but that means they can't really contest this Gold Fury. I mean, what a nice play from Shish Kebab as well. They want to contest the gold, but instead of just running right to the objective, they're looking for the kills instead. They realize if, look, we lose gold here, but we kill 2 or 3 people, we can end the game. And so Puppy are aware of that themselves. They have to play defensively, give the objective, give all the spacing to Shish Kebab. And as soon as they don't find the angle, as soon as adapting goes in, doesn't land the ultimate, he's just out. He's out. They've got the tools. They push Puppy back and then fall back to the objective, take that one away, find some resets, because the goal here at the end of the day is to find resets and then find the new lane to push. Keep pushing for these towers, or take a full reset and get ready to set up for this next fire giant that will respawn.
Puppy now are batting at a pretty significant disadvantage, 10k in favor of Shish Kebab, but they are still finding small victories, that tier 1 included. 5-man stacked up. I don't know if Atlas said no, they confront them, but a stun's gonna mite them, and they find the cripple as well. It's a great pullback in. Zap 7 in the back lines, not sure if they want to re-engage, but the Golden Apple's gonna quickly change their minds. Stewie decides to go in, forces out the dagger from the Atlas. Now the target changes to Sap 7, who's still alive, and Stewie is dead. Apollo takes to the sky. They're gonna abandon ship, or maybe go back in. I don't know about that one, pal. The tower still hurts.
Inferno low, has to get a back off here, but all the while Raspy being run down by Solar Troll.
Nothing they could do about that one. The Bears got to make an abandoned charge for any type of disengage. As the back gets hit there by Sobek, they narrowly miss that attempt to stop the back, and now the Bear takes a one last charge through the wild. On the left side, though, like you said, Mid Phoenix done. Left burn as well. The Bears only got one way back home, and it's a cough into the fountain. Big splash, done.
I feel like Puppy weren't ready for that engage, and it was a great engage. The blink stun there from Big Splash, but immediately you need that Discordia 2 to follow up, keep them CC'd and locked in place. As soon as that ability doesn't instantly come out there, the engage just doesn't work out there for Puppy. They overforce. Stewie dives in, realizes, look, we gotta try and force this. We really need this play. All the while, Shish Kebab, their jungler and their duo lane just running down the left-hand side and in mid. They'll get the 2 birds. And all of a sudden, Puppy don't even feel comfortable, I imagine, contesting this next fire giant that's due to spawn any moment now.
25 minutes, 15-8. Shish Kebab really starting to lay down the herd at this point, 13k ahead. And Puppy, man, it feels like they've had inklings of good fights, but it's, again, some of that overzeal. When you're down behind so far, you really try to take any potential way in and hold on to it with all you got. But sometimes you're going to rip out your own fingernails doing that. You got to be willing to let something go if it's just not the right moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is kind of at that stage where it's a little too late to let anything kind of go here. I think you do have to play just all in on this next fire giant. If you just sit on your hands and wait, Shish Kebab will get this fire giant. They will push the right hand side while left and mid are down. They'll have fire waves pushing those 2 lanes, so they don't have to worry about it, and they can threaten the Titan, and they can just siege the right hand sides. High Silence is on his own here, and there is a window for Puppy to take advantage of this Charon, who is isolated, but being knockback immune in that dash has got to feel pretty good. High Silence able to just fall back to the rest of his team and play safe around this fire giant, as Deduin will take the Pyromancer as well. Another bomb going the way of Shish Kebab. Those add up. A fight.
Summon Sticks. Sap 7 gets drowned out first. An amazing shutdown. Courtesy of Inferno. Sobek's in the lurking waters just trying to retreat, take their winnings and go. Smart from Puppy. Now they have the man advantage. The question is, what can they do with it?
What is Sap7 doing there? Just on his own, adapting, finds the wall.
Oh, but they decide to go back in off the Anvil of Dawn. Probably just more so disengage, or maybe join with the rest of the team since the Artio decided to blink on in. This could be trouble here for Sap, but taking very little damage so far. Fine, this area adds a bit of DPS to the counter, but here comes Inferno right into a petrifying gaze. Oh no, that's buyer's remorse right there. The beads in the back line from Medusa. Stewie finds an amazing stun, but not much damage there to follow. Low health bars for Puppy. They've got to be careful. They toss back Sop, but they're okay with that. Kill Cam Kenny's done, and now Sop charges looking for more. Could be trouble here for Big Splash, but they do seem to have some ground gain on their pursuers. Now Puppy looks to link back up. Adapting goes in, takes down Big Splash with a double. 3 beats for this area. And dodges the Adapting is going to be just fine. I don't know the same about Puppy.
Puppy able to walk away to safety here with only 3 members alive, but they got to be careful of these Naga minions pushing the 2 lanes. This might be game. No, it seems like Deduin is making the call. Guys, we're going for this Fire Giant. We don't need to end the game here. We'll still get the fire, and we'll still push these lanes in. And so Sot just going to back off for now. Shout-outs to Adapting, man. Multiple walls in that fight. Not to look for any setup plays, but just to stunt engages on the side of Puppy. Inferno goes in with the ultimate, and Adapting just drops the wall as a response to not enable any follow-up damage from Inferno once they land. Another play onto Kill Cam Kenny in a similar instance. A play there onto Stewie towards the end to not allow him to play aggressive. Just multiple walls not to engage, not to find any kills, really. Well, it did land them kills, sure, but just to stunt engages and follow up damage there on the side of Puppy. Lovely play from the jungler on Shish Kebab.
Another Pyromancer in the pocket of Shish Kebab as well. Makes their gold lead a solid 13k still. And as well, more 8 kills in their pocket. Let's talk about just what we mentioned at the Picks and Bans board. This Kali and her role, it just doesn't feel quite like it has resonance with the rest of the team. Because Kill Cam Kenny finds the pluck on top of Sot. Stewie's got to blink out. But when Inferno does exactly this right here, they're not present to capitalize off of whoever the Sobek picks up. At the very least, your birds are back up. But for how much more time? Shish Kebab starting to loom in the distance.
I think Inferno needs to start the fight on the ground. I think last time going in for that dive was very ambitious there. Just unfortunate there in that moment that once he goes in, gets stunned instantly, and then he's in front of 4 people, and they have CC immunity. You saw the beads pop there to avoid the knockup. And so Inferno just has to play for their life.
Where are you going?
In the wrestle fight as Silence taking the damage dealers.
Ancient Fury does go down, weakens all 3 birds. Ancient Fury tried to quit her job. She's like, screw this. You know how hard it is? Just get beaten up by people and spawn back in? It must be rough, certainly, but
just to
nonetheless,
suffer.
Her fate is inevitable. Just to suffer. Why are we here? Shish Kebab.
Why are we here?
Gonna try to make Puppy suffer a bit more on the left side. Why are we here to take this left side bird?
That's how you win games. That's how you win games in Smite 2. You take this left-hand side bird. You're feeling very comfortable for a siege around the next Fire Giant. Ult's committed here early. Even Kill Cam Kenny's already dead.
I thought they were going for the pluck, but they're the one who seems to have been snuck up on. Shish Kebab easily take that bird. Just walk up with cool,
adapting
calm,
up,
collected, calculated, murderous intent. As they look for the mid-side bird next. Big Splash is the only front line left, but I'm just going to skip the line. Adapting dives on in with the Anvil of Dawn before portaling right back out. Just trying to keep them corralled into the throne room while Shish Kebab do the rest of the dirty work. 3 birds, no problem. Puppy have nothing left but the Titan.
I mean, look how much space Adapting created just by being in the air in that play. All of Puppy, and especially their backline, has just had to play behind the wall. And yeah, they get landed on, and yeah, Adapting gets out with his life intact, and you don't really lose a lot of health for it. But just the threat of Adapting in the air is enough to really push Puppy back as they go for the Titan here.
There comes some of the sticks. Gonna be able to hit quite a few of them inside the small confines of the throne. Pyro Bomb's off the mark, though, but Sap7 still does find 1 kill at the very least. Let's see if they can try to finish the job, though, is the real question. Can they?
I don't know. I think so. I imagine they had.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Well, sorry about that one, folks. We got live reporting in. Tess is running around with a microphone on the field. Actually, he's in the throne room. Tess, what's it look like down there?
This is my favorite statement I've ever heard. Is my favorite statement
It's
I think
all
we've
great.
ever heard from production is we don't know if they won yet. I think that is just by far my favorite ever production call out from Tess. We don't know if they won yet.
If you subscribe to Smite Prime, then you can find out who actually ends this game. But otherwise, sorry. If you're just a free subscribed user, come on, man. What you doing here? Pay up those big bucks. Give us some donos.
Honestly, man.
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding.
When in doubt, I blame Jithens. You know, I just when you need someone to blame, you just gotta blame Jithens.
This is quite the birthday gift for him. I gotta say.
The tale as old as time.
Well, we can talk about how. You want to guess? What do you think happened?
I don't know. You know what, man? Surely, right? Surely, I imagine that Shish Kebab won the game. They had such a crazy lead. They had such a crazy lead that, like, if they didn't win the game, I'd be disappointed. You know, I'd be like, oh, how did they not win?
I think Batista comes out in a surprise entrance, and Batista bombs Sap 7 onto the throne room, and everyone goes like, oh, I think that'd be sick. No, Sap 7 and the rest of the crew actually did take it. We just got confirmation from our friends in Prod. Thank you very much for their test. So they're going to, when Shish Kebab can advance, unfortunate for our friends on Puppy, they got put down.
Oh, that is a dark thought there, D'Lo. Oh, why are you putting down puppies? I mean,
ask Sap, not me. I didn't do nothing. I'm just here.
Blame Sap and adapting, man. Just dark people, man. I can't believe they did that. I mean, shout outs to Shish Kebab. They'll move on into the next round of Smite Prime. Congrats to them. Puppy back to the drawing board. I mean, just a tough loss there for Puppy. I feel like they had windows, but playing around those objectives, man, it really cost them. They lost that Queen Naga to Solar Troll's damage on the Atlas. This character that was just undying I believe the entire game. I don't believe Solar Troll died almost that entire game. Just what a performance here.
Wow. We got the post game at the very least.
The sixth man there. I don't know if you see that, Jithens. I don't know if you see that, D'Lo.
Wait, whoa. Jithens, you were playing that entire time? No wonder Puppy lost.
It explains everything, man. It just explains everything of what goes on here at Smite Prime. Jithens was the problem the whole time. If I'm Puppy, I'm instantly kicking him off the team. He's got to go, man. He's throwing our games. I can't believe it.
I hate it when I get inactives in my lobby. Jithens, oh, and oh. Not press the slash line, but certainly something to be said for Puppy maybe having a bit of a handicap there. Shish Kebab, though, they do take it. And, I mean, let's talk about why. Solar Troll really, I think, did an amazing tempo check.
49K.
By taking that Queen Naga. I think everything spilled out into chaos from there. Atlas may have to be a top ban.
49K player damage for Solar Troll on the Atlas aspect. I mean, look, some of that is just, slap fighting because you went a Soul Reaver early. You're feeling pretty good and you're able to just throw damage out whenever. But 49K in that game is pretty impressive for Solar Troll. 4-0-14 was the scoreline as well for him. I agree with you, D'Lo. I think Atlas needs to be looked at here. Add him into the column of characters we can't allow through here in especially our best of ones. Maybe in the best of 3 finals once you get to that, but specifically in these best of ones, I think he's got to go.
And we got to go as well on to a quick little break. Hopefully we won't have any more kookiness happen behind the scenes, but that's all part of the fun, folks. Stick around. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Sorry about that at the end there last time, folks. Episode 2, though. Jithens strikes back. I promise you, it only goes up from here. D'Lo behind the mic, Spirited Book right by my side. Tess, the Mord Man, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithens around there somewhere, plotting, scheming. Spirited Book, how we feeling?
He's always scheming, man. He's always behind the scheme, the scenes scheming. He's been at it for so long. And finally, we get to see his face, and he just absolutely stinks it up. 0, 0, 0, 0, and 0.
Don't want that guy in my areas, I'll tell you what. I do want these teams, though, in this bracket. Look at that. It gets a little bit easier now this time around. Of course, our friends in Shish Kebab did advance, having taken down Puppy and putting them in their place. Now we're going to keep on moving right alongside. Taking a look across the board, who's still left. It is, of course, Overtime that's going to move on to step up to Slimed In. We'll see how that match ends up going. I have a good inkling that Slimed In might get slimed up themselves.
You think so? You think that might happen? I don't know in what world, D'Lo, you would imagine that specifically would happen.
You know what? I've got a premonition. What can I say? Call it a hunch.
You're just a knower. Just well done, D'Lo. You're a knower. I mean, I agree. I think Overtime is prophesies that they'll go all the way. Yeah.
We'll see if it ends up keeping going that way as we keep on into the P's and B's of this next match round. See who we've got up on the table before us now. It's Bull of John. Can I interest you in the word of Jesus, or John rather? John's high res. Dodo Airlines. Whoops. Separation of Smite and Church, guys. I kind of messed that one up. Though to be fair, it is a game about God, so it actually does kind of all check out, huh? Anyway, Gabrick and Ban. Whoops.
The Gospel of John is a heat name here, and against the Dodo Airlines, I mean, this is a tough matchup here. I mean, the Gospel of John, known players. You know, you got Kaveka, Cherry, Globe, Snicks Jr., John Rowing, all very known players. Across the way, it's a bit of, some unknown names. You got Newbly, Boxing Tyler, Carry On, Kiba as well. That's a player I recognize, and then JMAT Avenger. This is a lot of young and kind of talent that's been around for a while, but not on the upper tier. More of your kind of Delphi and Sparta players that we often see in OSL. It's going to be a tough one here, I think, for sure, going up against the Gospel of John on the other side.
Do you think the Gospel of John have like John Hi-Rez just like actually whispering secrets into their ear? Because if I was John Hi-Rez, I would be telling them, hey, maybe ban that Atlas or first pick it. Either way, as long as you're able to get access to it in some means, Dodo Airline have any reason to have that God in their hands.
D'Lo, do you think it's the Gospel of John Hi-Rez or the Gospel of John Rowing? Because John Rowing is on this team.
My question is, have you seen John Hi-Rez and John Rowing in the same room?
I can't say
the game crashes. Jithin's like, broadcast gets shut down. Oh man, if I die in my sleep, then we know what happened here on the broadcast. Dodo Airlines have one band left. It very well could be that Atlas, could be that Kali, though. Unfortunately, Stu wasn't quite that god work. For your money, wait, hold on, Jingwei as well. Morgan Le Fay. There's a lot still left on the table.
Yeah, there's actually a ton left on the table. Gospel of John banning away the Cerberus from first pick is a very interesting change up here. And no surprise whatsoever, Kaveka is going to get to rock, I would argue their signature character here going into OSL finals that we saw earlier this week was very effective off of a very disgusting crypt build, I got to tell you. It's, Devourer's Gauntlet into, I believe, a Demon Blade, if I'm not mistaken, and then Deathbringer, then Hydras, then Titan's Bane. Just so much damage and one-shot potential on this character, specifically onto backliners. So, Dodo Airline's going to have to be aware of this character in particular and how they want to deal with her. And on her as the response is okay, but you're really going to have to emphasize your early game presence for this team already. I think you have to put this Jingwei behind then if you're picking this character. I think the better answer would have been something like Huiyi, who kind of can deal with crit a little easier because of his passive. Just answers in terms of, matching the scaling, but also being effective in the lane. And on her can be effective in the lane, but isn't going to match Jingwei's scaling anywhere in comparison.
Also, with Disperse does give her another chance to use that knockup as a means of propelling her own dash, or maybe just don't pick a carry at all. Jingwei's likely going in that role, so why are you not taking highly contested picks like Thor and Charon when you already know where Jingwei's going? I gotta say, I think that's a bit of a blunder by Dodo Airlines. You have the Newt, that's really solid, but you could have picked up that Charon. That Thor could have been on your side. Atlas is still on the table. I feel like Dodo Airlines are not listening to the holy word.
No, I don't think they are holy word knowers for sure. Thor available, Atlas, like you mentioned, Charon as well. And we saw Cherio do disgusting
Never mind.
plays. So we got the Gospel of John on the one side, and then we got the Gospel of D'Lo right over there. My finger keeps disappearing, but it's he's right there. The Ymir locked in here. I mean, D'Lo, this is your character. I'll let you take this one away because
2 cone stuns. 2 cone stuns. Get a Hoonbots, make it a 3 cone stuns, and then we win. Like, Dodo Airlines have a lot of easy access to CC. Alongside an on her as well, this Ymir can actually kind of get those crazy impale stuns from that item. Harder to set up, but it is really fun when you do it and you're like, ooh, and you can all kind of get hype off that. That being said, this Ymir can go solo. Achilles can potentially go jungle. I know you've talked about how you do prefer him typically in that role, so there's a lot of flex potential here, which I like. Jormungandr is the response. I think Ymir does okay into Yorm as well, honestly. I'm not too upset about that if it is the solo laner. Discordia finishes things off. I do think Gospel of John have a pretty scary comp.
Yeah, I'm looking at this composition for Gospel of John. It's pretty disgusting. You want to talk about the top gods in each individual role. Jingwei, the best ADC. Charon, arguably one of the best supports. Probably the best aggressive support right now, where you're kind of just playing in the faces of your opponents. Thor, I talk about how he's the best god in the game in Smite 2 right now, in my opinion. Jormungandr, a consistently strong soul laner right now. And Discordia, I think she might be the best mid lane mage right now with the proc build and the way it is. You look across the way and Dodo Airlines, they have some tools. I think Newt is arguably a strong character in the mid lane, but probably not as effective now that we're seeing the build change up here, going away from more of this, high int builds and more towards the CDR spamming ability just to get multiple Soul Reaver procs as much as possible. Don't feel like Newt is as effective at doing that kind of build as, say, characters like the Discordia, the Agni we're seeing as of late. So I feel like Dodo Airlines, they have a strong early game composition. If they get a lead, or even if they try to play for a lead early and they don't get one, they're going to fall on their faces real fast.
Well, hopefully they can make some strides forward as we stroll on in to that game, round 2 coming up here. The Gospel of John versus Dodo Airlines. That Bologna lock-in is the last one we saw here on the side of 787 Kiba. Gonna be stepping up to our friend that Yorm, John Rowing. So, do they have the ability to combat God themselves? What are your thoughts on that matchup?
Well, it's Bologna jungle actually here for Kiba,
which
is very interesting. I mean, we saw Scream used to play this around the time that Vegas was the land that was happening. As we see a grouping here from the Gospel of John, they're 5 men strong between the towers.
Huh. Well,
yep.
Not going to find anything quite just yet. The Gospel of John decide to take their crusade back to their side of the map. So, Bologna jungle. Why?
Yeah, why indeed? And going for this feather pickup here for the what? What is happening? I'm very perplexed here for Kiba in this decision of why they've gone towards this item or this character in general. And going for aspect as well tells me that Kiba wants to be a very supportive style. To me, this is Dodo Airlines going all in on this early game, going for, having to snowball early, having to get a lead early, and being effective here as quickly as possible. And we see him starting with this Gilded Arrow pickup. Kind of surprising. Tells me he wants to get a little bit more gold earlier on. Maybe not going to have the best clear, though Bologna already has pretty solid jungle clear. And actually, a very different start. Has started on the red buff and then falls back towards their neutral camps, going for that Manticore now. All the while, we see, Globe in the mid lane already compared to Carry On, who's going to be a little late to this next wave.
There's a lot of intrigue as far as what Dodo Airlines are doing. We'll see if it ends up paying off. But what I'm also seeing is a dual lane that actually does a pretty good job in Ymir. This Ymir is indeed support, since this Achilles is now going to solo. And Jingwei and the Charon both can be stifled pretty heftily by Swall. John Rowing forced to use that Phantom Shell. JMad Avenger doing a pretty solid job so far.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this matchup a little bit. You thought it was Bologna into Yorm, and I would have told you, that matchup kind of sucks for Bologna, but the Achilles into Yorm is a little bit easier for JMad until John Rowing starts to get some of these items online where he can just kind of auto clear the wave from a distance in a safe manner. For now, he's going to struggle as Oblivion low.
Struggling as the Amir. Forced to Phantom Shell. That doesn't feel great. Kaveka dashes up, and the up-down comes in from the Honor. Bit overzealous, but I like the energy, my friend. Doesn't find too much, though.
Yeah, we do see Kiba, though, hovering on this left-hand side, looking for a bit of an invade here onto SnixJ, who's hovering to this right-hand side. Maybe going to look for a gank on a JMad. This would be a big play. Get John Rowing into a comfortable spot in this early game.
I think he already uses combat dodge, too, which is the majority of Achilles' mobility. Does not have that ultimate, so now you've just got to face through the spin to win. Good Phantom Shell, but a better wall. JMad finds the double stun off the shield bash. That means the solo stays safe.
And that's kind of unfortunate there for Gospel of John. You would have liked to have gotten that first blood, sure, but more importantly, SnixJ loses their farm on the left-hand side to Kiba, who rotated on over. Now Kiba gets to go back and get his own, back Harpies experience as well. So Kiba gonna have a small, minor experience and gold lead in this early game over the enemy jungler. Already gonna have a gold lead earlier because of the Gilded Arrow as Kaveka
is able to dash out to safety. But I like the idea. Dude, this geography manipulation from both sides is pretty real between this on her pillar and that ice wall. Can really put Kaveka into some rough spots. You have to be careful with how you position in the lane.
Kiba on the Firebrands first, and I feel like this is a bit of a lost opportunity for the Gospel of John. They're just not ready for this play at all. Kiba is alone, though, and has backup on the way, but he's so mobile with this speed buff and with this this feather picked up early. But level 4, though, doesn't have access to that ult.
Could be trouble. Combat dodge. JMad going to try to ward them away. But now walled off. Does not have Phantom Shell any longer. Has to choose combat. But can they get out when the wall comes down? JMad able to escape. The Hysteria roots him in place. The Unruly Magic finishes the job. Globe's rotation grants the Gospel first blood.
And they get the blue buff invade as well. I feel like that was an okay play for Dodo Airlines. You got the first round of Firebrands. Now just walk away. You make sure your jungler gets out. JMad just has to play safe under his tower. Wait for Kiba to come back into the lane as left-hand side. This duo lane for Dodo Airlines really struggling into this Heron that has range damage.
Oblivion's so low, but on the right side, the fight's going awry for Gospel of John. Thor can't get to the sky quickly enough, and Globe might be crushed under the weight of the sky. Skyfall will not find the pole, though, which means Globe can try to get a hasty retreat.
The dash.
The erratic movement will not be able to grant them enough respite as the meteor comes crashing on down. Carry on, John gets 2.
Double kill there for the Newt, and already off to a good start there for Dodo Airlines. I mean, yeah, you lose someone on the right-hand side. JMad Avenger taking a spill there, and that was the first blood. But answering back in the mid lane against this 2v2 that is strong and effective, but yeah, you don't have a ton of CC here for Dodo Airlines in this early game in the mid 2v2. You have Bologna and a Newt, and you have the Skyfall for Newt and the Root as well. Outside of that, not a whole lot. But you have tons of damage here between this Bologna, between this Newt, and this Bologna aspect as well, who can kind of play this supportive style of adding the block stacks towards the Newt, the bit of lifesteal as well when they're hitting with that 3 in the auto attack form. So just lovely play there from this 2v2 to get the ball rolling early, but they need to convert it now. You can already see they're giving up these right-hand side neutrals. You need to make sure they're on top of this left-hand side, because still the gold lead favoring the Gospel of John.
The Newt seems to have partially recognized that, but Thor's presence will be enough to ward her away. So the Gospel of John do get that round of Flame Brands as well. 5 minutes in, it's 1-2. Dodo Airlines bear the lead in kills, but gold firmly the way of Gospel of John, about 1k ahead. Overall, there's no real heroes popping out from the woodwork just yet, but if you're Dodo Airlines who need to catch up just a little bit, who are you playing through to ensure victory?
If you're the Dodo Airlines, I think you're probably playing towards Carry On now, who has 2 kills. He's sitting in a comfortable spot, got that Chronos Pendant completed here. Playing around this mid lane would be a good look, but also this left-hand side as well. We talked about how this duo lane needs to get ahead early and not allow Kaveka to farm it out. Well, Kaveka's already got the Devourer's Gauntlet online, and on this Jingwei, you can see just playing back, waiting for the wave to clear and crash, and then he'll just stack up these Gilded Arrow procs, get all these last hits, and more stacks going the way to this Devourer's Gauntlet. slowly but surely, Dodo Airlines starting to fall behind to the scaling power of this Jingwei.
Kaiveka shrugs off that Impale Stone without too big of an issue. Late game, that will hurt quite a bit more, but Kaiveka doesn't have too much reason to worry just yet. And no one's got too much reason to worry either about these Gold Furies until one more kill falls down. You can see Thor asperks up at the OBJ, but you need a bit more firepower before you can actually take a hand at it.
Oh,
Carry on Sean sees the Hysteria miss and decides to go on in, forcing Globe back. Great erratic movement to evade that route, so they'll stay safe.
Snicks here for this invade, but
Oh,
right-hand
John.
side, you can see John in a little bit of trouble here. Popped the ultimate just to get away. Was looking for a blue buff, but left-hand side, Gospel of John. They want this purple buff invade again.
They're going to lock off the Emir from their own
Good wall.
They do actually find the Phantom Shell to get out. Now inside the boat. Purple invade can continue. The Desert's Fury not able to finish the job, so Gospel are able to secure it. Dodo Airlines slowly being strangled out of their own farm on the left side. John rowing on the right. It's got to back off. The Flame Brands come up, and Dodo Airlines do have priority. That does mean, though, that Gospel of John can get a bit more going. Gold Fury up on the mark, and the Thor is going to survey the battlefield before coming right back down. A really solid ult just for vision. That ensures first OBJ, the way of John.
There you go.
Who's
Good play
dead?
on the right-hand side. Blue buff invade as well as a kill on a John rowing. So something going the way of Dodo Airlines. And they'll get the Firebrands as well. Already, it's not the lead you would have liked. I think you much would rather have this on her get off to a good start. And I do want to note the build in a moment here. But get the dual lane into a good spot where you're able to defend these purple buffs. I feel like Kiba has to rotate to this left-hand side to defend his own purple buff soon. Otherwise, his dual lane could get locked out of this game in terms of farm and how far you can fall behind this Jingwei. And I just don't understand the thought process here for this on her in Nubly. You have Gilded Arrow, so you want to focus on last hitting for that bonus gold and a little bit of extra attack speed off of those procs. Why not then synergize that with stacking up a Devo Gloves? You have the time to really play for those stacks, those last hits that are important. Instead, I think this is an Avenging Blade first item here for Nubly on this on her, which, again, I don't think that's a bad item here, and I think it can synergize well with the character he's playing. But why not go Devos into Avenging Blade? That's a ton of power in this early game. You'll kind of match the scaling a little bit better for the Jingwei going into the mid to late game because you have more strength and on her, a character that does so well with strength and build. And imagine if you're just perma stacking throughout this game. Your abilities will hit harder as the game goes on. You have a little bit more life steals for sustainability as the game goes on to avoid this dive potential of Charon and Jormungandr as in mid lane. Carrion's dead.
Yikes. After the nuke got so much pressure off before, it feels really rough to see the Thor easily able to take that one down. Didn't even need to use their ultimate. Snake's Jake gonna be able to escape without too big of an issue, though Bologna is hot in pursuit. I don't think that's going to be a chase that results in too much fruit. Ymir's rotated out from the mid lane now, or to the mid lane rather. But the pad fight's already done-ski. The question is, what more can they get? I feel like there's no real vulnerable members of Gospel of John. Everyone's got some solid mobility.
How does Globe have a 2-level lead here? Carrion was, 2-0 until that play just now, and suddenly Globe just runs away with the experience lead here in mid. I mean, he's top, and Carrion's right there with them. He's second in the top of the experience charts there in the bottom left-hand corner. But Globe just has so much experience to his name. He's been, solo pushing the mid wave, and yeah, it cost him a kill earlier on, or at least a death, excuse me, but still just at the top as Firebrands.
Dodo Airlines do secure all three, but they lost their blue buff, which feels a bit rough. Summon Stick's going to find both the Achilles and the Bologna.
Kiba.
Jormungandr is going to knock them up. Now Kiba could be the primary target. Roma and Victa into the back line. The Thor ult's off the mark, but does find two more instead. Scepter of Dominion actually keeps Thor locked in place for a bit longer. Now Snixjay has to TP out just to ensure survival. A great Hysteria finds Madness on two. Gospel of John with that might have secured their escape, though on her is making a rotation. If Gospel of John decided to stick around, it could be their own undoing. If they make the wise play, they back off.
I mean, we saw this the other night. D'Lo Cherio going for the Scepter of Dominion first item on Charon, looking to use it as a form of just locking members in place, allowing the team to kind of catch up and play for either a fight, uses it for engage, uses it for disengage, just uses it to keep people in place so you can set up a better engage off your team following up. I love this pickup here. And again, Cherio is such a smart player has been around the scene for so long. He's seen all the crazy plays you can kind of make with an item like that. He's always looking for plays as soon as it's off a cooldown. I love this idea that Cherio's gone for of just adding another layer of CC as an active item so early on, especially because Charon doesn't have a ton of hard CC, has that root on the dash, has that ultimate, sure, but a true CC to lock people in place, you can really set up a crazy combo between your root, Charon ultimate, and then Scepter Dominion here for this character. I feel like Cherio is feeling really comfortable right now, just almost 12 minutes in here. SnixJ doesn't get the back off because of Charon passive. Unfortunate. Just limit testing a little bit there. We've seen some crazy Charon passive plays here and there.
The carpool is certainly an option if you want to save a bit of gas. It is rather expensive nowadays. Kaiveka, investing into the Rage. Hasn't really get too active, but is 2 levels up on their counterpart, so they start to get some stacks up. Things can get very scary very quickly.
Yeah, I feel like Oblivion's really hovered this left-hand side almost a little bit too much here. You would much rather have looked for a play in the mid 3v3, I feel like, and that's what Cherio's done. Oblivion needs to rotate out to be effective and help out the team and look for these kind of crazy wall plays. And speaking of wall plays...
Nice! Dear God, SnixJ just cuts off 787 Kiwa's escape plan, then cuts off their head. Great double tap, great damage from Disco. And now she's in the boat as well. Ymir does use the rocket jump to get out. SnixJ cannot pursue. Some solid work, well, to ensure your own escape and block Gospel of John's path. They say, hey, if we can't go forward, we'll go right back to that Gold Fury. Summon Styx can actually force Dodo Airlines to evade, and Thor once again goes to the sky just to make sure no one's messing with them. 2 ultimates invested, but hey, for a second Gold Fury, I'm not mad at that. Gospel of John, get it in spades.
I mean, oftentimes we see teams like Gospel of John who don't do the small things. Like, those are the small things where you're throwing out your ultimates, where you're not going to be using them anytime soon in a fight after because you're getting the Gold Fury and you're walking away with that gold lead. So you're throwing out those ultimates just as zoning tools and information tools. You know, SnixJ goes up. If Dodo Airlines steps forward, SnixJ goes in. Cherio's using that ultimate just to deny space for Dodo Airlines to walk forward and contest that objective. And yeah, there's no real world Dodo Airlines contest, but they could have. They could have gone for a stray steal like we saw just in the last game.
Cherio eats a sliver of damage and gets walled off from their prey. Player damage, of course. Who's at the top? It's Cherio, rowing themselves to a victory. Solid damage already on top of the Ymir. You really cannot hope to contest this. I don't think this is an early game Ymir game. Scepter Dominion it. Gonna freeze both in place. The up down there from Yonher to ensure safety back beneath that tower, and that just ensures more neutral farm. Jingwei gonna get all that red buff to herself.
And that has been the issue here for Dodo Airlines. Gospel of John have been on top of these neutral objectives, whether it's just these oracles here in mid lane or that camp on the left-hand side, the camp previously on the right-hand side. The only real neutral objective Dodo Airlines have been on top of were these firebrands. And now Gospel of John, as the game's gone on, has been contesting them. So they haven't been as free for Dodo Airlines in their soul laner and their jungler. They've really struggled to keep up in farm here on the right-hand side. It's cost Kiba a 2-level lead deficit, I should say. Lead for Snix, a deficit for Kiba. There's not a lot this Bologna can do from behind like this. I feel like Kiba's in a very tough scenario now. Has Tearfing and kin size and can look for these kind of plays like this where he can do objectives, but I feel like Kiba just has such a rough time in this matchup, and Oblivion very low here.
Does Cersei's Hexstone away, but forced a Phantom Shell as well. A lot of value there. An amazing job. These walls. SnixJ adapting, man. Thor, best god in the game. You might be starting to convince me.
I mean, it's so easy from a distance to just initiate a fight with Thor wall, right? I mean, so often we see the Sobek plucks where you have to pluck yourself in, and when you do that, you set up for a play, sure, but then you put yourself in a bad spot where then you are the target of the opponents. It's just such an easy way to start a fight, deny space, lock someone down. It's such a versatile tool for Thor to use effectively. And especially in Smite 2 right now, the way fights are kind of played out where you need some way to easily engage.
Pyromancer goes down the way of Gospel of John. They don't really look for the fight afterwards either. Unless the Snoot stays around a bit too long, could eat the root. Instead, the wall actually propels them further forward. Scepter Dominion forces Snoot to just stand there and take all the damage that comes afterwards. forces out the Aegis. Again, the Scepter of Dominion, they're placing it like another wall.
Kaveka looking for a 1v1 here, but actually Kiba arrives.
2v2 now, but Jingwei just barely able to get to the sky. I don't think they're within Scourge range, so Kaveka, by the skin of her heels, able to dip dive, dash on out. Kiba can't say the same. Towers hit hard.
You see on her hovering here, looking for that spear, pillar impale, can't find it now. Oblivion in trouble here to SnixJ.
Brought down by Mjolnir. Nobly cannot really hope for much escape as the Thor comes crashing down. Up, down, and maybe hope for one kill. But again, those impales just don't hit the same. On her going to be added to the list. Dodo lose 3.
John Rowing diving here under the tier 1 tower, kills off Carrion, and now Jade Mad Avenger, the only lone survivor on the map trying to defend the tier 1 tower, is just kind of in a tough spot where all of a sudden everyone is dying on the map, and it's these weird kind of individual mistakes here. Kiba goes a little too far forward, ends up tanking the tower, doesn't have minions, so he dies. Then Nubly's in a bad spot because the rest of the team of Gospel of John are rotating on over. And now Kiba in trouble again in his own jungle.
The wall, the spin, the bludgeon. You're dead. John Rowing, not convinced, not impressed. Walled in, but that's exactly where they want to be. Tremble on 2, Hysteria on 1. That bacon's got to get going. The wind sprite away for the Achilles, but Thor decides to go back in, maybe to their own detriment. Nubly ends up taking them out. Lion's Jaws is exactly what SnixJ fell into. Shut down. Finally, something goes the way of Dodo, but Gospel of John now looking towards their third Fury. See if On Her can try to make a big rig steal following that big rig shutdown. Newt drops down the Skyfall, does find solid damage on top of Globe. They're in the backlines. They're not too worried about it. Some of the sticks forces out the up-down right into the Scepter of Dominion. They're buying time, but not for too much backup, so Nubly's still up and running. The Gold Fury going to be going right into the coffers of Gospel of John. 3 their way, but the backline, Carry-On Chen trying to find the vestiges of damage necessary to take down Kaveka. Staff of Mirror to allow for an extra dash, but right back into the boat they go. Kaveka's still alive somehow. The rest of the team's been cut off. Disco could be in trouble, but the World Serpent comes in from way downtown. Thor rises to the sky and surveys the diving on Arion Sean, carried back on as a corpse. And the Mjolnir's attunement to go right back on top of Oblivion. Phantom Shell in the freeze. Buy them a bit of time, and backup is coming. Or will that be enough to save them? Good shield bash, good damage as well. SnixJ's now in trouble as well. Has to Mjolnir's attunement out. There's going to be the Bologna ult, and there's the shield bash. Mad Avenger finds some revenge on top of the Achilles, but quickly is answered back by Kaveka on the killing spree. Globe decides enough bloodshed for one day. Achilles can go home to tell the tale.
Just a turnaround there from John Rowing to peel out for his mid and support. What an ultimate there, as John Rowing and Cherio on their own the right-hand side with the power of the bomb will be able to take down this tier 2 tower. Oblivion trying to slow the push down, but he can't do it.
I gotta say, man, as a Ymir fan, it's been really rough to see Oblivion just kind of bullied. Feels like they have the exact same amount of mobility as they did in Smite 1. These rocket jumps, it doesn't feel good when you're constantly using your ice wall just to get some distance between you and your opponent and not to lock them off from an escape. Gospel of John, though, they don't want to go anywhere. They're happy to be in your side of the map. Taking your red buffs, John Rowing contemptuously spits at the Achilles. 19 minutes in, 11-5, 12K, the way of John.
I agree with you, D'Lo. I feel like the way you want to play Ymir right now is be, an immobile character, which doesn't work from support. We see players like Cherio pick up this Charon, and he could be so mobile on the map, rotating kind of everywhere and anywhere he wants to be at the right time. Ymir wants to use these walls as a tool from support to be supportive, deny space with the walls, lock members down. This is why I think Ymir's a little bit better in the soul lane. You could afford to be a little more immobile in certain matchups in the soul lane in particular versus in support. You have to be able to rotate out effectively, and Ymir just doesn't do that. You want to be using these walls as lockdown tools, space denial tools. Fire Giant gonna go away of Gospel of John. Almost 21 minutes in, and it's gonna be absolutely free here unless J-Mad can get here in time, but too late.
You gotta be really angry for that one. A pyro bomb seals it. Fireworks in the fire pit. Now J-Mad maybe just sticking around for too long past their own good. The Thor wall's off the mark, which means there is no follow-up engage, but all 5 members fired up. Level 19 on this disco. Globe makes the world go round. Oh no. Hold on a second, Globe. Don't make me speak and eat my words. Kiba whipping them into submission. Does get the golden apple for a bit of CC immunity, but shortly after is taken out anyway. Golden apple finds the infection on top of Oblivion, but it's going to be Noobly. Looking for a bit more. Snixjay trying to position for a perfect wall. It does cut off the Onher's escape, but not enough backup. In fact, numbers games on the side of Dodo Airlines for now. Norman and Gunder. Too busy on the right side of the map farming away. Dodo Airlines are back off.
Yeah, they have to back off here, and that's honestly fine as hold that. Cherry playing aggressively here under the tier 2 tower, looking for more, but not going to find it. Instead, they'll settle for the tier 2 tower, but still positioning like they want a siege here. Dodo Airlines, they don't have their jungler. It's still a 4-on-4 without Globe as well. Maybe Snixjay just posturing here to keep them under the under their towers in their base, because all the while that Dodo Airlines are under their towers and in their base, they aren't finding farm on the map. They're not getting the experience camps. They're only farming the waves. And so just denying more catch-up potential here to Dodo Airlines. The Gospel of John well ahead in this game. We're officially past territory of 10,000 gold. They are just well in the lead in terms of experience, in terms of gold. All Gospel of John have to do is start grouping up, taking these Phoenixes, and close out this game.
Guys, can I see player damage real quick? I'm so curious. Or Jithens, can I see player damage? Show me.
Who's at the top.
Show me player damage. Show me player damage. Ding.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Carol. Steve Harvey's like collapsing. Oh my God. I can't believe you said that on live vision. Soul Reaver, baby. It's disgusting.
Yeah, this item, once again, look, tanks always ruin these fun items, man. We carry players, we get a fun item like Soul Reaver, and, you know, just for a bit, we get to kind of use it and like, oh, we can kill tanks with this. It's fantastic. And then tanks are like, yo, we can kill carries and tanks with this. This is fantastic. What are they gonna do? Stop us? Of course we can't stop them.
Condolences, Book. I know that you're letting your ADC struggle show. Kaveka, not struggling. They're surviving. They're thriving. Carry on, John. Needed a life vest. Snixjay denies them it and rips their soul from their body. Up in the sky, now down to the ground, looking for the can't find the mark. Desert's Fury is the just compensation. Finds very little damage. Snixjay responds back. Doubles down. Double kill. Left side bird dead as well. Hysteria not going to find the mark, so Snixjay might have to settle with what they've already rotten. But they do want more. Looking for the triple. Forces out a freeze instead. Phantom Shell down. Fatal Strike is in range. But they're off the mark. J-Mad needs a new pair of glasses. Maybe needs a new lease on life, because that low bar is going to be brought down to 0. Globe takes them out, and now what looked to be just a left side bird could be the whole kit and caboodle. The Gospel of John with holy purpose. Look towards the Titan room. It's the rally from Bologna.
Okay. Finds
decent damage, but Jingwei's up in the sky. Pro Airlines hanging on, but Kiba's already done. You've lost your jungler. Snixjay's so low. Kaiveka as well. The Skyfall comes through. Finally takes out Kaiveka. But at the end of the day, Dodo Airlines looking more like Spirit. They got shut down.
Damn. Too soon, D'Lo. Too soon. But no, I mean, unfortunate there
Ah,
for
yeah,
Dodo Airlines. I mean, what a sequence of just CC on top of carry on at the end there on the left-hand side. Bird just got eviscerated right away, and Kiba just shows up too late to the party. I don't know what Dodo Airlines are doing there. They know their Bologna's on, you know, trying to split push, find farm to be effective in the next fight, ready to go. And they're just kind of positioned a little too far forward. I feel like the Gospel of John, they had it. They had it from minute one. Their draft a little bit cleaner. I feel like it's back to the drawing boards here for Dodo Airlines. And this is a newer team, so you are kind of starting from scratch. You're starting from, you know, level 1. We got to start finding the scrims, getting the practice in, and really start to level up our play, because right now, Gospel of John, they're at level 9 right now, and there's a long way to go here for Dodo Airlines, I think.
I think you could look at the draft a little bit. You know, we talked about how that Bologna might have seen a bit of raised eyebrows. 1 and 6 just does not feel great. Boxing Tyler just did not have an easy time on the Amir, which is unfortunate to see. No Jithens here, which also probably made things a bit easier for Dodo Airlines nonetheless. Thank God.
Thank God.
But Carry On Sean, I think, was actually a really good shining point in Dodo Airlines' roster. Just didn't get enough momentum going, though, to overcome the Gospel of John. After all, they did have the power of God and Globe on their side.
Yeah, I feel like Globe just had a great game. Snixjay as well was very active. Cherio as well. I mean, again, such a smart player. These Scepter of Dominion's first item, being active, using it as much as possible just to set up plays, was top of the player damage for so long until, of course, John Rowing is able to snatch that one away at the tail. Oh, no, sorry, it's SnixJ at the end who snatches that one away for top damage in the game. Lovely play for the Thor. Again, the best guy in the game right now, in my opinion. He's making that argument for me. I appreciate that one, Snix. I'll slide you the 10 later on. But already just a good look here and a very important win, I feel like. You kind of want to win a game like that against a team who's not as experienced in that kind of fashion, because there are a lot tougher teams as the bracket continues on. You have to be able to bring your A game as you keep on going through this bracket, and to win that cleanly, it's just got to feel good for your confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one for the record books for sure. Excellent job there to our friends at Gospel John. They'll continue to preach as they ascend through that bracket. Rapture incoming and break incoming as well. We'll be right back. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, May Circuit Week 2. The plays are always premium. We just saw our friends on Dodo Airlines unfortunately must have contracted Boeing 747s. They crash landed in round 2 of the bracket. I'm D'Lo, joined here by Spirit of Book right by my side. Almighty eyes in the sky. Tess, Morty, Jithin's behind the curtain. Keep the prod lights on, that cam steady. You watching at home. Book, how we feeling?
Feeling pretty good, D'Lo. Feeling pretty good. These plane jokes, man, they're... Oh.
I got tons.
I know you do. I know you've mentally prepared for these for sure. But no, I mean, that was a tough matchup for sure. But we'll be moving on. But before we move on, we get a chance to remind the folks at home about what these teams are playing for, D'Lo.
7K. How many Chipotle burrito bowls is that? How many Subway footlongs? How many Panda Express double entree, double side boxes? Talk about that Beijing beef, baby. That's a lot going in. 7K goes to the winning team. So, folks, you want to be in that closed bracket come May 30th. And what can you spend that 7K on, Book? Of course, that luscious, succulent Horus Tumbler.
Every time, man. It's always the Horus Tumbler. But you got yourself a lovely Horus phone case there, the mouse pad as well. You got Persephone and Hades, the cutest couple, and Smite 2 just having a gret time. You got Discordia just drawing up there.
I can't put my lips on that phone case, all right? it's a bit different with the Horus Tumbler, You feel me?
Yeah.
You with me? All right.
All right.
Anyway, bracket coming up at you guys next.
Wow.
Just a second. Wrap your lips around this little bracket here. Start chewing on it a little bit. We can just start to see what's going down. Dirty Water versus Overtime. Up next on the mark. We talked a bit about Overtime, man, and unfortunately got slimed out of the bracket. Overtime, of course, being the former Clockton roster. Benny Q having joined it. And Dirty Water. Who's on that squad?
That's the likes of Tubo, Rongyu, Jengaru, Valo, and Dishonored. Kind of a mix mash of a few rosters from the last couple of splits, amalgamating together to be a new roster. And I'm excited to see what they have to offer for us today. I feel like these are kind of players that have hung out together for a hot minute, kind of a mix mash. We've seen Rongyu and Dishonored work together before. Jengaru's worked well with Tuba in the past, as well as Valo. To me, it's just a very new identity here, and Jengaru in the mid lane is something he can play, but again, I've always been more comfortable of watching Jengaru play jungle. We saw him play it on that single bind roster when Sino couldn't make it to finals and popped off. And look, Valo's a great jungler, sure, but to me, I wonder, why not have Jengaru in the jungle and then a different mid laner? To me, it's just a comfort thing. These guys are all used to playing with each other in the past and are looking to do it again this time around. And her up against a tough opponent, D'Lo. This is the team to beat for a hot minute now.
And you know what, Book? To be fair, I'll use your own words to counter that logic. You say sometimes that comfort is the best medicine for when your back's against the wall. So being up against one of the best teams, why not go with what you feel good in and what just feels natural to you with your bros that you have all that chemistry built up with? P's and B's coming at us next here. We saw that Jingwei get through. I think that's a mistake we cannot afford to make here, and I think with both these teams, their pedigree, their amount of competitive experience, I don't imagine she makes it to the bans board, or rather the picks board.
Yeah, I think this is, this is a staple ban against this team in particular. Hydrogen, the premier Jingwei player in the league right now, the top player, arguably the top ADC, and yeah, right away, take that one away. I am curious on the Atlas priority here between Dirty Water and Overtime is this character going to be let through, and if it is, because kind of similar to what we saw earlier where Solar Troll is the type to bring weird picks into the soul lane, Benny Q is equally kind of that tier of chaos and madness in the picks and bans where he will take just about anything into the mid lane. We're thinking Kabrakan aspect in the mid lane for a while. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Atlas mid here going the way of Benny Q if they decide to prioritize it. But it is a matter of, do they prioritize this pick? We saw Atlas go through the picks and bans last game with zero priority whatsoever.
Cerberus is still up and available, has a 100% win rate, so if Dirty Water let it go, they lose, and they've lost. All right, guys, go home. Overtime, take it.
If they pick it, they don't have to pick it here, and there is a lot of, of course they'll pick
yes, they do.
100%.
Yes, they do.
Whoa, no. You see that?
What?
Dilo, you see that on the stats right there? Down there.
Oh, 85%. There's a dream. There's a dream. There's a dream.
There's a one next to the loss ratio. It's actually so on here for Dirty Water. And they got
the best god in the game. Okay. We're so back here now. All right. Thor versus Cerb. Listen, you don't have a Jingwei to counter it, but the question is, what does counter Cerberus? Heavier dive. If you decide to bring me in with Stygian Torment, Tsukiyomi will thank you for it.
Tsukiyomi paired alongside this Thor. These are two great snatchaways from the side of Overtime as well. Karmic, well known for this Thor solo. And of course, Tagveer, well known for this Tsukiyomi in jungle. I mean, played it in the mid lane last week, if I'm not, if I remember correctly. But Karmic going to get one of their signature picks still in this Jormungandr. I like this idea here. If we're going to go all in on the dive, we got to go for it here. We got the Cerberus already locked in. Now we got to pair it alongside with more frontline heavy dive. The Jormungandr will fit that style, as will this Huyi, which I imagine is going to go to Tagveer in the jungle.
Okay. Some additional dive, some additional blockage as well with the Suns. Already has a pretty gosh darn good answer, though. Would really easily stop Cerberus and Huyi from escaping with their mutual leaps. We'll find out. I see you looking down at him like this, but I will say Overtime have had a hard time before up against an Artio. Of course, last time around, that was the Snad Nation. It's the Sobek that's being hovered in. It's got Spirited Book all bug-eyed. Why are you looking at it like that?
It's got to be Suki mid then for Dirty Water. This is very different. I mean, I talked earlier about how Jengaru is a jungle player, so I guess why not go for a pick that he's very comfortable on? This is a Tsukiyomi mid, Thor in the jungle, Artio in the soul lane, Bacchus now locked in for Rongyu in the support. This is just dive.
Yep.
I feel so bad for Hydrogen and Benny Q as backliners here. You almost wonder if they need to pick a little bit more funkier dive-oriented picks. Instead, it's the Medusa. This is not what I would have locked in here, Dilo, if I'm Hydrogen. I would have locked something just incredibly safe that goes, I would have picked the Huyi and, put an ADC and said, I'm going to the sky. They can't hit me here. Instead, this Medusa is so vulnerable to everything on the side of Dirty Water's composition.
Atlas is the last pick, so that's the Atlas mid, I'd imagine, as you had predicted.
Yep.
First time we're going to see that go down on top of the Smite Prime cams. That'll be interesting to watch. Dirty Water still have one pick left. Like you said, it's dive. I feel bad for their backliner. Whoever's going to be just on the back end of any pressure, Dirty Water are not here to help you peel. They're not going to back you up. They're saying, listen, buddy, I'm in their backline. You do whatever you can to stay alive. And you know what? Apollo's got some pretty good methodologies of doing that. That Chariot can not only bail them out, but can also get all of Dirty Water in.
I mean, I like this idea here. Go for the Apollo. Tuba's played it a fair bit as of late. I wanted to say, Rama, because it can kind of fit that style of go to the sky, avoid a lot of the dive potential, fire shots. Rama just not in the best state. Apollo fits this identity much more. My only concern is similar to what we saw from Apollo earlier in the day. You got to be careful of when you're diving in and where. if you go in and your team's not ready to help you out, you're getting bursted down. And you look at Dirty Water's composition, it really is this Apollo for the important damage. Tsukiyomi and Thor, it's good burst damage, sure, and Bacchus can also provide a bit of burst, but there's no sustained damage. How do you ever do an objective after the fight? You have to make sure this Apollo is staying alive. Across the way, overtime, you have Atlas, you have Houyi, Medusa, objective shred for spades here for this team, even Cerberus as well, and then Jormungandr's just there to buy space. I will say, though, I really like this Dirty Water composition. I think this is disgusting how much dive potential they have. They just have to execute it correctly.
You got to make sure that Medusa, you cut the head off the snake, the rest of the body goes limp. Take down these squishy characters in the back line, and everything will go your way. Dirty Water, let's see if they can get it done. We'll move on in a game and find out. Will overtime have their time up? 5 members of Dirty Water stacked inside the bushes. This could get ugly if Medusa steps up.
Medusa or this three-headed dog step forward here. Overtime, not really falling for it just yet. And so for now, Dirty Water will walk away.
Makes sense. Tracking shot is the band of merry friends romps on back to their respective side of the map. Dirty Water, though, I like the fact that they're trying to play dirty. Makes sense for the name. Aspect here for Thor, aspect here for the Atlas. Nothing we don't expect. Taking a look at the relics. Same story?
Yeah, I think so far it makes a lot of sense. Benny Q showing this aspect of able to just bounce yourself away, and that's it doesn't really work like a dash. And so we saw earlier today as well, can do it through the cripple field of Artio. You're not really using it as a dash, you're using it as a knockback tool for yourself. Kind of like old Jingwei 1 in Smite 1, where you're using it to get an attack speed steroid, where you have to knock yourself up. As NQ will spot out this Tsukiyomi is not really prioritizing the wave here.
Just tossing that thing. There we go. Finally we will. It's just so fun to watch, man. I love the colors. Like, I'm genuinely a sucker for Atlas. But Benny Q's going to have to try to convince me that they can make it happen. Speaking of happen, yikes. Quite low. Same story for the Bacchus here. 2 incredibly aggressive support picks. Who wins?
I feel like the Bacchus can really deny a lot of what this Cerberus wants to do. Great Aegis from Hydra. Now he wants to be aggressive.
Yeah, turns the tails completely on Tuba. You'd think the Aegis was a sign of weakness, but no, it's a position of strength instead. One more auto will do it, but Wrong takes defensive position in front of their carry to ensure Tuba doesn't go down. Womp womp.
Hydrogen with the Viper shot as their first ability pickup here, as now they go for the dash attempt at a kill, but not able to find a Tuba ready for it. But just using that one, normally Medusas go for the acid spit just for the wave clear, but instead using that one to push out Dirty Water in terms of not even like going for the wave and then throwing out auto attacks, just hitting them first before the waves hit, or as the waves hit, as Atlas gets their beads forced in the mid lane here.
But again, is that a relic that's a sign of strength? Because they're still getting some solid damage off on Dirty Water at this moment. Benny Q rolling down the balls.
Whoa.
The Connect Charge is going to push it further in. It's so fun to watch this character at work. Aspect of the Unburdened. Ladies and gentlemen, high-res cooked.
We'll see him try to contest here, as he does not able to steal the blue buff away, but still, Tegvir is able to farm out on the left-hand side, solo those camps, as we'll see Dirty Water likely split a lot of farm between their mid jungle versus Tegvir can afford to just kind of walk to these jungle camps, get them themselves, and has gone for the Gilded Arrow, which means he's just getting more bonus gold as the game goes on and as he's getting these last hits. Curious to see what Tegvir goes towards in terms of build. Is he going to lean towards this Devourer's Gauntlet? I don't think so. Oftentimes we see some Oathsworns, a little bit of Jotuns pick up here, as now that the beads are down.
Nice. What an amazing wall. Benny Q's got nowhere to go but back to base. First blood brought on by Valo.
And that's just a nice sequence there. The beads were forced earlier, and then Valo just kind of walks away, goes to clear some back camps, and walks back to the mid lane to make a play. That's what we need to see junglers do when you see them force these relics early. You know, we saw it earlier in the day. Stewie got the beads onto the mid laner and then onto the jungler and then looked for the mid laner instead. Once you get the beads, focus that target. And already Valo and Jangaru do exactly that. An early kill for this Thor, and still
going for Karmic now at this point. No one has a level 5, but the damage still good. Beast forced off the Thor. That's a big ricochet, but Dishonored makes sure that the damage finds a home on top of the Orm. Rotation comes in from BennyQ. They want revenge on Valo. They won't find it. Good TP out. They're safe, but the Ricochet is still scary.
Tegvir hunting, not able to find it, and Blue Buff going to go the way of Dirty Water here. But level 5 on both BennyQ and Tegvir means Dirty Water with their jungler very low on HP. They have to back off. So Firebrands will go the way of overtime here, the first ones of the game, and Tegvir on a hybrid scaler will get a lot of benefits for picking up those rocks. Love to see that. I mean, just a great look there from Dirty Water, though. Already 2 kills to their name. 1 in mid, 1 in right. They're looking comfortable so far against the defending champs.
Early game dynamics do make me now question, with 2 kills in Dirty Water's pocket, is this what should be expected? Do they just kind of dominate the early, or is overtime actually subverting expectations by playing this a bit too safe?
They do have a better earlier game composition, but it's the ways that they've gotten these kills. You know, BennyQ gets his beats forced early and then steps too far forward, and Valo punishes him for it. And you can kind of see plays like that happen, sure, but now on the right-hand side, immediately Valo heads there, finds a kill there as well. And so they're just making plays, which we often see teams against overtime or clocked in previously. Teams will just kind of sit on their hands, afraid to look for a play because they know this team is so good. Dirty Water, they're playing with confidence, and there is nothing scarier in competitive play in general than playing against a team that's feeling good and feeling confident. And so that is just a character trait you need to have against a team as formidable as overtime.
It's about comfort book. Dirty Water. They feel at home. They know that everyone by their side is willing to die for them. They'll do the same. They might, in fact, see it happen right now.
Oh.
Kill on a wrong to the left side, but in the mid, the fighter on the Ori's has gone horribly awry. Tuba finds a counter kill on the left, but the laser's about to come on down. Pulverizes Tsukiyomi, but Thor takes to the sky. Is that enough of a deterrent? It should be, as Hoyi's forced to beads away as well.
Oh, hello.
Here comes in the Apollo. Tuba wants some more kills. They'll find him. Double kill all the way in the jungle now, this time on top of Tegvir. Beads forced one more time off BennyQ. Now they've got to back off.
Valo plays that fight perfectly. Space is just far enough back as Hydrogen hunting here onto Tuba. Can't find that last auto, and now he might be a little too far forward because Rongyu has respawned.
This is good damage coming out from this Bacchus. They don't have the ultimate, though, so I don't know if Hydrogen knows that they're not in danger, but they're not in
give it
danger
up
and recognize it. Hydrogen slithers away. Overtime, at least, don't lose as much as they could have. 6 minutes in, it's 1-4, and a slight gold lead the way of Dirty Water.
Valo hunting here on the
Right
right.
side?
He doesn't go for the Firebrands. He's looking for Karmic here, who has ultimate.
Don't know much mana, though. Don't know much health either. This could be trouble. World Serpent has been forced out. That does give prio to Dirty Water over these Flame Brands. We'll see. Atlas and Hoyi present to make it a 2v2. Tsukiyomi tilts the odds in their favor. Overtime, have got to cede this one to the enemy.
I mean, so far, Dirty Water only dropping 1 death here, and it's Rongyu on the support. That's a death you can afford, and despite that, Rongyu still up in experience. It's only 500 gold favoring
Nice.
Dirty Water. I feel like overtime have done a really good job farming, specifically Tegvir, where Valo's spent a lot of time in the lanes splitting farm with their laners, and so that's cost them a bit of, you know, efficiency and gold and experience. But Tegvir has farmed it out as Rongyu being aggressive here.
Whoa! Big Intoxicate finds both members, as well as the Flop and Belch combo. Hydrogen is at half health, but not too much danger just yet. Hoyi is as well, eking towards this left side. Yala Flare will tell them exactly that information, though. So Dirty Water likely not going to go for any sort of invade. They're satisfied with their own buff.
I feel like BennyQ would have really struggled on a mage here if they went towards one. I think that we're starting to see the issue with this Atlas pick a little bit, where BennyQ just isn't as doesn't have that burst potential in this early game like some of these mages would, as he's just tossing that one around. And so Tiger is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting in this early game to get their team into a good spot where they can start to do good work. And as the game goes on, you do feel a little more comfortable if you're overtime going into the mid to late game about your composition. You know, the Hoyi will start to do good damage, the Medusa as well. Across the way, you have 2 assassins that kind of fall off as in mid lane.
Whoa,
Good
big stun. Amazing Stygian Torment places him right in the way of that laser. Jengaru gets absolutely demolished by that combination of ultimates. Now overtime, have prio over the mid pad. Might have prio on the second kill as well, forcing Thor to beads and TP away. Overtime are happy with that mid lane engagement.
Jangaru had ultimate, Jangaru had Aegis, and he didn't pop either one. Takes the spill there, and now Valo with his beats forced has to play defensively, and the mid pad gonna go the way of overtime. So all of a sudden, this team that just does not go away is fighting back into it, and still Tagveer hunting over here, looking for a beadsless Valo.
Oh, Hover going to force out that Belch from the Bacchus.
Oh,
Suns come through the piercing moonlight. This time used. They didn't have the ultimate before, but they make sure it's perfectly placed on Tagveer now. 2-5 now. Dirty Water trying to get some momentum back.
A little too far forward there for Tagveer. Once he, looks for that play, he spots wrong you, just walk away. You know Jangaru's respawn, just walk away. You've already got his beads. You can look for a play in a bit. But instead, just goes a little too far forward. Happens not there. Benny Q's not there to support their jungler. And Tagveer dies for it.
Hey, look at that. Seeing the hover of the divergence. There are two types of carries in this game. Devo's Gloves, first item, and Avenging Blade, first item. You agree with it this time? Oh, hold on. Might need to wait. Benny Q just lost their beads again and lost a quarter of their life bar as well. A solid engagement here from Valo, man. These walls are on point.
Again, to me, it's just the ease of access of engage here as Benny Q dropping the ultimate, feeling that they need to be able to clear this wave, try and push that Naga minion into the tower, but he's not going to be able to do it. And so he'll have to just kind of back off here. Instead, doesn't back to base, actually hovering around here as it is a 4-man grouping around this gold for you. And I actually think overtime, they're trying to find a pick before the objective. Instead, they'll rip it. They have double ADC. They have the shred. Wrong You is alone first. He's trying to get here in time.
Stygian Torment try to force them out instead of bring them in, but Apollo's going to arrive nonetheless. Can they find the steal? Dirty Water, take it away! Get a kill on Tagveer as well. Mjolnir's attunement does decent damage, puts a dent into Hydrogen, but they don't want to pull the ripcord just yet. They should be satisfied with the kill and the steal.
What a play from Dirty Water. Steal the gold, get the kill, and get out. Go back to your farm. This is what you need to do. Make overtime. It will punish them just for plays like that, where once you get the gold, you get a kill. Don't then just keep going. You're chasing kills. No, immediately back to your own farm. Keep building this golden experience lead. And again, Dirty Water looking comfortable. Look at that gold dip.
Nice. That feels great. Walking out a fountain with some pep in your step now, thanks to that first pip. Everything's on top of things. Overtime just didn't unfortunately have enough priority to get that. The Stygian Torment was the right idea, but you were looking at the ground when your eyes should have been to the sky.
I mean, just no secure. That is the issue with Atlas. You don't have that same secure you would have with a normal mid lane mage. And so you have to play the fights around objectives a little bit differently. You can't just commit in front of members like Dirty Water. And it's just an Apollo ultimate that steals that one away. One stray tick from the Apollo ult is what steals it away, I'm pretty sure, from Tuba. And that's not just one stray tick because it's the right timing of it all. It's the mess of things. You have double ADC that's autoing it down, trying to secure it. You're using Acid Spit to try and secure it. Maybe even an ability from Benny Q as well. Tagveer, maybe the Ricochet, all of that at once. And so somewhere in all that mix of damage, an Apollo ult tick steals it away. And so Dirty Water sitting with a comfortable gold lead. It's not anything crazy, but they still feel comfortable around this left-hand side. Kind of curious why they're stacking 3 members over here while Pyromancer is available. I mean, Oracles are up. Is this how much these two teams really want these Oracles? They're really 3-man grouping for it. They really both want it.
I need vision. I need it, gosh darn it. Ricochet is going to find some decent damage and seed the vision over to overtime. 12 minutes, 2-6. Like you said, a 1k gold lead the way of Dirty Water, but can they spill it into more is the question. Right now, we're not really quite sure what we're fighting over. That Pyromancer won't be sniffed at, likely, until we see some more bodies drop. So the next round of Flame Brands, potentially. You can see that Tuba really was a high priority target. Hydrogen wants the 1v1. They want the shutdown.
And this is the power. Don't allow the likes of Tuba to farm it out. Get the Devourer's Gauntlet stacked up here. Be effective in this early game. And just use the power of this build as Karmic on his own.
Well, only going to land down on top of a CC immune Jormungandr, so not too much to gain from that. An ult for an ult exchanged, and we'll walk on back.
Nice escape there from Dirty Water as... from Karmic there, as Tagveer hunting here for a play. I feel like Tagveer consistently now has tried to hunt for a play on his own, and yeah, he has Karmic here, but I mean, what are you really contesting there? You're trying to get the firebrands and you're committing ultimate, and Dirty Water, they don't even kind of turn around. They just keep walking.
Pyromancer now being looked at since they know Thorald's down, but Piercing Moonlight's available. Bacchus around the corner. This could get dangerous very quickly. Remember the last steal we saw? Intoxicate down, and Overtime do secure the Pyro. Atlas's life is engaged, and Tegvir might be the only one who's being risked. Stunned, Claude, Gord. Dishonored takes down them. Piercing Moonlight now looking for BennyQ beneath the tower. Kasari Gama finishes the job, and Karmic can only watch from a distance as Cerberus is gored beneath the tower. Decision Torment does grab in too and forces them into the fight, but Valo's okay with that. Karmic is pretty low. You see that Tsukiyomi's trying to re-engage. Valo finds double tap, but Medusa finds the backside of the Thor and gets the counter kill. Petrifying Gaze not going to slow them down, and here comes Apollo. Keep your eyes to the sky. Tuba's going to be ringing in more death and destruction. It's the Mez as well as the So Beautiful. Not enough damage, though, to finish the job. It's going to be a retreat from Jingaru because they're just a bit too low to keep up the fight.
Nice sequencing between those two players as Jingaru's just waiting for those cooldowns, and as soon as he gets those caltrops back up, that's when Tuba feels comfortable going through that corridor with the dash to try and escape and gets out with their life intact. At the end of the day, Pyromancer does go the way of Overtime. They lose some important members there, and a beautiful dive between Dishonored and Jingaru. Dishonored chasing on the tower, finds Tegvir. Jingaru drops the ultimate onto BennyQ, goes all in for the Atlas, and all the while, the RDO's just taking up that tower still. Ends up taking all their health bar, so they have to back up after, sure, but it doesn't matter. You still got 2 kills at the end of the day, and now you're looking for a Gold Fury as well. No?
Dude, Gold Fury is looking to be just escape from their pit, but maybe Dirty Water are getting flashbacks to that last Gold Fury. They don't want to see that same fate befall them, so they decide to back on off. 15 minutes, that gold lead that Dirty Water had has reduced slightly, 800 their way. Really peanuts when you consider the grand scheme of things. I know you said that Dirty Water have a game composition that favors the early a little bit more. Question is, as this timer ticks on up, does that still remain the case? We'll find out for this fight at the very least. Bacchus in trouble beneath the Suns and the laser. Now up in the air, 3 ultimates, 1 dead Wrong You.
I mean, just too much there. I get it. Wrong You's feeling good. He's feeling confident. Multiple times now he's flopped in, got 2-man knockups as happened. Still hunting here on a Jengaru who has to use his ultimate just for the CC immunity. But Wrong You just goes in with a knockup on the flop. Doesn't really hit anyone. And instantly gets CC locked down and punished. He's got no backup from Valo and Jengaru because their backup is this all-in potential. And you don't want to be taking those fights in the corridor against Huyi like that.
Karmic.
Tuba up.
Takes some solid poke there from double tap, but Val does not want to dedicate in. Nor does Tuba. They decide to use that hard-earned mana to return back to the left side. Mid pad will be opening up in 20 seconds. Do we anticipate a grand fight in the mid lane?
Maybe with Tuba's ult being down here now, probably not. And Hydrogen just took a bit of a very favorable trade here. Overtime have done a good job around this Moonlight Ritual pad multiple times now, just zoning out Dirty Water, not really allowing them to contest. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see another similar instance to what we've already seen, where it's just Overtime grouping around this objective. And already we're seeing Tegvir and Hydrogen soloing out this Gold Fury. Well, not really soloing, but working together to take down this Gold Fury. Dirty Water on the way, though. Can they get here in time?
I think they will, but the question is, can they steal it? They decide to releash it. Happens on the front lines, tries to go for the steal, but Tuba takes it away. The laser drops on down, and now the damage is going to be following, but Dirty Water no longer want part of the fight. Jormungandr might not give you a choice, though, as they begin to whittle down Wrong You once more. Again, though, support for a Gold Fury. If that's the case, we're happy with it. Wrong You falls on their sacrificed sword, but Overtime don't grab the OBJ.
But at the very least, before Wrong You dies, he gets Tegvir's beads. So Tegvir now more vulnerable before this next team fight. Great answer back here from Overtime, though. They kill the support and they'll get the Pyromancer as well. Unless Dishonored has something to say about it, he's on the way here to this objective, trying to contest in time, but I don't really think he can steal this one away.
Indeed, it's going to go down the way of Happen and the rest of Overtime instead. So OBJ for OBJ, the big enchilada. Is going to be that Moonlight Naga Queen, though I do believe it despawns rather soon, so Overtime, in a bit of a rush, speed run, any percent Naga Queen, Dirty Water, are also cognizant. Going to rotate through, but will they be able to get there in time? It's a 3v4, and Tsukiyomi's not even part of the action. World Serpent and the laser drop down to ensure it goes their way, and could be trouble for Hoi Yi instead. Able to narrowly dash to safety. Tegvir living on a sliver, and overtime grabbing the objective once more.
Valo looking for that play on the left-hand side really costed Dirty Water, objective tempo on the map. They could have really looked to contest that Queen Naga if Valo's in the area, or even if Valo just kind of backs to base and then rotates to the right-hand side. 5% strength and int for the rest of the game for a lot of these characters has got to feel really good right now, especially the hybrid scalers like the Jormungandr, like the Huyi, and the Medusa as well. A lot of hybrid scaling for these players that can use a lot of that benefit, really. And so both these two carries and the tank as well, feeling really good after picking that objective up.
With those two objectives in pocket, you figure overtime would have the gold lead. It's not the case. Dirty Water are actually retaining it thanks to their scrappiness. These kills are really what's carrying them through. So you might be getting carried back in a coffin a second. Bacchus on the front lines. Some poke damage for their troubles. But Jormungandr eating a whole lot more. Nice little gank comes in from the Tsukiyomi. Dishonored grabs the kill.
And what's the Tsukiyomi doing there? He's the mid laner. Jengaru should be in the mid lane, clearing waves, defending his tier 1 tower. Instead, he's in right, and it's Valo in mid lane as well. Tuba ulting here. I don't imagine they'll go for a fire giant just yet, but Tuba actually might head to the right-hand side to find a little bit more farm. No, instead, heading right towards that fire giant.
Whoa. 11 seconds for Karmic. They do have ultimate, though, so they can return to a fight rather speedily if this stalls out. That's the ultimates for everyone to save for Tuba on the side of Dirty Water, though Ario doesn't quite count. Cerberus leaps on in. Stygian Torments only finds one. It's the front line. They don't seem to care. Piercing Moonlight only goes for Cerb, though. That's a tanky hide. Happened. Trades out lives for Valo. Good Petrifying Gaze. Finds Wrongu. They're dead, too. Hoyi's got to exit, but Benny Q decides to go back in. Forces out Jengaru on that Aegis. Hydrogen going to be able to back Benny Q on up. I don't know why Dirty Water wants Cyclops camps. They might lose their lives.
Yeah, they got to get out here very low, and they got to reset soon because there's 4 members strong on the map here for overtime. Gold Fury spawning, Pyromancer spawning. They have a tempo here on the map now to have first pick on what objective they want to go for, but instead they're actually just going to spread out, take some towers here, get a little bit more gold. Shoutouts to Hydrogen with a great ultimate there around the corner. It finds one member and is able to look for a potential play on a Jengaru there. Just not enough damage just yet, but only getting stronger on this Medusa. Now that they got the blink online, this chase potential for the Snake Lady will be very good. Meanwhile, Tuba still farming out this Titan's Bane, needs this item online as soon as possible.
Shout out to Happen. Dives in. Stygian Torment didn't find much value, but you know what did? Your presence. Dirty Water, threw 7 ults at that guy. Piercing Moonlight only on the Cerberus. That is an ultimate that should be looking for the backline. Dirty Water are meant for all dive, but they're diving into a 2-foot shallow pool.
And Happen dies, sure, but he bought so much time as well. Has these items, the shell to just buy himself time, the Stampede as well, Screeching Gargoyle. And now that he has this combo, he's going to blink, Screeching Gargoyle, and then ult. Not allow anyone to dash away, get a CCU Moon ult off in time. This is the combo we've seen previously.
Blink comes this time in from Dishonored. Great leap as well, but it's on a pretty tanky Benny Q. And there's the Piercing Moonlight. Finally on the right target. Benny Q will go down, but a Stygian Torment is the answer back. Dishonored has to run out, and Tuba is going to descend on in. Somehow Jengaru lives, but a paralyzing spit changes all of that. Tuba, considering if they want to decide to send back in, they do. Looking for the World Serpent, but they're by themselves. Thor changes that, but Valo decides to go back out. Amazing stun. But where's the damage after? Petrifying Gaze once more finds amazing value. And the Bears got to dip on out. Happen finds the stun. And there's the dash, the lacerate. Dishonored's dead. And Hydrogen's on the killing spree.
4-man stun on the wall. There is no justice in this world, though. Nobody dies on the side of overtime. There's just no damage. Again, you lack a mid lane mage with this Tsukiyomi this time around that we're calling out. And yeah, Jengaru dies, and maybe that's a big part of it too. Commit so much in mid to kill off Benny Q, and then you can't really contest after. And so you just have to kind of worry about how much damage you lack. It is just this Apollo. Once Jengaru dies, you don't have enough damage to continue that fight. In Dirty Water, they end up losing more. Dishonored dies, and we look back at this sequence here. Valo with this ultimate, and then look at this wall, man. But again, there's no damage. Tuba can't position in a spot in that corridor to be effective, to get good, effective damage off, even onto a frontliner there. If he steps too far forward, he'll just get blown up and die.
need the backup. You talked about this at the very beginning. When that Apollo was locked in, you said there is one thing that has me concerned. I think we just saw it. Dirty Water didn't have enough gas left in the tank to finish the job.
At the very least, Jengaru has got this 4 items completed here. And so hopefully the damage becomes a lot better in terms of killing one target. I feel like Jengaru needs to hold this ultimate a little bit longer. He's using it onto BennyQ, Happen now. Needs to start using it to find hydrogen. This Medusa has gone deathless so far. Has a goose egg right there beside that lovely number 3 is 2-man wall here.
Gets beads off BennyQ once more. I will say, Valo has like complete ownership rights to BennyQ as a major shareholder in those relics. But an amazing Stygian Torment combines with a laser, combines with Karmic. Jengaru's dead. No way to use those 4 items in the fountain.
Again, this Aegis pickup here, and look, it's cute, right? You want to go in on Tsukiyomi with the ultimate, and once you go in a bad spot, and speaking of bad spot, Dishonored on his own.
Ricochet's off the mark, though. Tegvir wisely decides to disengage rather than going for the knockup, because that certainly would have meant their end. And FG's on the line, baby. Over time. You have the man advantage. Tuba's in the sky. But again, choose your moment carefully, buddy. Tuba seems to agree. They decided to send to the back line instead, looking for Karmic, but the learning goes off the mark. This could be trouble. If the knockups are good from the World Serpent, they are. Stalling the disengage from Valo. Learning Bow comes out from the Hoi Yi. There's good damage on top of Rongyu. Can they escape is the question. Dishonored as well. Separated, discombobulated. The front line of Dirty Water is getting put down in the muck.
Tuba's dead as well, and there's nothing Dirty Water can do. And again, to me, it comes off of this play in the mid lane. You get Jengaru. This Tsukiyomi is very all-in heavy. And BennyQ does half of his HP now. He's got these items online. It's only 3 of them. Soul Reaver, Chronos Pendant, Obshard. He's starting to do good damage to the backliners of Dirty Water. Jengaru really struggling to be safe off of these attemptive plays of just pulling the beads in front of them. All they get off that play in mid is pulling the beads of BennyQ, and yeah, it looks great, but then the turnaround counter engage is better for overtime. Fire Giant, 25 minutes in, will go the way of overtime. The defending Smite Prime champions, who honestly looked pretty down and out at times this game, suddenly they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, 1,000 gold deficit turned into a 6,000 gold lead. 12 to 12 reads the scoreboard, but kills only get you so far. And Dirty Water, all in on the dive. What happens when you're a dive comp that can no longer do your exact purpose? How do you win a fight?
Oh, Karmic very low here. Gets the ult force. Or not very low, but just gets the ult forced here. He could look for more. Tegvir's on the way here.
Ow. Valo just going to eat some shots to the back for that one. Does not feel good to have the World Serpent breathing down your neck, literally or figuratively. Over time, grab the ritual, but again, I ask Book, Dirty Water, what's their game plan to start a fight? Do they still have enough momentum or even enough damage to really start the fights, or do they have to respond reactively?
I think we need to see them start responding. I think Jengaru, again, to me, needs to start holding these ultimates, playing it slower, not going for the initial pick, but once the play kind of happens and you can kind of just wait a little bit and then go for the all-in onto a backliner. Because again, Hydrogen has gotten to free cast because Jengaru is committing these ultimates to the people in front of him. This Atlas mid, this Cerberus who's supporting this just so tanky now. Dirty Water's mid laner needs to hold this ultimate and look to dive the backline. Dishonored as well, and Valo need to start diving this backline too. We've mostly been seeing a lot of front to backing this game, and this composition isn't really designed to do that.
Yeah, we're not really obeying the vision we laid out for ourselves of the P's and B's. Pyromancer taken now by overtime. Ancient Fury up next. Just everything that's on the map belongs to overtime, and it's as prophesied. They will ascend to the top. Dirty Water have got to try to find a way to get into their heads, get into the back line, and make this Medusa pay. Instead, it's Tegvir, who might be instead, or rather, Jingo does go with the Piercing Moonlight to maybe force out a dagger. Not even going to be the case. Golden Fury goes down the same time as Sook.
Yeah, as BennyQ will be aggressive here. That's again Jengaru getting picked again before the fight even starts. Dirty Water in a lot of trouble here. They might just have to give up this bird.
Big Blink, Big Intoxicate, finds all of them, but doesn't matter. We want to get turned, buddy. It's a party here, Bacchus. Stick around a bit. I don't think Wrong wants to hang for the after, though, as they're going to instead go to the after party in the sky. Wrong dead, left bird too, and mid bird's about to be burned away. Dishonored, though, is going to try to say something about it. Though, again, your front line's got no peel, so how do you even resist all the damage being output by these ADCs? You can't is the answer. Mid bird's gone too.
Yeah, you can already see like what the issue is here. As soon as Jangaru is dead, suddenly your backline dive becomes near impossible. You need Jangaru alive just for the damage to threaten this backline. Valo and Dishonored need help in diving effectively, and Jangaru is dead before the fight starts. There is no fight.
Dishonored and try their best to tank and spank with
Tuba's
the rest
up.
of them. The Gamma Ray, though, is going to shred all those prots down. They no longer are liable to be part of the
Valo's up.
fight. Thor's up as well, but what does that mean? It means a massive stun, but we don't get any kills because Stygian Torment's too gosh darn good. Hoi dives in the back line, and Valo's got to retreat. Tagvir's low, but Tuba's at 0. Rampage for the Hoi, and Karmic trying to make sure that Happen gets out to safety. Right Bird's still alive, but
Jangaru
Dirty
almost
Water
has
on
ult.
their last legs.
Jangaru has ultimate. There's very low HP bars on the side of overtime, but they're going to back off here before the Tsukiyomi can get in range. They don't overcommit to the right-hand side bird. Dirty Water have to go clear out the left-hand side. And so overtime, get the 2 birds, the best birds you would like going into another Fire Giant siege. They'll have free pressure on the left-hand side that Dirty Water will have to answer. And it was a nice attempt there. I mean, that's what we've needed to see all game long. Tuba and Valo dunking on the back line. The only issue there is Dishonored couldn't step too far forward, and Jangaru didn't have ultimate to follow up off of that dive. I feel like with no dagger in that moment there was a window for Dirty Water to just wipe the back line. Again, they're just too far behind, not enough damage.
30 minutes, 15 to 12. Overtime, 13K ahead. And that FG, if this dance goes on long enough, very well could be an EFG in the game. So Vision Wars soon shall begin. Pyromancer, though, that's just the appetizer.
Pyromancer being pulled, but actually, Dirty Water, they're grouped. Hydro isn't here.
Big Blink, there's the leap as well. Forces out the time lock Aegis from 2, but the damage is still really solid on top of Tagvir. Shut down. Jangaru's in, but a Stygian Torment finds 3. Valo's in the back line, though, and stomps out Benny Q like a Goomba. Happen has to blink away, and now overtime are looking to be in a bit of rough waters.
For the first time this game, everyone on Dirty Water groups and fight on their terms. And now they're looking at Fire Giant. Karmic just trying to buy
think
time.
at this,
And you can
though.
see Hydro wrapping around the backhand side. They're trying to stall.
There goes the Apollo Chariot, but trouble for Karmic. The snake gets cut off, and that's all they needed. The Wind Sprite does not find the mark. That puppy dog is not house trained. This could be trouble for Happen as well. Hydrogen, though, is still alive. Has that goose egg still, but that might change soon enough. Decides to dash in. Petrifying Gaze finds no one in Valo. Now he's going to hunt them down. Forced to blink away. The Wind Sprite is taken by Valo as well, but now they got to dip dive, duck and dodge. The wall's off the mark. They don't feel enough dedication to take the TP. Hydrogen's going to send them on a wild goose chase through the Phoenix, but a blink, and it's so beautiful. Can it change it? No! Hydrogen makes Tuba pay for their transgressions and still dashes out. The Phoenix is down. Can they escape? Valo's in trouble. The Titan, the entire time, was being whittled down. Overtime. Take the game.
They lost. They lost the game to Winions. D'Lo?
We did not even realize. Hydrogen ends it with 0 deaths. That is the most criminal part of all of it, Book.
Honestly, I'm just gonna say it. If it's like any other ADC dies there. I mean, Hydrogen just doesn't lose. He doesn't lose. He gets away with so much as an ADC. It's absurd, D'Lo. It's not okay. It's illegal at this point. I mean, I don't know what there is to say. Dirty Water, for the first time that game, felt like it was suddenly all theirs. Fire Giants available, all 5 members up. They lose their 2 birds. They're getting a huge tempo window back into the game. And then they just forgot about the minions, and the Titan died. And they lost. And overtime, I mean, just on the edge this entire game. To me, this is the issue more than anything. It's just Jangaru dying time and time again on his own with no beads. I feel like the Tsukiyomi really needed some CC immunity or just better reaction time because you have CC immunity in the ultimate. Use it.
Man, that sucks. Because like you said, they found the flow state. All of a sudden, giant dam blocks the entire river. And all I can say is,
this is crazy.
Damn,
this
well, that
is
sucks.
crazy.
This fight was insane. Double leap from the Bacchus. Actually, no, wait, it was not this one. It was a different play. That was very similar. It was a blink, double stun from Dishonored, double belly flop. Forces out 2 time lock Aegis. Hey, buddy, you still got to face us on the other side of that invincibility. And overtime, nearly bit it. But Hydrogen, man, it's illegal in the script for them to die. Hindu had a plan.
I mean, just beautiful sequencing of the dive. And you can see the moments where Dirty Water, when they are diving as a unit, they get wins in the team fights. When they're going first, they're getting these wins. But too many moments like this where Rongyu is just kind of too far forward. Jangaru gets picked off. I mean, no justice for Valo, man. I mean, what a crazy game for Valo on this Thor. Does God's work, in all honesty. Like, crazy walls, crazy ults, the entire game. And this is the issue here. Right here, Jangaru commits the ultimate there, and then no CC immunity gets pulled back in. And his health bar is too low. He can't then help the fight after. That has been the issue this entire game. And I do feel like Jangaru had a good game in the moments where he was able to do his job. Again, no justice for Valo here. 4-man stun off the wall.
Well, to be fair, they did lock in Cerberus first pick. But one more win in the column. Happened making sure that Cerberus gets all their flowers. Jesus, man.
Oh
this
my
right
God.
Here, though.
An
Amazing blink stun. An amazing belly flop. The piercing moonlight. Tegvir had nowhere to go. Benny Q gets pulverized beneath that Thor ult, where Dishonor might not have been able to finish the kill efficiently enough. End of the day, great work on both teams. Dirty Water, they might have the loss next to them, but they can feel good knowing they gave them a really solid run for their money. Jangaru might want to buy a relic, though.
Yeah. Man, I think Jangaru realized it at the last moment. You know, I need beads here, guys. I'm getting CC'd too much. Upgraded that Aegis. But by then, it's too late. To me, I almost wonder if you needed to buy an earlier combat blink. Because that can also be an extra bit of movement to avoid a lot of the damage. Have access to a combat blink to just space out, just pop it right as happens using their ultimate.
Yeah.
Man, what could have been there? Dirty Water, windows and opportunities to win that game, defeat overtime, take away a lot of their points so that they don't have as good seeding going into closed bracket.
Doesn't matter, man.
They
can be at the bottom seed. They'll still work their way back up. That's overtime, gosh darn it. But you know who's feeling really hype about that? The Wayans. They're in the throne room like, let's go! Entire wave survived. I'm looking at Archer. I'm looking at Warrior. I'm looking at Siege Minion. You did it, buddy. I'd like to thank my mom. Oh, man. They're probably partying up. Good for them. Good for our friends in overtime as well. Dirty Water, commendable, but not good enough. They're going to be booted out of the bracket at least until next week. And we're going to keep it kicking right along to our next series in just a second. Stick around. More Smite Prime after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime. May Circuit, Week 2. Now, semifinals. We're almost there, folks. Almost at the peak, the pinnacle. D'Lo here in the booth, joined by Spirit of Book, right by my side. Almighty Eye in the Sky, Tess, our friend Jen, as always, behind the curtain. And actually, Musi, also, I think, helping us out there. I saw you working your magic there in the VC, buddy. Good to see you, too. You guys watching at home and prizing on the horizon. What we got, Spirited?
Well, we got some cash prize here for whoever wins. Not this week, but that important 4th week, the closed bracket. $7,000 on the line here for the top team that wins Smite Prime. And so far, so good. Looking good for overtime to win yet again. I mean, they're just such a tough team, man. They're so good. And this is how they've gotten so far in the bracket. Obviously beating out, again, Slimed in, now Dirty Water. Now they'll face the Gospel of John in the semifinals. But we're not looking at that, D'Lo. We're looking at the other side of the bracket for our next matchup. It's Singlebind versus Paul Belter.
Now they'll face the Gospel of John is such a freaking awesome sentence. It sounds so insane. You tell a Bible thumper that sentence, then they're like, oh man, they're about to face some divine justice. Like, no, it's 10 Smite players inside their rooms just trying to play for some
10.
sick cash prizing. Trying to play for some sick Horus Tumbler. Nonetheless, we'll see if we can get our friends Single Bind and Paul Belter up here soon enough. And these are two teams we haven't got to see just yet quite today. So, Paul Belter, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be our friend Sunprod and their familiar squad. Single Bind, who's rocking on that squad?
So Single Bind is once again still, if I'm not mistaken, yes, the Donut Dog. Oh, well, we'll get to see the rosters in just a moment here, Dilo, as we get set here for picks and bans. And look, there they are.
Yay.
Right there. Right there. It's Lairs, Moss Lairs. That's a new addition to the roster.
Oh, baby. Single Bind. Adding some layers. Now it's Layered Bind. Something makes it better. Paul Belter. Let's see what they can do. Snad Nation, of course, is where I'm always looking. Paul Belter, I feel like, really do play really well through that solo lane. Sunprod can, I feel like, sometimes be an amazing shining star, goes godlike, kills everyone. Sometimes can be a bit more quiet. Really depends on the situation. Single Bind, gonna ban away that nuke to start things off, but we know one thing. Ban the Serb. I don't care if you got one loss. That god's still scary.
Yeah, that god is still disgusting on the engages for sure, and I wouldn't be surprised from that second pick spot if Paul Belter decided to ban that one away, and the Jingwei as well, I think has to be targeted at. Donut Doug on the other side here is a pretty solid and fantastic ADC. Wouldn't be surprised if they'd take that one away. Maybe take away, I think they have to take away Serb, Jingwei, and then maybe, I'm trying to think of a third ban. I'm not sure if you're too worried about the Atlas. I was going to just suggest Discordia, but instead Single Bind are the one to ban that one away. So maybe
Thor?
a specific soul laner. Thor could be the target as well.
They do still have Daji up, though. I don't think Paul Belter's
true.
going to Daji. I don't want to see a Daji. Look, tell me they're going to ban Daji, please. Uh-oh. Oh. Maybe they're not going to pick Daji. Look.
I almost wonder if you ban away the Thor here. I feel like Lairs, yeah, there it is. Huh? Lairs has been so confident on this pick as of late. He hasn't really struck me as a Daji player, but Daji's still on the table. Wouldn't be surprised if Paul Belter picked this one up for Sunprod. Has looked very confident and comfortable on this pick as of late. And this has been, you know, a perma ban against Sunprod for a hot minute now. And
indeed, Daji, there's no way you could afford to get Single Bind back on that, because then if they had Thor solo Daji in the jungle, disgusting. But we have this Apollo now. Some great CC immune ults on the side of Paul Belter. Some great damage as well. That Apollo's likely going carry.
Yeah, gonna go the way into the hands of Zapman. And Apollo, a character we've been seeing a fair bit as of late, and a very interesting one, because I don't, with the other ADCs, the Jingwei, the Medusa off the table, I feel like he is kind of that next tier of better ADCs. So I like that they've locked it in this early. Curious what Donut Doug is going to maybe lean on this game now that he sees his matchup on the other side.
Agni. This is interesting. I've been seeing a lot more Agnis go mid, but Scylla probably going support with Aspect, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I don't feel like I've seen a Scylla mid in absolutely forever. Anyone who, when Scylla was released, was like, oh man, can't wait to play her in mid lane. Psych, we're auto-locking her in the dual lane, dummy. What do you think this is?
I mean, yeah, this is going to be Aurora's pick. I mean, he's the only one really playing Scylla support right now. I feel like everyone else has kind of dropped it off, and he's the only one that continues to play. It very much fits Aurora's playstyle of kind of just being in your face and not really kind of taking a lot of damage in return and not really being punished for his positioning, is able to just kind of dash away to safety. And he's just a nuisance to deal with. And so it's fit Aurora's playstyle very well. How do Paul Belter kind of respond to this identity now that they see across the way? I feel like you have to maybe pick a priority support to focus on your wave clear, maybe something like a Sylvanas to go alongside this composition so far.
Nuwa locked in. Another CC immune. Oh man, all right, Book, I see you. Spirited Book gonna get the prediction right. Sylvanas gonna get onto Paul Belter's side. Solid work to get some additional pressure, and Book, you crashed the game.
Happens.
We're back.
Happens to the best of us, D'Lo. You know, sometimes you're just such a ball knower that you crash the game. That's what happened in game one that we first watched earlier in the day. We were like, oh, they're ending the game. We call it right here, right now. And the game just goes, bye. We'll see you later. Yeah, disappears. Gets Thanos snapped into a non-existence.
The Nuwa is where I'm looking at as a bit of a point of interest, and I know you
Yeah.
you have some strong opinions sometimes about whether a Nuwa could fit on this comp. Is this the case? Do you think that Nuwa succeeds, or does she struggle a bit in this water?
I'm kind of curious. I feel like into the matchup against the Agni, it can farm safely, but against a Thor, a Scylla that's dashing forward, to me, this Nuwa is just very out of place. It works in the sense of you're getting free damage on the backline, and you look at this composition and you have a lot of backline damage in terms of Daji going in. Apollo can dive in effectively too, and Nuwa can kind of support that dive, especially alongside the Sylvanas that can play forward, Osiris as well. So this entire composition wants to play forward. Nuwa is the one outlier, and I don't know, lately in Smite 2, it feels to me like these supportive kind of dive characters aren't as effective as maybe going for a dive character in total. Like the Apollo versus Rama conversation of Rama can go up to the sky and support the dive, but he's not diving with the team, and that kind of leads him to be abandoned at the end of the fight. And similar instance to this Nuwa, where she's going up to the sky, popping the ultimate, getting damage on the backline, sure, but then lands and is in trouble to the rest of the team of Single Bind.
And Osai for Paul Belter, and on her for Single Bind, and a semifinals for you guys as we hop into game here to see what goes down. First time we get a look at either of these teams on stream, and as we take a look at where each god's going, where each relic is snugly fitting into whose pockets. Anything surprising, you book?
Kaidon's build to me is going to be, I think, what we have to kind of pay most attention to this game. Because lately we've been seeing lots of proc builds, you know, the Chronos Pendant into Soul Reaver, and then an Obshard or Totem of Death in the mix. That has been the core build we've been seeing all day. Is that what Kaidon is going to go towards on this Nuwa? A character that really wants a lot of damage in sudden burst with that ultimate, but maybe going to go towards more of a spamming build, relying more on the Clay Soldiers and the Shining Metal as their damage tool, be more effective this game. As left-hand side, interesting position here from Aurora and Donut Doug. They're pushed up really far in the lane, just trying to look for a potential invade, but maybe not. Instead, both dual lanes deciding to go back to their own respective buffs.
Oh, I mean, like you said, Aurora the only one who's known to play the Scylla pick, so how does she do up against a Sylvanas and an Apollo? What should be her place in ensuring the team has success?
I feel like just playing forward, not allowing a Zapman, to really be effective in fights, just kind of in his face. Same against this Nuwa. Just right now, it's just, the clear lane. We clear lane, push the wave, and then take it easy. Aurora wants to hit level 5. Able to use that ult both aggressively and defensively. So look towards the Single Bind comp to just kind of chill out for a bit, farm it out. Do want to note, though, alongside the Scylla aspect, we see an on her aspect in the duo lane.
That's interesting.
Donut Doug rocking just a ton of attack speed. It means that his, passive pen isn't going to be there. But look at all that. No longer debuffs enemies, but dealing damage to the same enemy god increases the basic attacks. 100% bonus attack speed. Just a sudden burst of attack speed against this Osiris, against this Daji diving in, can be very effective to shred frontliners. Sunprod hunting here on Maswal, who is level 3, and so Sunprod has to respect this stun in this early game from the Agni.
Respect the stun from the Thor. Easy engage on a slipper. Kaidon on a milk carton. First blood to Lairs. Thor best god in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this to me is why I don't like Nuwan right now. She doesn't have the safety in this early game. She has the Clay Soldiers to self-peel, but against characters like Agni, like Thor, you need an on-command dash ready to go to avoid this CC, and Kaidon in this early game is going to need a lot of help, and we've already seen Sunprod's playstyle of, ganking this solo lane and really prioritizing his own farm. And actually, speaking of prioritizing his farm, he's looking for a potential 1v1 against Lairs at his back camps.
We'll see how this goes. Lairs does have Pry on level 5, but they'll need some more macro before they can get up to that. Dash back in from Sunprod, some claws in the back. Lairs knows they could be in trouble if Nuwan makes the rotation, so they're not looking for the fight any longer. I want to go back to your point about the on her. You have that aspect, right? And it makes so much sense when you consider what Single Bind have. tons of on-demand CC. I'm talking Sick'em, I'm talking Tectonic Rift, I'm talking Noxious Fumes, baby. So many stuns.
Ooh, Root does land from Bayonaire and the pull as well into Aurora, but it's not going to be enough damage just yet. And I agree with you, D'Lo. There's so much on-command CC. Donut Doug's one job this game is going to be to left-click.
It's a job that you're happy to commit to. Now, level 5's quite just yet across the board, but once we start to hit them, things do get scary, especially with this Thor, who now has crossed over that threshold. Clutch onto those pearls. Make sure you have your beads. You're going to need them.
See Sunprod hover over here, looking for the Firebrands. Level 5 versus level 4. Sunprod's going to have to probably give this one up, especially with Moswell rotating on over here, but just Snatty's presence so far is enough, but the wall connects.
Good damage. Look at that. Snatty's in so much trouble. Knocked up, brought down. Rimakami grabs the kill. The Fire Shards do Bub Kiss. And now Sunprod's in trouble too. The Anvil of Dawn's off the mark, but the wall is incoming, buddy. It's inevitable. Sure as death and taxes. But Lairs might not be able to get it. Doesn't find the double tap. Unfortunate. Few by Moswell on top of the PvE instead of the PvP. Cost them a kill.
We're trying to invade this purple buff now. This is what he can do on this character. Just be so safe, but also be a nuisance. Still has solid secure in this early game to out-secure Zapman, but look who's teleported on over. Sunprod in the area.
Do they find much off it is the question. Still not level 5, man. That powwow is so important to Adagi's game plan. You really need it to be fearsome.
Snatty forcing the ultimate out of Remakami. And speaking of characters that need ultimates, Remakami now a lot more vulnerable on this right-hand side, but I feel like Sunprod just being so far behind already in this early game is costing him a ton of tempo as Aurora
steps back in alongside the Thor. Forces off B. That's not going to save you, though, from the damage that still is capable of. Aurora going to try to turn the damage now back on top of the Apollo. This is Fury has been applied. Donut Doug. Only got a left click now, but a good TP from Sunprod. Once again, the Fox barely getting out by the tip of their last tail. But Single Bind going to have to just satisfy themselves with some farm.
We're starting to see this pressure of the early game that Single Bind have. They're able to aggress onto the dual lane, aggress into the enemy jungle. Lairs a 2-level lead. Sunprod still only level 4 here. Needs to find farm right now, or they're gonna fall too far behind to be relevant. Also want to note something kind of unrelated, but a little related and curious what the thought process is. Doug not going for the Devourer's Gauntlet here. First item, and again, I'm a little puzzled. I feel like with this passive pickup here of the aspect where it's just more attack speed, you could afford this kind of funky crit build of, you know, Devos, Demon Blade, or Rage into Deathbringer, kind of like the Jingwei build we see. And honestly, on her can go a similar style of build with the Jingwei, where you can maybe flavor in a Hydra's, use that Impale as a means to reset your Hydra's proc, and you'll have more attack speed because of your passive. So a little curious why Doug is leaning for an attack speed build when he's going to have a ton of attack speed with the aspect.
Oh my god, damage off from Aurora, but Donut Doug secures it. Zapman goes down, and Donut Doug, this time they've thrown an ability as well, but after that, all they had to do is click left.
Paul Belter really struggling now, just small mistakes. And Single Bind, ever since last month's circuit, where they were the team that just lost out to Clocked in the finals again. But for a while, it was Single Bind who weren't really an effective team. They kind of looked a little lost. They looked a little, you know, not themselves. But finals, they looked like the team to beat. They lost out to Clocked in 2-1, so it was a close series. But now here, fighting up against Paul Belter, a team that people heralded coming in as being the Clocked in defeater. The team that was looking good. The team that was looking like they would go to finals. And now all of a sudden it's Single Bind. They change out their jungler. It's Sino no longer in Lairs over in the jungle for this new team. A new pickup here. And Lairs looked really good last split, last circuit. He looked really effective in the jungle. On this character in particular, I feel like Lairs was so effective. Awelix as well. Want to give a shout out there as Lairs goes up to the sky.
See what they can grab. Single Bind. Force the bees out of Nuwa. Didn't even land the ultimate. Just the fear of Lairs alone was enough. Single Bind did grab that Gold Fury following that gank on top of Zapman, so making sure to make something of their small somethings to bigger somethings. 7 minutes, it's 3 kills to 0. A 2k gold lead the way of Single Bind. So Paul Belter, they're facing the rough question that we saw last time around with a full dive comp. What happens when your dive comp is behind?
Yeah, you really struggle, and you have to look to force plays like this. Moswell takes a bit of damage here, but Doug on the left-hand side and Aurora feeling so comfortable playing aggressive onto Zapman. This Apollo pick, man, I get it. It looks good. It's great for diving backline. As in mid lane.
Moswell in trouble. Flame Walk going to force out the PAL, allow some decent damage, and the chains apply to Moswell.
Beads.
They do have to beads to ensure safety. But the bomb's off the mark. That could have been the end of Sunprod. Once again, this Daji, always so close to death, but never quite getting punished hard enough. Osiris in the fog. Something in the mist, says Remikami. And they'll be able to punish them accordingly. Some basics to the back. Mid pad still up for contestation, but single bind do have the Rock's advantage.
Remikami just forcing out Snatty, does a ton of damage right now. Aurora dashing in, trying to find that route.
Whoa, Moswell finds the stun off the dash on in, and that noxious fumes. Snatty's going to go down in a midst of flame and smoke. Now it's Apollo in the sky. On her knocked up. Done once more, but the Aegis absorbed a lot of that damage. Gonna dug back beneath the pillar and the tower.
Oh,
Thor
no.
comes crashing on in. There's the CC chain. Baronary swimming in the big fish in the sky. Gonna dug. Gonna try to keep the pressure on moving. Aurora wrapping the backside as well. This does not end well for you, Zap, man. But an Aegis actually gonna save him for a bit longer. Aurora's not pleased with that. They finally finished the job, though Donut Dug is quite low. The Nuwa ult brings him down even lower. I don't think those Sun Prods got priority to get any kills from this fight. Lairs is still pretty healthy, but the wall is off the mark. So once again, Sun Prod's plot armor prevails. Donut Dog can't say the same. The Trickster Spirit dashes on in, and Honor gets put down.
Doug just doesn't respect that dash at all, and Sunprod getting dove. Has beads, though.
Finally will die for their troubles. Killing spree for Lairs. Sylvanas not going to be able to do too much, especially outside the confines of the tower. Nature's Grasp into its range is really their only play on the defensive end. But at the very least, you get something. You're on the board, but it certainly doesn't feel good to have everyone diving your tier 1. Same story for Snatty. Remikami grabs the free solo dolo.
Paul Belter, just this composition, man, is really struggling. You want to talk about good gods in the game right now? Thor, in my opinion, very good. But it's all this early game, right? All these characters can fight well in the early game. The Jormungandr, very strong. Thor, really strong. Scylla just doesn't really die. Agni can be effective once he hits level 5 and has access to that stun, so can always be effective throughout this game. And then on her, the best early game ADC, who gets pulled in.
Oh, gets a nice disperse. 2-man as well. Sylvanas taking some decent damage, forced a Phantom Shell. No mobility, no life, no friends, no hope. Baronary is dead once more. Oral goes on in, looking for the duo as well. Zapman cannot survive either. The 1-2 punch, single bind is devastating this duo.
Yeah, it's 10-1 in the kills right now, favoring single bind, and there's not a lot that Paul Belter can do about it. They have a Nuwa in the mid lane, a Daji who's down 2 levels, a Jormungandr who's soloing the Osiris on the other side. 10 minutes and 40 seconds in, and this is going to be the second Gold Fury for free, going the way of single bind, and Paul Belter needs to find an answer soon, or they are going to lay down, die, and lose this game and miss out on a chance to go to the finals here of our week 2 of this month's circuit. Pull lands, but doesn't lead to anything. Level 11 for the Scylla. She is hella tanky right now. Hard to deal with in this early game.
Got that Yogi's necklace, baby. Nothing to fear. Got it right out of mom's jewelry box. 11 minutes, 10-1. The 6,000 gold lead is really quite impressive, considering how little this game has passed. Paul Belter, if you were to look at the ideal play they can make next, how do they want to start their fights? Or do they just have to wait for single bind to come to them?
Yeah, I feel like they do have to force something soon, huh? Because you're just going to keep falling behind. I mean, this might be the best window. You have 2 items on the Daji, on the Nuwa. Zapman working towards that second items, but I think Zapman just needs to sit back and farm as Idon looking here, but he's in trouble now. Has to ult.
Has to land at some point, though. Aurora knows it. Prediction's off the mark, and how could be your chance?
Oh, hello.
I'm a monster. Actually cancels it a bit early just to try to find the dash, but the chains pull you back in. You needed that CC immunity. One more kill as Apollo joins on in. Does have the carpool as well. Sylvanas joins the fray. Moswell's dead, but Thor's in the sky. I don't know if they can rejoin this fight. Instead, look to take this Pyromancer, which single bind shall. So solid to get something for nothing. Lairs could now be in trouble as well. Good pull. Forces out the beads. The TP gets Lairs back to that tier 1. But Paul Belter find a solid play in mid.
Single bind dropped the ball a fair bit there, commit way too much to make that play, and try and make the play after workout. Ribikami has to teleport in, so he'll defend this tier 1 in mid. Paul Belter have to be a little careful they don't overstep here. Pyromancer does go the way of single bind, but still some important kills go the way of Paul Belter. And look at Snatty on the right-hand side, farming up that tier 1 tower damage. He'll take it down. More gold going the way of Paul Belter. They've cut this lead down a fair bit. It's still not favoring them, but they're finding some victories here and there, and that's punishing the mistakes of single bind.
Aurora canceling that ultimate was almost signing a death sentence upon themselves. Sunprod having the wherewithal to instantly take advantage was really smart. Good wall there. Comes in from layers. They look for the spin to win, but they won't find too much for their troubles. It is also worth noting the sneaky sustain of Paul Belter. Having that Sylvanas means that a battle of attrition does favor them thanks to those wisps.
Sure, and you actually see Sunprod hovering this left-hand side. Zap and Doug taking a bit of a 1v1 here, but Sunprod has arrived.
I don't think you know that the Batista bomb's waiting in the back line. The Trickster Spirit surely can follow them up, but this cat's now on a leash. Baby Gup now on a poster. Sylvanas dead, and here comes the Thor to back them up. Lands on top of Donut Doug instead when you really wanted to hit Sunprod, who returns the favor. Double kill in the mid lane for Mosswall, but Lairs could be in trouble instead. Some solid damage on top of the Thor, dives back in, but the tower still hurts, buddy. Now Sunprod might have handed on a silver bladder to Lairs. Zapman falls too. Rampage for Thor.
Lairs just absolutely cooking here on the Thor. Looks so comfortable. Mosswall between the towers. Just gonna walk away. Thought he might commit there onto Bayonary. Lovely play from Single Bind across the map. They only lose Doug on the
Whoa, big Sylv pull. Nearly took down Aurora. Look at that, escaping with a sliver. You know, sometimes you got to make sure that even though you support, you're still keeping yourself safe. Diving beneath that was really risky up against that tree.
Bayonary taking damage back now in mid lane as well. Again, to me, there is not enough mobility on the side of this Paul Belter composition. They don't have a lot of easy ways to gap close effectively. I mean, like, yeah, you have some good dashes. Zapman has a great dash. Sunprod has a great dash, but these are very committal dashes. I mean, Zapman's can be used for safety, but Kaidon, very immobile. Osiris has that ultimate for movement, sure, but again, after that, very immobile, is just going to be a damage sponge. And then you have Sylvanas, who has to use that pull for displacement to pull people towards you. Don't really want to be too far forward. You get punished. And speaking of punished, Snatty's over here on the left-hand side, trying to find Doug yet again, who doesn't have Aegis for another 30 seconds, but doesn't find it now. That's time where he could have spent, farming out. Just wasted as in mid lane. Sylvanas.
Oof, that is a lot of damage. Those yellow numbers ticking away. Fire not going to be able to burn down the tree just yet. So it's a Gold Fury instead is the call. Hollow. Maybe Privy? Can they do something about it? Ramakami's on the front lines.
No.
Try to dissuade them. Yala Flare comes out, but knowing is different than being able to do something in response. Mosswall dashes forward, stunned there from Thor. All this on-demand CC. Third Gold Fury the way of Single Bind, a kill on top of Zapman, and Sunprod stunned out. Now in the Palo, though, has safety, but can't find Mosswall. Instead has to satisfy themselves with the sun and run. But here comes the I'm a Monster. Can't find the mark, so instead turns towards the Sylvanas. Very least, Single Bind, grab the objective. It takes Zapman as well for charity.
Kaidon pushing down mid lane, got the tier 1 towers. See Snatty trying to solo this Pyromancer. Bayonary has to be careful he doesn't lead the members of Single Bind towards this objective, but Aurora wrapping around the backhand side, and they don't have an idea of it just yet.
Gulp. Here goes the sentry. Goes right back on in and does, I believe, go the way to Aurora. Solid steal coming out from the Scylla. Solid work there to show that I'm not just a support, buddy. I can also do my own damage.
There's just nothing going the way of Paul Belter. Outside of that one play in the mid lane where they kill 2 members, nothing has really gone their way. You kill Doug on left, but then you lose 2 members to Lairs, who's now 6-0-3 on this Thor. It is just unfortunate here for this team that they have struggled this much in this game, and a lot of it to me comes back to the draft and just allowing the early game composition that Single Bind have and being so heavily reliant on this late game idea here for Paul Belter, because Daji wants to be active in the early game. Once she hits level 5, you're looking to make plays and you have good damage in this early game, so go for it. Make these early game plays. Zap on as well. Once he hits level 5, he can play for dive alongside Daji. To me, this Nuwa just, it's really just sat back and let the game happen around her, and that's kind of how Nuwa has to play.
In trouble beneath the Powwow, but will die.
Okay.
After trying to escape thanks to those fire shards. The Naga Queen will go the way of single bind at the very least. Maybe not, actually. They backed off. World Serpent
they got
doesn't ensure that Rimakami can bail out. No, it was actually grabbed there by single bind. So big buff goes the way of the side of order. That feels solid at the very least. Did they leave the ritual, though? I think they did. Osiris just picks that one up. Nah, they just picked up the ritual, though, instead. I don't think they actually got the buff, but we'll see.
Oh, okay, no.
Nah,
They did get it.
And they're going to put it to good use. Osiris could be in trouble here. We'll find out just how good it feels to have intelligence and power on your side. Ouch!
Nope.
All 5% used to put Snatty at 0. Unstoppable here for Thor.
Yeah, I mean, a little overambitious there from Snatty. Didn't really know where Lairs was. Takes a spill there. You can see the goal graph, 9,000 favoring single bind. Just a continual, steady climb favoring this team. A team that has played, together in little mix matches for a long time now. Aurora has teamed with Moswell and Lairs in the past.
FG. Period. All right, Sylvanas is on the front lines at the very least. Nuwa as well.
Oh, they're giving.
Dual mobile gods. I don't know if they're just going to even try to contest. Just deciding to romp through the forest instead. Single bind. Get that buff on all 5. They're looking alive. Paul Belter in real rough shape. 19 minutes, 16-5, 10k gold lead the way of bind.
Lairs is just looking so comfortable. Oh, the pole!
But the beads there from the Thor were so well timed to ensure the Terra's Wrath couldn't knock them up. Urmakami eat some tower shots with their trouble. They want these tier 2s. They want to expose all these birds to the Ancient Fury's curse once it respawns.
Zap and Kaidon pushing down the left-hand side, and they do have an Apollo ultimate that can bail them out if they should so choose to do that, and they are doing it right now. They're rotating on over. Could look to pick off Doug in the mid lane, who's on his own.
Let's see. A great over-the-wall disperse. Instantly bails on Sunprod. Lairs can decide where they want to go in and on anyone. The Powwow forced out a stun, but Lairs is still in okay health. Fire Shards might change that, though. 1,000 cuts, not doing enough damage. The Fire Shards help take care, at the very least, of the on her. The Sunprod goes down shortly after. Rimakami dropped down to half, but still plenty of health to work with. Dwarven Plate has been popped, but so is Baby Gup. Baron Ares dead. And Thor's in the back line, taking care of Snatty. Apollo knocked up, but has the Aegis to try to ward off a bit of the damage. Will that be enough, though? Just so much on-demand CC to work with. A good Aegis, a better wall. Rimakami takes down Zapman.
Man, for a moment, it looks so good. Daji dashes in, and then you see the Apollo ultimate drop in the same place where Daji was landing, and on her jump to the other side of the wall, and you're just... Man, just not on the same page, I feel like, for Paul Belter. This team just looks very lost right now, and they're trying for these kind of individual plays here and there. But as a unit, they just don't look as comfortable right now, as Kaidon will take a spill to Aurora.
Oh, diving beneath the right side, Phoenix. Sunprod. Gotta try to get some damage off, but how? Maybe this is the way. 3v1 feels good. Snatty shuts down Rimakami. Mosswall lurks around the corner, but without that frontline snake, it might be a bit more difficult. First death on the board here for the Yorm.
Yeah, finally. A little overambitious there from Single Bind, just too far forward there. Really thought that they could get that bird, I guess, and overcommit a little bit too much, specifically Rimakami's health bar. And so Paul Belter, they can spend some time farming, but we are in territory of 10,000 gold favoring the composition of Single Bind. But look, Rimakami's dead. Go to gold. Zap's there. Sunprod's there. Everyone's on Pyromancer. And they just, I feel like, have been shell-shocked this entire game to the point where they don't feel comfortable even trying an objective, even attempting something. They're just trying to get the easy farm to get back into this game. Something that's, the waves, the neutral farm, just anything that's guaranteed for them.
I mean, what did you say earlier, Book? It's nothing scarier than a team that plays with confidence, defiance in the face of experience and hardened battle tactics. But right now, Paul Belter, like you said, might be a bit worse for wear in terms of the mentals. Sunprod's got this dodgy, but hasn't been able to feel good on it. 3 levels below their counterpart. Gold Fury attempted. Gold Fury rejected. Donut Doug backs to base to spend what they've got in their pockets.
Yeah, can't solo that one down right now and is going to back to base. And I feel like Aurora could have rotated on over, but why not just send Aurora to go farm player damage in the enemy jungle? I mean, yeah, just go be a nuisance. That's Aurora's job, is to walk at people and say, hey, look at me. Hey, look at me. Don't go farming. Go come hit me. Look at me.
They'll oblige.
I'm fine, though. I have a
Sunprod.
dash.
Well, hold on a second. That might change momentarily. I'm a monster. It does do solid damage, but they're sacrificing their own life for it. Aurora puts themselves on the charts instead. Jonah Doug, though, counters it with a kill on Snatty and Zapman. So whatever they get is doubled back by Single Bind. Every kill is going to be absolutely matched and raised. Single Bind take the better trade.
Look, Snatty's just dead there. Just give up your soul laner there, Zap. You got to spend time farming here. Get these items online. And Zap just goes in and takes a spill as well. There's 4 people there. You're not winning this 2v4 when you're behind this far. And Paul Belter, again, they find a victory. They kill the support, but you lose 2 members in trade. Gold Fury available. That's where Single Bind go. They'll look to finally take this objective that Doug attempted to solo earlier, realized he couldn't, and has backup to help him this time.
There's a lesson in that. There's a moral to this story. Friendship.
Oh, yeah.
Allows you to kill giant bird harpy ladies. That Gold Fury in pocket. All 3 pips are already assured, but does mean the next Fury will be an ancient one. 24 minutes. Single Bind have 23 kills in their pocket. Paul Belter only 8. 12,000 the way of Single Bind as well. So the issue is just book what you talked about before. What happens when a dive comp can't do that? It's like the little engine that could, but it's the dive comp that can't.
And this is the idea behind Thor of why he's so strong and so prevalent. Even the last game when Valo's team is behind, Valo is still relevant. Daji from behind isn't very relevant. Osiris without the tankiness isn't very relevant. Nuwa from behind tickles. There's nothing that this composition can really do from behind. Versus the other side, Agni will always provide a stun. Scylla will always be tanky and provide CC off that route and have safety and security. On her, just effective in the early game, so he doesn't really play into this whole conversation right now. Because he'll always just be ahead. Jormungandr will always have the knock-up and the knock-ups from his ultimate, the slow field, the AoE space control. To me, Smite 2 is a game of how much easier the game is to play and how much easier you make the game... Sorry, how easy you make the game to play for yourself. Something along those lines. I probably could word it better, but we're yapping about this game right now. We've been going on for a while now, and I'm not even going to attempt it. But Single Bind, they're going to attempt this Fire Giant, and it's just a Nuwa right now, and Osiris nearby that can attempt to steal. Zaps in left.
Well, they got a Pyromancer at the very least, so that makes it certainly easier. Fire Shards come through. Osiris steps up and instantly takes a stun to the face. Lord of the Afterlife going to eat the Aegis off of Donut Doug, but the damage that they've got still is something to speak for. The leap away from the tethers, and the Thorald's off the mark. Snatty's still alive. Yorm's got to enter the ultimate, and now the fight's starting to spill into chaos. Aurora's low. Chained up. Donut Doug gets put on a poster. Snatty's dead. What? Aurora's done. Sunprod's starting to find comebacks. Baronary goes down to Remikami, but it's a 2 for 2, and Rem and Lairs are super low. Sunprod can look for more. Cuts down the snake to size, but they're still inside the pools. At the end of the day, the only ones that stand alive just...
3 for 3 at the end of the day, and the mid pad is up. Sunprod needs to back now. I feel like you need to get a back off. You need to be able to get this mid pad soon. Instead, he's just using it to buy time, farm, but no, he will get a back off. Maybe worried about Lairs having access to that ultimate. He's got a ton of CDR in the build. And so for now, Paul Belter will cede this mid pad, but I feel like they want to contest this as Sunprod is teleporting back to that mid tier 2. Moswell in the area. Beads available for Moswell, but no beads for Lairs. Look to Sunprod, no ultimate as well, so he can't really punish that relic being down. And so Paul Belter will take the win where they do. They defend the Fire Giant. They lose 3 members, but they kill 3 members. And so I think if you're Paul Belter, yeah, you're calling that a win. You stall the game. You keep farming out. You're getting your builds online. And you look at that gold graph. It's still 10,000 gold, but that climb that we've been seeing, it's not going up anymore. It's just kind of stagnated there. It's a line now at this point.
And as the game goes on, 10,000 means less and less. Credit to Sunprod. Played that beautifully. That powwow caused so much devastation and really threw quite a wrench in the plans. Not only is it just annoying for the CC, but it puts Daji on a pedestal. You cannot touch her. Single Bind say, all right, Let it ride! Run it again! Phantom Shell forced off by the Fire Shards.
Oh,
Huge value there
okay.
for the new Wah to have that relic down. The wind sprite over the wall, though. They're going to try to isolate her now, knowing that she's got no safety cards. Rampage from Oswald, but the Powwow is the response. Chained up in the sky. Lairs goes down. It's a 1-for-1. Cersei Sextone from Aurora to try to take down the Syl. Remikami as well. The front line's been devastated. 2-for-2 so far. Can they take down this Daji, this Trickster Spirit? No, she's gone. Headed for the hills. Zapman tries to counter that pressure back on Aurora. They might have met their maker. They might have met their match. Aurora hesitant to continue to pursue.
2-for-2 again. You're okay with that if you're Paul Belter. You got to make sure you don't lose Snatty, though, who takes a ton of damage to Moswall in the back and the side of the jungle. So Paul Belter, they don't lose anything too crazy. You can give this tier 2 tower. They try to position like they want to defend, but I think ultimately they will cede this. And they got to be a little bit careful. They don't lose more, and they don't lose any more health bars. And honestly, any more crazy plays. Fire Giant's still available for both teams.
Single bind. Being held at a plateau. Paul Belter seemed to have reached their limit. At the very least of taking the nonsense a single bind are trying to dish out. So now Paul Belter can maybe start to look for their game plan. Maybe can start to make some money moves of their own. For me, part of the key is going to be a Sylvanas that's actually allowed to stay alive for longer than 5 seconds. Baronary needs to hit some higher levels. Those items up, too.
We do see both ADCs on this left-hand side, and I feel like Doug would feel very comfortable. He wants to go for a 1v1, but ultimately backs off. And I feel like Zapman is starting to get to a point where he can be effective in fights. I mean, we saw him dive last time around, was able to clean up the fight a little bit, ended up dying towards the tail end, but still, now in this next past fight has done well as again. And look towards Sunprod, look towards, I feel like Kaidon needs to stop dying at the start of every fight, not positioned with the team on his own, and then single bind bait Kaidon to walk forward into the jungle, and then they wind sprite on top of him and kill him. Kaidon just needs to be grouped with the team, and this is a couple times now that Kaidon hasn't done that. It needs to be doing that because it's costing him his life every single fight.
Yeah, man. They saw the fire shards go up and they said, all right, kill that guy. They succeeded with flying colors. Pyromancer is going to be looked at, but once again, thought better of. Single bind, really want the fight. Snatty's pretty poked out, so they have means to do so. Zapman's over in left lane trying to split push down this tier 2. Has ultimate pocket, so they can rejoin the fight at a moment's notice, but there will be some travel time. And Honor, actually, going to try to cut off their path. Does not want to let them get any structures for free. Pyromancer goes down to single bind.
But Zapman can rotate on over to this Fire Giant. And do you want to know, I feel like Paul Belter, with this split pushing idea here, Zap's rotation doesn't mean Paul Belter can pull the Fire Giant. I think that is the issue. I think what they're trying to do is stall this game out even more. Kind of like what they've been doing with these 3-for-3s, 2-for-2s. You just keep stalling the game, keep focusing on getting back into the game as pull off the mark from Bayaneri there. But you could see what the idea here is. They're trying to fish for a pull onto a backliner, put them in a bad spot.
Lairs looking for these tectonic rifts. And Baronary looking for these nature's grasps. One is more easy to hit than the other, though. So I do imagine a single bind. If they find a stun on a solid target, they will just all in, pull the ripcord, try to 100-0 them with fidelity. 31 minutes. 1 minute and a half left for the EFGs in the game. Fire shards, just to back Sunprod up with a bit of extra damage, though it's not doing too much to Lairs, truth be told. But honestly, if Paul Belter do push it to 33 minutes, then that's A-okay, because then Single Bind have to win a major fight or toss a major coin 50-50 flip in order to grab the OBJ.
We're seeing why I want Kaidon to group with the team, because that damage that he's going to provide isn't in that ultimate. It's going to be in the abilities, the Clay Soldiers and Shining Metal afterwards. He's not built for this true burst damage potential onto backliners. It's more in these ability combos, as Snatty is walking forward here, trying to contest with the Spirit Flail. Does get them off for a moment, and that'll be all for now. Single Bind don't feel comfortable continuing that objective pull. I'm kind of surprised by that.
They're respecting Paul Belter, who've been really starting to pull these last few fights with some grace, with some pressure being applied here. No longer do they look... Are they the meek? They will inherit the earth after all. So saith the gospel of God, the gospel of John. And yeah, I've read the holy texts. What of it?
It's like saying GIF instead of GIF, but there's a G there, right? You know, it's just not meant
Fun
to be.
fact for the folks
not meant
at
to
home.
be D'Lo. Yeah. I mean, look, 32 minutes in, and I'm curious if we can see the graph real quick, Jithens. I really want to see that line again.
Jithens!
I want to see that line because I'm curious if it's gotten any more out of hand. Yeah, still 10,000. Still 10,000. Look at that line. It's just a straight line, and there's little bumps in the road, sure, but there's no potholes. There's no hills you have to climb. It's still just 10,000. And Paul Belter, yeah, it's a pretty crazy hill they have to still climb, but it's not getting any worse as Lairs on the left-hand side looking for Sun Prod. Gets him low.
This could be trouble. Decent damage being applied to Sun. Forced to powwow away. Lairs kept that ultimate in pocket, though. Didn't want to play their hand too heavily. But again, the issue is, unless you find a kill on top of Snatty here, maybe, can't get that EFG. Flame Wave's off the mark. Everyone's just throwing abilities to the wind. Single Bind gonna have to hop back. They don't seem too upset about it. They could look to Pyromancer instead.
At some point, Single Bind just have to rip the FG and go for the 50-50. It's not even a 50-50 at this point.
What?
You have 4 Pyro Bombs in hand, ready to go.
Wow.
And you
That
just
is
have
a lot.
to go for it. EFG on
Get
the
ready
cards.
for the fireworks
it's gonna be
show.
hard to do, but
4th of
not
July
here.
come early, folks. Fire Shards to start things off, and finally Zapman takes the trip on over, but this is a decent Terra's Wrath. Donut Dugdo pays them back. Baronary grabs their death, and Single Bind grabs the EFG. Snatty's dead as well, and all fired up. I don't think this Daji's got much of a lease on life. Great disperse. Mosswall takes the kill. Thor ascends to the sky, crashes back down. Kaidon, you don't think we forgot about you, did we? Invisibility won't save you for long, pal. Let's take a look at Zapman first, though. Zapped right on back to base. Deicide for a Single Bind. Paul belted back out of the bracket.
Single Bind, just make the call. Finally, we got 4 Pyro Bombs. Just do it. Just hit the objective and we'll secure it. We'll get it. I mean, just so much damage in such a small space. You time it correctly and that thing goes boom. And Single Bind, they'll head to the finals. Again, a team that's looking really good right now, feeling confident. And what a way to win it as well. Just stomping Paul Belter for most of that game. And while they did fight back, still just all the way up for Single Bind.
You called out the 4 bombs. I saw in their inventory they had none left. They made sure to put those explosives to use. Bomb Squad was nowhere to be found. Rough stuff there if you're a fan of our friends on Paul Belter. Though nonetheless, they still gave it their all. They had moments that shined. If you were to look back at that game and give one piece of advice for how Paul Belter could change the timeline, what would it be?
Don't pick Nuwa.
It's pretty simple, honestly. Easy to follow, guys. That god does not exist. Keep it out of your minds. Keep it out of your hearts.
Yeah, I think to elaborate a little bit more, because, yeah, I'll, give it a whirl. Nuwa, just no real presence in the mid lane. Needs to spend a lot of time farming it out, getting items online. And right now, I feel like mid laners have to be not active at level 1, but be effective in the early game. And we see Moswell on this Agni able to kind of just make plays, push the lane, then rotate out and look for these stuns, look for it to be, effective in fights. Sunprod on this Daji needs a little help in this early game because Thor on the other side can be effective at all stages of the game. He is that CC monster that also provides a lot of damage. Already here, just 12 minutes in, he's 3-0-3. So effective on this character. It's so hard for Paul Belter and the composition that they've drafted for themselves to deal with what's on the other side.
Just feels like when those first couple kills happened before Sunprod hit level 5, that's where I was starting to get scared. But this play right here,
Yeah.
Lairs turning the table, right? Sunprod overplaying their hand, thinking they had it all figured out. I'm only 1 level down. I can dive this tower easy peasy. There's no minions, you silly goose. And Lairs says, I'll take that, and I'll take your Zapman too. Easy double, and just kept the damage on going. These Thors today have really not stopped eating.
Hey man, what have I said? What have I said, D'Lo? I think he's a pretty good character right now in the game. I think you could do a lot with him, and every time we've seen him today, these players have been doing a lot with this character. I feel like Thor might have to start becoming the priority in the picks and bans column in particular. There's certain junglers I think Lairs is specifically as well, one of those junglers you can't give this character over to. Like it's so effective to be active in the early game, the mid game, multiple ways to engage fights, to soft engage fights, pull beads, use the wall as a means to stop people from walking in certain directions, area deniability. Like, he provides so much. And with this aspect as well, the slow on top of it to allow your carries to do more damage to the person in front of you. It's just such a strong, I would argue at times, overbloated character that has so much in his kit.
I like to throw some credit as well to Ramakami. I feel like Jormungandr always has a very understated performance, partially because their abilities aren't very flashy. You know, they hawk a loogie, they tunnel a little bit, they become a big snake. That's about it. Ramakami did some really solid zoning work, some really solid damage, some great disruption as well on those knockups.
Agreed.
Like you see right here, man, just harassing, haranguing, doing what they're supposed to do. Credit there to the solo. They deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of credit to Ramakami for sure. I mean, this build that he's gone for as well, very effective. I feel like we're seeing a lot of Soul Reaver today on these Soul Laners and on these supports as well, using this item to just be effective, be a nuisance, be annoying, have a little bit of bonus free damage as well in fights. I feel like Aurora should have maybe looked at picking that item up as well, but I think Aurora just really wanted to focus on being tanky. And shout outs to Moswell as well. I feel like an unsung hero. 36k on this Agni, just pumping bombs over the wall, doing damage, playing for that CC setup with the stuns. Very effective game for Moswell so far. And gonna look towards Moswell to see if we can keep on going, because we're not done with single bind just yet.
No, we are not. Grand finals coming up just to big guys. No more single elim nonsense. It's gonna be good old best of 3 action. Vault bans incoming. Just stick around after the break. More Smite Prime after this. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime May Circuit Week 2. The peak, the pinnacle, Grand Finals is here. It's arrived, and we cannot wait to hop in. D'Lo, here behind the mic. Spirited Book, right by my side in the booth. Tess, your almighty eye in the sky, right alongside Musy. Jithin's behind the curtain, of course. And Prizing, right behind this curtain. Wah!
Nice.
Look at that.
That was, yeah, well timed, D'Lo. Well timed.
7K. That's a lot. It's a lot of
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of I'm trying to think of other fast and casual. I was gonna say 5 guys, but you know what, honestly, low key their prices have gotten a bit ridiculous. And pizza as well. We need to talk about that later. Anywho, Art Shop. That's a better spending of your money, including that Horus tumbler. Yeah. Bracket coming up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, why not? I mean, this is how our two teams have gotten here, obviously, through the day. I mean, shout outs to Single Bind. A fairly solid run here as well. Once again, facing off against the now overtime, once upon a time clocked in roster in the finals. These two teams have faced each other a lot over these past couple of months. But for the first time, I feel like this is the first time we've seen these two teams face off under these new rosters. Lairs on Single Bind now, and now a different mid laner, Benny Q, on the side of overtime. Going to be interesting to see how this changes the dynamic between these two teams.
Well, one thing that also changed the dynamic of the set in general is the fact that we now got vault bans, baby. Best of 3 means for us that once a god is played, it is locked in the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. Bans, however, do not apply. So if you want to ban a Daji for the set, you got to ban her every single game. So if one person plays Thor, which is probably going to happen, they're gone for games 2 and the potential game 3. So watch out for that, folks. This is going to be interesting. What happens when you can't use a Thor?
You got to play something else. Tagveer's got to play a Tsukiyomi or something else has got to be prioritized. I know, right? Once he's gone, you got to play something else, D'Lo. That's just how our vault bans work.
Tragic. P's and B's coming up, so we'll see how it all ends up shaking out. But so far, it's been kind of the same tale as old as time. Zerb, Daji, Jingwei, they're probably all going.
Yep. And I do want to note Single Bind, obviously, on the Chaos side, so they have second pick. They are the ones that have to really ban out all these kind of, prime characters, the Jingwei, the Cerberus, maybe even the Thor this time around. Do you want to know, the Thor has been very successful today in the jungle, and Tegvir hasn't really shown that he's a big Thor player. No, but already you could see they're saying, Lairs, you just had that crazy performance. You're not getting this character again. And I think this is really, really smart here by Overtime, just not allowing that character go through.
I feel like we might see a Serb get snuck through. I'm curious. Overtime. Do still have one band left. Kali's still available. Discordia has not been looked at yet. I'm sure Overtime would love to get that for Benny Q. I could see that being a first slot match.
Maybe. I am curious. Again, Benny Q to me is one of those players that's more likely to play some of the more troll picks, the Atlas mid that we saw earlier today. And it was effective. It was a tough game, but they got the win in the end. And I actually like this ban a little bit more, this Agni ban. Moswell is not the most comfortable on some certain characters. And the characters he's most comfortable on are characters like the Agni, like the Merlin. And yeah, Serb is available, but instead it's the Medusa snatch away here. I like this. Doug, as a player recently, has shown that it's Jingwei Medusa as the hierarchy, and now he's got to play something else.
Cerberus is the counter. We still have other really good gods available. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Disco slotted in here. It's Tsukiyomi instead. Trying to take that away from Tegvir. But we saw what can happen before. If you don't utilize this god correctly, you can find yourselves stuck up the creek with no dive. Discordia is going to be locked in for Benny-Q.
I like this idea from Single Bind, though, because, you know, an older concept that I used to preach was the idea of beads versus Aegis. When do you go which relic? And these two characters of Cerberus, Tsukiyomi, force that crisis here on the side of Overtime where they have to make a decision for their carries. Am I going to go beads or am I going to go Aegis? If I go beads, I can avoid the Cerb ultimate, but I can't avoid the Tsukiyomi ultimate. If I go Aegis, I can avoid the Tsukiyomi ultimate, but I'm getting CC'd for high heavens, and then I'm taking a ton of damage to this Merlin, which I mentioned is Moswell's other better character once Agni's taken away. Ooh, hello.
Ishtar, okay. Jormungandr for Overtime, so Ramakami not going to have that one back in their favor. Ishtar being locked in here. CC Immune Ultimates on top of CC Immune Ultimates.
Yep.
For Overtime, that's going to be even more useful. That might make that decision between the Aegis and the beads a bit easier because you don't need to worry quite as much about a predictable Stygian Torment if you get Petrifying Gaze in response, but Ishtar is going to force that question again because those Blades of Retribution get that stun if they come back on the way in.
I like this idea here for Single Bind. I do worry a little bit about their CC or lack thereof. I think Cerberus stun is a little too conditional, but the Ishtar follow-up CC is very nice. Kind of similar to the Charon we saw earlier in the day where it's not the engage CC, it's the follow-up CC. And so Single Bind can play for this lockdown down style off of Cerb ultimates where once you pick someone up, drop them in place, Ishtar CC to keep them locked in place. And then you have the damage between this Merlin and this Tsukiyomi. Not a ton of CC lockdown, but the damage will cut down people in front of you once they get locked down. Again, to me, pick a soul laner with good CC here. Artio fits the bill. This is a great composition for Single Bind.
Overtime have the Ganesh and the Hoi. Now, that's a lot of lockdown as well.
Yeah.
They have the remove obstacles, single target, stun, knock up. Same kind of thing with Medusa and the Lacerate. So they can really do a good job at keeping someone in place and erasing them. I'm curious if this is what we like to call, in our side of things, the evil Ganesh, as Musi has coined it, which is that aspect Ganesh that uses Ansile in order to actually still get the silence off of that Ohm. I see you shaking your head. I've seen it do numbers.
Yeah. To me, it's more so how it works in this composition. As we'll get to see how it works in this game, in this composition. As Overtime and Single Bind, they'll go at each other here in game number 1 of our week 2 finals. And to me,
dang it
makes sense for Happen. Why go Aspect when you could just have on-command silence against Cerberus to disrupt that too? Just easily deny a lot of the damage from the Cerberus. Even Cerberus dashing forward or blinking forward and then trying to pop that ultimate, that combo can be silenced before he can even use it if Happen is ready for it.
Maybe because it's funny book?
You know what? You're right, D'Lo. My bad. I'm throwing everything out the window. what's the point of analyzing if just it's fun, it's
Oh,
funny.
they're remaking lobby to do it. Remake the lobby, guys, quick. It was a mistake happened. Tell me it was a mistake, please.
It was a misinput.
You.
It was a misinput, D'Lo. Calm down.
I meant to do aspect. All right, but hold on. You're actually making a really good point. Not only for like Ghastly Breath channel, Kasari Gamma channel, the Merlin Flame channel. How many abilities actually get completely shut down by an easy ohm silence? So I'm convinced. You made a very fair point. Guys, don't remake the lobby. Resume the game. Yes, RDO root as well. Holy. So many things that actually get completely shut down by one single ohm.
Yeah, I also think it's important to note the AoE, CC, and lockdown potential between this Ganesh and specifically the Hui Yi as well. These two ultimates layered on top of each other used to be the duo lane of death for a long, long time, where as soon as you hit level 5, just both of you drop that ultimate, you're getting slowed, and once you try and escape, you're taking a ton of damage and getting slowed even more, and there's nothing you can do about it. And there's no way for this Ishtar to get away over that slow wall without taking a ton of damage, without taking a bunch of CC in the process of doing so. Also want to note this Hui wall is great to deal with this Ishtar dash in general. There's no real way for her to escape effectively, and I do worry for Donut Doug a fair bit on this character when I talk about Ishtar and how she needs to play in Smite. She needs tools around her to be effective, and when I look at this composition, to me, the most supportive tool for this RDO is this Ishtar is the RDO over in the soul lane. And this Cerberus wants to dive. Like, I don't know. I worry a little bit too much for this this Ishtar.
And your best buddy is a pen pal on the other side of the coast. It's going to make things tough until the fights coalesce, until the game narrows its focus a bit more. Particularly the relics. You talked about how there's that forced decision between the beads and the Aegis. How do you think Overtime have done in deciding which one to go?
Beads on Discordia, beads on Medusa, Aegis on Tegfear. I kind of like this idea. I think beads becomes a little bit better than Aegis when you kind of have to make this decision, because you're not dealing damage when you pop the Aegis. At the very least, when you pop beads, you can do some return damage. And there is a window for these two carries to deal damage before they die to Tsukiyomi ultimate across the way. So I think both these two carries have made the correct decision. To me, maybe Hydrogen could have went for the Aegis, as he's got a CC immune ultimate, as Doug taking a ton of damage
here for Happen. A lot of shotgun spreads right into Happen's backside. It's the first blood going the way of single bind. Why not make it double? Hydrogen out of air. 2 kills now, the way of chaos.
That is insane here. I mean, we haven't even gotten to touch on it yet. Doug has gone for this aspect on Ishtar where those auto attacks are shorter range, sure, but they're just always in that shotgun form. So you always have a little bit more spread AoE damage in these early game fights, and is just able to run down Hydrogen and Happen already. And it's going to net them this neutral purple buff unless Happen has something to say about it.
Let's see what the neutral farm goes. I think that was confirmed by single bind. I can't quite tell. No one decided to pick up the buff.
I think so too, yeah.
Said they just wanted the EXP instead. I respect it. So Ishtar, 2 kills in pocket. She's already huge, literally. Her game model is massive, but now she's starting to get massive physically and as well as figuratively.
And has that gilded arrow as well. We've been seeing it all day today, and for good reason. It just allows you to accelerate your gold in this early game when you're focused on last hitting. And Doug, though, hasn't really been focused on last hitting a whole bit, has been more so focused on just these auto attack builds, going towards the Lunarian Bow first item, then into more auto attack focused items, not really leaning on crit a whole lot. So curious to see if he'll go towards, already not going towards the Devourer's Gauntlet as well, just focused on being effective as early as possible. Hydrogen.
Wow, good jolt, great damage, but the silence does cut off the Ghastly Breath. Remove obstacles, gonna not do too much since Hydrogen was not really in a place to follow up the Hui Yi. Makes a different story. Single bind
Tegfear.
I don't think they are. Tegfear certainly makes their presence known, but the ricochet is off the mark, so Donut Doug can jump for joy. They're safe.
Is able to walk away to safety with their life intact, and that is something we've kind of seen earlier in the day and last night, is once you get a kill, and once you kind of get yourself off to a good start, don't make any kind of crazy fancy plays and give away any shutdowns. You want to keep that lead favoring you. And so single bind now have to play really safe on this left-hand side. Yeah, you can still continue to be aggressive, but don't throw away this early lead that you've gotten for yourself.
Let's see if we can keep the pressure going. If they keep getting kills in duo, I see a free Gold Fury in their future. Medusa does hit the back, though. She was under some pressure. First wave of Firebrand's going to go the way of single bind. Solid. They're making sure that their pressure on the left side is not going to be unequalized on the right.
I mean, that just comes down to the fact that it's just Aurora and Doug that were able to work together to get those 2 kills on the left-hand side. They didn't need Lairs. They didn't need Remakami with a crazy rotation. They didn't even need Moswall. They themselves just got themselves that lead, and it's netted them now another purple buff invade, which they're using to continue snowballing as much as possible. Level 5 versus level 4s. And so there's no world Hydrogen and Happen can try and contest invading the enemy purple buff. They just have to take their time, settle for this gold camp on the left-hand side. This has enabled Lairs to play aggressive on the right. Gets pressure with the help of Remakami, pushes out the lane, then rotates to the Firebrands, that neutral camp that we used to pay a little bit more attention to, a little less as of late because of some recent changes in terms of how much experience and gold those camps gave, but still important for this early game and getting this neutral farm online. You want to note, though, Tegvir, again, hovering to this left-hand side, knows how important it's going to be to get his duo lane back in this game.
The speed buff is a good chance for Tegvir to go in. They have the Suns. Pillars are dropped down, and the Blades of Retribution are out. On the recall, does it find the stun? Finds good damage, but knock up from the Hoi. The Scepter of Dominion.
Tegvir.
That was a different purple buff. It's going to be Aurora instead. Knocked up, brought down. There comes the Piercing Moonlight. Has one on Tegvir, so they're Dunsky. Lairs finds a second on top of Happen. Hydrogen might make for a third. Pre-beats the Kasari Gamma, but do they have the Dark Moon Shuriken to finish the job? They're stepping up like they do. Lairs trying to find it. And finds the skill shot. An amazing, precise, right down the middle, between the eyes. Lairs gets the triple. And that's going to be all they need for single bind.
What a play from Lairs. Huge. And now they're going to get the Gold Fury as well with Moswell's rotation in. They have a Merlin for this early game objective damage. Only Benny Q on the way to try and contest. Apple off the mark. First gold goes the way of single bind.
Nice, dude. This dual lane, this time they did need the Divine Intervention after an unfortunate slip-up results in some deaths, but they pay them back threefold. Single bind, 5 minutes in, 5 kills. And yeah, that is pretty gosh darn solid.
Right-hand side, we can see Karmic hovering for those Firebrands. I believe he was the ones to get them and has to commit the ultimate as well. I feel like there's no real threat there. You can see his HP bar is well above half. Maybe just didn't want to take any extra damage. Wants to get it off early so that when those Firebrands do respawn, that he will have that ultimate available to him. You can see Remakami bullying out Karmic as well for now. And so doing a good job over here on the right-hand side. Despite all the action on the left, I feel like Remakami has still done a good job of pushing out Karmic and making sure that he can at least try to contest those Firebrands as left-hand side.
Ooh, great stun there off the jolt. Blades of Retribution and Stygian Torments, all Donut Doug needs to make a meal out of this Ganesh. 6 for single bind now.
Happen got one button off there, his dash, and it still couldn't use anything else afterwards. Can't get in the silence because he's getting CC'd by everything on the side of single bind. Tegvir has arrived to defend this purple buff. So has Benny Q. That's a heavy commitment to the left, but it doesn't seem like single bind can look for anything on the right to punch that rotation.
Yeah, no flame brands up quite just yet, though the mid-pad fight could be an interesting point of contestation. Let's take a look at another lane, because left lane, single bind have got that. It's a bit of a wash at the moment for overtime, but the mid's interesting. And even more so with this Discordia and Merlin duking it out at 10 paces. Happen goes in and pays for it. Mosswall could be in trouble beneath the Suns, though. They'll get burned. Benny Q gets a kill on top of the Merlin. Finds the Hysteria route as well, but I don't know if they can keep the pressure, especially with Cerberus joining the fray. Aurora gets the stun off, but Tegvir is pacing, or Lairs rather, pacing very far behind. Now the World Serpent joins the fray as well and blocks off the escape path here for the Serb. Lairs goes down, courtesy of the rotating for Yorm. Tegvir shuts them down. Aurora's dead too. All of a sudden, overtime have all the momentum, and this could be trouble for Rem.
Single bind just committing way too much in mid, and now Remakami going to take a spill. Hydrogen with the rotation of the Sentry here to get his team back in the game. It's going to cost him a lot of farm. Dug up 2 levels, gonna take the tier 1. But honestly, he's screaming worth. He knows how important that play is for his team. They kill Remakami, they kill Aurora, they kill Moswell, and they kill Lairs. Big kills at this stage of the game. And now you don't feel like it's the end of the world. And honestly, Doug doesn't even get the tier 1 on the left. Hydrogen gets up in time to answer. And so that's standing gold available to Doug to take whenever he wants to, but he just doesn't have it right now.
The mid lane seems to be where Overtime might have found their stride. But can they keep it up? Single Bind do not want to let go of the pressure. But losing layers like that is really frustrating, man. That shutdown is pretty gosh darn massive. So is that damage, though, on top of Tagveer. You know, the Cerberus wanted to follow it up, but they were rooted in place. Some solid peel coming out from Overtime to bail out the jungle.
Doug has gone for a very interesting build here. I mentioned how Devour's Gauntlet is so important on ADCs right now, but has gone for the attack speed build, which is Lunarians into Avenging Blade, an item we're seeing a lot more as of late. It's just a better executioner, and that's an item we saw for a long time on ADCs in both Smite 1 and Smite 2 respectively. But Avenging Blade is kind of the next best thing. Debuff that god for 3.5% of their protections, and it stacks up to 3 times. That's a good chunk of protections just taken away from your opponent over time as you're auto-attacking them. And it stacks up twice as effective in the jungle. So one auto-attack will take away, what, 7% of their protections, if my math is correct?
We have Honor at home. But the Honor at home is actually better than the Honor in the game, so why even bother? Avenging Blade, ladies and gentlemen. Get yours today. Some damage on top of a roar, maybe. Forced to Soul Expulsion. A leap away.
He's just
Hysteria. Quickly just sidestep. But the Apple not going to find the mark on anyone. Might at least get a kill on Aurora. The Gold Fury, though, is already in Single Bind's pockets. Tagveer's off the mark with the Ricochet. But Hydrogen finds the auto to put down the Serb. Sarigama to try to evade the Hoi incoming, but the Suns block their path. Piercing Moonlight finds decent damage, but Lairs will go down to Benny Q. Just had no backup. Now Donut Dog has no choice but to face the music, face the petrifying gaze. Hydrogen, can they stay alive is the question. Moswell's only got autos, and it's not going to be enough. Instead, it's Tagveer, who goes down, sacrificed their life, stepped in front of the bullet for their friend Hydrogen.
They got the gold, then you just got to get out. I feel like there's a miscommunication from Single Bind where Lairs thought he had a wind sprite, but Moswell had already taken it. Lairs is just trying to throw out some poke damage on his way out, turns around, realizes there's no wind sprite, and then just has to start walking away. And I feel like at that point, Moswell and Doug just need to cut their losses and leave. They do kill Tagveer, but he's not the target right now. It's got to be Hydrogen. And still, this Medusa is just kind of doing whatever she wants in these fights, able to do good work there and survive at the tail end. And yeah, you get the gold, but you could have gotten out with such a big lead at this stage, and now you're just giving it away. And now Aurora's in trouble. Aurora has to try and play defensively here, as I think we've lost Dila for a moment, but he's already dead. Tagveer cleans up that one. Now, all of a sudden, Single Bind in a very precarious situation as Tagveer dashing aggressively here. Looking for more, but Single Bind respect the damage in the CC on the side of Overtime in this moment, and they'll back off. They have Pyromancer available to them, but instead, Dilo?
We're back. I'm back from the afterlife. My apologies. But luckily, Overtime are also back in the game. Man, you know, I got to say, I was talking to Lairs there after that last fight. He says, wait for game 2. It's going to get way better. But no, Single Bind can still certainly come back into things, especially with that Pyromancer in their pockets. Now they can retain the gold lead back on their side, but Overtime have certainly fought back. That early looked so good for Single Bind, Book. What's gone wrong? Why are Overtime now finding their own momentum?
They're just giving kills that they don't need to be giving away, and they're overstaying it for the thing that we've been saying against these teams that don't have that veteran experience, haven't been playing as long as some of these players like Aurora, like Lairs, like Moswell and Doug. Even Remakami as well has been around the block for a hot minute. We kind of preach this more to the likes of, you know, Big Splash and that team, the puppy roster we saw earlier today, that once you get the play, just get out. Speaking of the play, Karmic.
Really solid Piercing Moonlight could not enter the World Serpent quickly enough. That's going to be all that she wrote for her friend, the World Serpent. Not a shutdown, but still feels good to finally get a death on the board for the World Serpent.
For sure, but once, now, and this is it. Single Bind, they get the play, and They don't have to worry about getting out here. But now in mid, what are you trying to force here? They're looking for Benny Q.
Wow. Maybe beads? We get some beads at the very least.
I guess.
Not too shabby.
Team beads.
Let's see if we can make it into more, though. Team beads, in fact. Okay, so that's actually pretty gosh darn valuable in that sense.
I think? Or is that
let's see if
shell?
we can get more out of it. But the Flame Brands go the way of Single Bind. And now they're starting to collapse around Tegvir. Do they know? Is the question. Benny Q nimbly dashes out of danger. Aurora does the same. Tegvir in the sky, but gonna land back down potentially into the root. That Stampede gets them out of it. The Madness as well. Single Bind have to go back with their 1 kill.
Ooh, all pop there from happening. Hydrogen in the area, looking for the fight.
Oh, the Snake Sisters are on the front. But they're not going to be able to find too much just yet, biding their time. There's still not too much to fight over across the map. So it's just the mid lane that seems to be where all the bloodshed is spilled into. I do want to note, though, a big linchpin so far for Overtime has been this Disco. 3-0. The only member across both teams that has yet to see death.
Remy realizes Benny Q doesn't have beads. Roar misses the stun, and so they can't commit.
Yep. That's what they needed to do, though. At the very least, they're trying to capitalize on the fact that they got that relic off them. It's what you've talked about before, right? In that first game where we saw the Thor pulled the beads off the jungler, you said, go at them again. The idea is right. The execution, just a bit off.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to make a play sooner rather than later. This Gold Fury is available, and we've seen time and time again where both these two ADCs have been looking to rotate to these fights early and often, and it's been Hydrogen, I feel like, who's been rotating earlier than the likes of Donut Doug. Doug wants to spend some time farming and has done that, but it's cost his team a fair bit where Hydro's rotating over and helping his team make plays. So at some point, I feel like Single Bind just have to be the ones to dictate where we're fighting, when we're fighting, be the ones on the objective first. And Gold Fury available, Pyromancer spawning soon, Queen Naga as well. They have to be the ones deciding where to fight. But with all the objectives mapped up, Overtime can afford to just trade out some of these objectives. If they go to gold, we can go to Pyro and Queen Naga. If they go to Queen Naga or Pyro, we can go over to the Gold Fury.
There's a whole lot to fight over now. But there's no real big secure ultimates on the map. OEE is about the best you can ask for from Tegvir. Mosswall can burn, but doesn't necessarily guarantee they can secure. A big blink in. Stygian Torment forces out the team beads. Once more. A good stun out. But Golden Apple does actually infect your Sook as well. But a great madness there comes out for Benny Q. Mosswall and Remikami turned to dust amidst the suns. Easy double kill, though Tegvir will pay with their life in compensation. Is that worthwhile? We'll find out if he can get the kill on Karmic. That might change things. But the snake's lurking in the waters. And Medusa's going to pincer around the side. A roar. In trouble. So is Lairs. Can they get out is the question. Hip-hop.
Like
right
Lairs.
into the Medusa's gaze. But this could be trouble. Kasari Gama not going to save them. One acid spit. That's all they need. One more kill for Overtime.
That fight was just over in a moment's notice. Like, literally right away, it was just over. And that's because Single Bind just stand on top of each other in that fight. In such a small corridor in the Ganesha ult, you get hit by Disco Madness on the 2. You're hitting each other and then taking so much damage. Roar can't steal
Getting
it.
a Queen Naga for Overtime. And you might be getting a bit more as well. Roar's in trouble at this point. Has to evade the World Serpent as Karmic enters big boy mode. Have the Ardio trying to step up, but the root might make her turn back. Aurora still low. Karmic finishes the job, and Donut Doug has been called out. Eats the pillars, but is able to jolt back to safety. Karmic's in hot pursuit, but unlikely to be able to get back out. So at the very least, some safety for the carry, though you do lose the objective, as well as one member, the dog.
Hydro committed the dash in that moment and then just was able to walk away. I feel like Single Bind need to do a better job at prioritizing the right targets in the fight. Hydrogen, I feel like he could have died effectively there for Single Bind, and for now they're just kind of taking their time, and Queen Naga going the way of Overtime as well, so they're starting to build themselves back into this game. It's only 1,000 gold favoring the likes of Single Bind, and now the Moonlight Ritual as well. It's less than 1,000 favoring Single Bind. Gold Fury, Pyromancer available. It feels like Single Bind have kind of hit the gas. Or not the gas, the opposite one. The brake. They've hit the brake. They're not building a lead anymore. They've slowed right down. They're not taking these favorable fights. They're just kind of sitting back a little bit, not forcing objectives, a little too afraid to do so now that the game has gone late and there's a little bit more steal and secure potential on the other side for overtime. Single bind just need to cut loose a little bit, make a play, go for an objective, force the 50-50, or force the fight.
Single bind not only hit the brakes, overtime have built an emergency brake. This team beats has found so much value. Cerberus steps up. You said you could silence it if you're happened, but also you just team beats it. Keep that ohm for the team fight afterwards, and then shred down Aurora into paste, and it's working beautifully.
Yeah, I feel like this is incredibly underrated here, that we don't see a lot of teams really go towards, is this team beats active item version. I feel like it's criminally underbought, and I think part of it is because the stats aren't as effective as some of the other active items. But if you need a team beads, which is an item that we saw bought almost first every game for so long, go for it.
Oh, you might need it right here, though. Aurora steps up. No team beads needed. I got my own in my emergency kit. Aurora shredded down. And now it could be trouble for the rest of Single Bind. Can they disengage? The World Serpent is going to try to cut them off. An amazing room of obstacles. No chance for the Layers to get out. Karmic takes one more kill.
Single bind on the ropes here all of a sudden. Down 2 members. Pyromancer went the way of overtime as well. They're feeling pretty good. No, actually, I think that went the way of Single Bind, if I'm not mistaken. I think they got it because Doug's got a bomb, and so does Moswell.
Wow. Ohm forcing out the beads from Moswell. That does not feel good. But Karmic is in a bit of trouble.
Karmic?
Too heavily, but here comes the Blaze Retribution. Finds the stun.
What?
And even the shell won't save you. Moswell grabs that kill. Overtime, get a bit too overzealous for their own good.
I mean, no ultimate on this Jormungandr. You can't ever play like that when you don't have the ultimate. It makes sense when you do, but you always have that get out of jail free card. Now, all of a sudden, for 24 seconds, it's a 5-on-4, favoring Single Bind, and they're looking at Fire Giant. You have 4 members strong. You have to play to defend this, and in this AoE corridor, you got the damage to do so.
Single Bind looking to try to reverse the tables, but it's a turn of fate from this Ganesh. Has the pillars down, the most damaging ability of the game, but Donut Dog grabs it for all 5 members of Bind. But they don't want the fight. They want to take their earnings and go. Overtime will let them.
Karmic has got to be hitting himself at this point. Like, why? Why step forward there when you have so much advantage in that moment? You got 2 members dead. Just walk to Fire Giant. You don't have your Yorm ultimate that you can use to walk away to safety. Karmic, why? And all of a sudden, Single Bind back in the driver's seat. It's only a 2,000 gold lead, and this game is still dead even, but this is a Fire Giant power play that you can look to build yourself an effective gold lead. But do overtime let them is the question. You can see Karmic already hovering around this Gold Fury, but maybe with Ramakami nearby, no. Instead, immediately turns to the objective instead. And they'll look to do this. But I feel like overtime are splitting the map well. Hydrogen on the right-hand side, looking for farm, not trying to let this gold lead get a little out of hand. Instead, he backs to base, and so does Happen. And so overtime, they'll make a stand under their Phoenixes, I imagine.
I will say that third pip's an awfully scary one. Karmic might be scared too. Tagfear steps up, finds decent damage, but with that dagger in pocket, Ardio's not scared. The blink from Cerberus finds 0 value, unfortunately. But I like the idea. If Karmic's the one staring you down, though, you can't knock up the snake.
Yeah, I feel like Aurora's just feeling really gun-ho right now. He wants to go in. He wants to make a play. It's just so difficult.
We're going to see one right here. Here come the pillars. Here comes the World Serpent as well. Donut Dog's in trouble. If that World Serpent finds any hits. One more still left. The Blade's Retribution for some CC immunity to avoid the knockup. Solid work to ensure your own life remains in tow. Single Bind. Trying to knock their heads against this tier 2, but overtime will not let them.
No lifesteal, so Doug just has to sit back and let his HP regen up with his Fire Giant. And overtime have done a good job of just defending their tower. They don't even have to worry about defending their bird because they've got their 2-2 tower still alive. The 2 connects from Benny Q onto Moswell, and he has to play back as well. It's so hard to siege here into this Medusa that clears the wave pretty effectively. And then Discordia doesn't have to focus on clearing the wave because they only have to worry about hitting the people walking towards the bird or the tower in this case. You're looking for those 2s, the multi-man 2s, into the 1s as well, the Unruly Magic. Just trying to take down people in front of you and cause chaos in the fight. At the very least, Single Bind do get themselves the Pyromancer, but mean, that's their Fire Giant practically gone here. I feel like it should have been a much bigger drop off here for Single Bind. That's 3,000 gold. And it was, only it was a 2,000 gold power play favoring Single Bind from that Fire Giant. And it was off the back of a Gold Fury and a Pyromancer for Single Bind. That's all they really got here. I believe the tier 1 and mid was already gone, if I'm not mistaken. So it's nothing too crazy from that play. And so I feel like Single Bind need a lot more to go their way if they want to win this game, because overtime, again, you're feeling good going into the late game.
But on the bright side, maybe it's not just about the gold numbers. Maybe it's also about the pips and their perks. The fact that you now have this additional objective damage means that throughout the rest of the game, things look a bit more favorable for Bind. And that next Fury can be ancient and whittle down these structures that are causing them so many issues. But the real person causing the issues is freaking Disco. Kill her, gosh darn it.
Yeah, Benny Q's done a really good job of living through these fights and being effective over wall. Speaking of which, could be the target here of the likes of Single Bind. Karmic now invisible, looking for an angle, trying to play forward. Doug isn't here the whole time, though, and that's why Single Bind don't feel comfortable walking up and being too aggressive.
Yeah, that Ishtar's CC is something to speak for. Has been really important. Like you said, not necessarily as engage, but to interrupt, to cause chaos, even. A little pseudo-disco action. But at the moment, the game returns back to a bit of a lull. The next Fury comes up in 40 seconds, and she's ancient.
Question becomes, what is the target here? Is it Fire Giant or Gold Fury? I feel like it should be Fire Giant is the focus. And Single Bind have good burn between the Ishtar, who has aspect, and the Merlin as well. I mean, they're sitting in good spots. Deathbringer completed here for Doug has got to feel really good for this objective shred and team fight as well. I feel like you have to take a fight, just before Hydrogen finishes the Titan's Bane, but he's got it now. And so with an even footing, you're still favoring that Ishtar because of the crit a little bit more. Starter items upgraded here as well for her. So what is the play here for overtime?
A lot of respect between these two teams. We know from those last circuits just how crazy this matchup can get. Single Bind. New FG on the horizon. If they end up grabbing it, they want to make sure they get every single drop of juice they can squeezed out. But first, you got to squeeze the lemon. That is overtime just a bit more. 4 members stacked up in the mid from overtime. Single Bind a bit more spread out. This mid pad, you want to see it give a bit more priority. Try to get something going, like you said. Pull that ripcord.
This is the idea here for overtime. They want the mid pad because this is how you start your Fire Giant siege. You can look to get this, have Naga minions pushing all 3 lanes as...
Well, maybe have a blink engage, but again, just too much damage in response. Aurora's already out of the fight. Golden Apple. Gonna find a bit of additional poke in the back line, but that's not the big issue. It's gonna be for our friend, the RDO. The Suns will block their path, though the Phantom Shell does get them out. And it's just that if they want to go back in, Tegvir instead opts for safety, but Benny Q gets dove in upon. Lairs takes down 2. Tegvir's going to counter it out, but that's a really solid fight for Single Bind. If Donut Duck can capitalize, Tegvir's dead. Blades of Retribution find their revenge, find the deicide. Single Bind stepping up.
Lairs just won them the game there with that play. He spots Hydrogen dash in and says, "You're mine now, no Aegis," and so I get free reign with my ultimate. Finds Benny Q first, then blinks forward to catch out Hydrogen. Great play there to kill both carries, and Single Bind will win game 1 of this best of 3.
Well, hold on a second. Appen is back up. They do have a minion wave to back him. But I see 7 seconds for Benny Q. This could get rough if Aurora dies quick enough. Well, let's see. The silence is what's going to start it off. Trying to stop this Merlin from getting its damage off. Here come the pillars. Remikami's dead, but so is Happen. It's going to be Benny Q off the back end for a triple kill. Stellar defense. The god of madness in disarray leaves Single Bind decimated.
All right, that's my bad, guys. I'm sorry. I called it too early. I mean, look, they just stand on top of each other against Discordia and Ganesh.
That's the Founders MVP, bro. That's the Founders MVP.
You gotta spread out a little bit more against these 2 characters in particular. And now Fire Giant could go the way of overtime. You can see here, Happen does a great job with the silence onto the start of it, denying Moswald's damage onto the Titan. And then Benny Q just walks forward.
Yuck. Golden Apple, Hysteria, Profit. FG on the mark. Single Bind can do nothing about it. They got overzealous. Hubris. Pride cometh before the fall. And it might be at the hands of 5 members of Overtime, all fired up.
I guess. I mean, to me, it's still a doable play there. I mean, a lot of credit to happen. I think that silence onto Moswell just denies so much of the fire stance damage to come through onto the Titan that really keeps that Titan's health bar alive. 5 members strong with Fire Giant, but you could see Single Bind grouping here. They know that they're strong despite the other side having Fire Giant. Another play like that from Lairs, you could still win this game.
FG, it certainly will be an uphill battle. Well, the Golden Fury going the way of Overtime. They can finally get a pip on the board. Hydrogen's got this dagger in hand. They don't intend on dying anytime soon. But the Ancient Fury's curse only affects the tier 2s, so that's at least something nice for Single Bind.
Yeah, they can play this Fire Giant stall, and actually Overtime need to play this slow. Their Titan is very low. Single Bind can backdoor it if they can find a little route through the jungle to get to the Titan. And that's why we see them grouped here in mid lane in particular. Their bird that's down, they're kind of spreading out through their own jungle, getting these wards out. You can see warding up their own jungle, aware of the backdoor potential from Single Bind. They've played this little sequencing here of Fire Giant to gold and then back to base to defend and make sure the game is still kept alive. I don't think they'll get a whole lot off this FG, but at the very least, they don't lose right here where, look, I was saying it, they were going to lose. And I think that should have still been a loss, but at the end of the day, they make the better play. They make the right play at the moment, and they keep the game alive. And we're going to go another probably 5-6 minutes or so at the very least. And it could go longer because these two teams, so good against each other, have played against each other for so long. They just know each other a lot better than some of these other teams when they match up.
Well, it's like the game's ended, and now it's overtime. Some bonus Smite for you. They're so generous to give us all more plays. But, again, whenever you see these two teams slated up against each other, Book, it's always a show. It's always spectacular. So Single Bind, they made that last fight, the last massive one around that pit, look so beautiful. They got the deicide off. Lairs, or rather it was in the mid lane. Lairs getting that dive was just perfection, but now Overtime might be a bit more privy to that. So how does Overtime resist a Tsukiyomi from doing the same thing again?
Yeah, I think you might have to invest in some active item Aegises. You can see Benecu's picked one of them up as Karmic gets the ult forced early. A nice play there from the side of Single Bind, and Karmic has to use it defensively. Knows that he can't be too aggressive here. Their bird just now respawning, and so they can't leave the base too far just yet.
Happen? I don't think he should be here, buddy. Happen.
On his own.
Happen, I don't think you should be there. You gotta get out, bud. You're in trouble. Ghastly Breath, Paralyzing Spit, but Disco is gonna back them up. So maybe they have reason. At the very least for now.
To the right.
Bind, trying to ward them off on the right side. Karmic just lurking. Midbird does respawn, so the Titan can start to regain some health. Moment. No danger on the horizon. Everyone's gonna be able to get back to base safe.
Oh, that was almost so scary there for Remikami. If he gets his back staggered, Overtime collapse. Moswell trying to steal.
Will they succeed? Pyro dropped down to 1,000. And it's going to go the way of Hydrogen and the rest of Overtime. They try to back off, and a nice little ricochet. Warns Aurora of worse things to come. Cersei's Hexstone, though, from Aurora on the right side. Pulls them back up. Piercing Moonlight going for the big fat dive. Benecu's already big fat dead. Hydrogen Bees is out of pure panic, but Aurora is the compensation. 1 for 1 so far, but a trade that Single Bind is willing to make.
Saw that Aegis popped in the mid lane by Benecu. It's still not enough. A great blink in there from the likes of Donut Doug. Great play there. Gold Fear available in 34 seconds. That's likely the target here of Single Bind. And at the end of the day, it's a pick, 1 for 1, support for mid. And so not a lot is gained by either team just yet because of just that one play. At the very least, you get the beads off of Benecu and Hydrogen. That makes both those two players that much more vulnerable. And you'd see now Hydrogen investing towards an active Aegis.
And the fact that Aurora didn't use that blink, Cersei's Hexstone, shorter cooldown, blink still available, gonna have Cersei's and ultimate for next fight, and Benecu will not have those beads. Stay next to your Ganesh.
You have to. Happen has to go crazy here, I think, in this next fight. Whether it's the silence, whether it's the team beads, and then popping the ultimate, punishing the potential dive on the side of single bind. But this is twice now that Layers has had free reign to the back line and hasn't really been punished for it. He got to BennyQ there and tried to dive Hydrogen, couldn't get to him at the very least, and so he ends up surviving. And if Hydrogen dies, I feel like that's a very doom and gloom look for overtime. But they only lose one. And so once again, we're back to our Fire Giant dance.
I just wonder, is there a way... is there a reality where Aurora blinks in and survives? Or is your life just forfeit? How do you ensure as the puppy dog that you stay alive as long as possible? This Ancient Fury certainly won't. It's being burned to crisp.
Gotta get quick, though. Karmic's on the way. He's trying to steal this one.
Talk to it. Layers gets it, though, for single bind. One more Fury in pocket, and now the birds are weakened. Mid and right side. A far more impactful Ancient Fury's curse.
But overtime using this window here as Doug goes in, forcing the ult from Karmic for free.
Smart. Ancient Fury, EFG, the far meteor prize, but they're not going to be able to get that in time. I don't care how much turn and burn you've got. Now it's the Cerebral instead. Tosses them out. Cersei Sextone's away, but runs right into a wall. Has to leap to safety. Techveer's going to fall up, but Lair's in the back line. The pillars not going to be able to dissuade them as they take out Hydrogen to start. An amazing jolt. Keeps happening in place, but now Techveer's the one who's isolated from the rest. A good route from BennyQ tries to ward them off the jungle, but you can't save him. Donut Doug takes care of Happen. Karmic's in the back line just trying to find safety. But there is none with single binding you up. BennyQ wrapped as a present and shipped back home. Karmic the last one alive, but not for long. One last shotgun spread to the back. Layers with the triple. Overtime with the deicide. And it's victory for game one.
Finally, they should be able to end this game. Titan likely going to go down here with 20 seconds on the closest respawn timer. And after 34 minutes, it felt like a lot longer, D'Lo, but Single Bind will take game one of this best of three.
Beautiful work by Single Bind. They kept at it. They maintained persistence. And overtime got clocked out. Solid work. The question is, man, can they finish it? Can anyone actually secure it over this team? Overtime, it feels like, I say it again and again, with their back against the wall, they play even more out of their mind. But let's take a look across the series of events. This was a crazy game.
Yeah, I mean, just so back and forth. And this early game looked all the way for Single Bind until these sequences here where, again, Lairs is just going in, he dies, and then Doug goes in. Oh, and then he dies as well. And then Moswall flickers in. Oh, yeah, and then he dies as well. And so overtime get to a pretty significant lead here in this sort of mid-game area. And then it's Single Bind that finds a window back in, and it's off of Lairs finding these kind of highlight reel plays where he's going in, gets strong enough to the point where he's at a window of opportunity to just one-shot backliners. And that's a lot of credit to Lairs of just focusing on farming, getting the items online, getting to a point where this Transcendence and Book of Thoth are stacked up. And then you can be effective and dive the backline and just eviscerate them. This sequence in mid, man, this play here, watch Lairs, watch where he positions, watch where Hydrogen oversteps here with the dash, trying to find a window to ult.
Yeah, what are we going to go for? A roar? That's not enough. BennyQ just gets absolutely pieced up on the meat counter of the butcher shop that was Single Bind in that instance. And Lairs on this pick, man, you just got to watch out. Any character that allows them free access to your backline is a free deicide for Single Bind.
And a lot of credit to overtime here in this play. Again, this play from Happen where he gets to Moswall and finds the silence doesn't allow this stance switch to go through to Fire Stance, earlier than he would have liked. And so I think that just buys enough time for BennyQ to respawn, get the cooldowns off. But this play from Aurora, watch how many people he ends up pulling. It's just a one at first, but they group up. And that's the mistake there. That gives a moment for Ribikami to find a stun that sets up Lairs to go for a multi-man ultimate. Forces the Aegis on that moment as well off of Hydrogen. But he's then just standing in place, waiting to get out of it. Dies after that. And it ends up going all the way for Single Bind. They take game one of this best of three. And all 10 of these characters that we see before us will no longer be available for this game two.
Cerberus win rate continues to ascend to the skies, to the stratosphere, straight to the moon. players. Their career is certainly escalating quite rapidly. How amazing has this player been across the Thor, across the Sook? You really got to give credit to the jungle. And it's not like Overtime didn't have shining moments as well. Benny Q, I think, really was a standout with some of these hysterias, but can't play it. Your hallmark god, gone. You didn't even win. Can Overtime get their backs out of this corner, man? I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, but I'm sure it's going to be a flashy fight to the finish either way.
And I feel like it's important to note a lot of the characters on the side of single bind are takeaways. You know, the Tsukiyomi, one of Tegvir's more signature characters. Ardio as well, a takeaway from Karmic, it feels like. So a couple characters off the board here from Overtime, but also characters that have been really important here for single bind as well. I don't know, man. This is a tough one. These picks and bans for game 2 are going to be so important for both these two teams.
Well, we're not going to hold you for too much longer before we hop into them, but stick around, guys. Grand Finals Game 2, potentially the end of Overtime's reign of terror, coming up after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime. May Circuit, Week 2, Game 2, Grand Finals here. Can't get any better than this. It's Overtime, it's single bind. It's D-Lo here in the booth, joined by Spirited Book right by my side, Almighty Eyes in the Sky, Tess, Musi, Jithan's behind the curtain, and you watching at home with bated breath as we see if finally, someone can take down the rest of Overtime and their reign of terror. Vault bans do mean at the very least the reign of terror of those 10 gods we saw prior is over. Jormungandr, canceled. Cerberus, canceled. Medusa is over. Dunsky, banned on Twitter.
Dang. Unfortunate. Just career's over in a moment's notice because of the vault bans. Unlucky for
I'm
them.
cool with that.
But no, I mean, there's a lot of characters just taken away. A lot of good characters still available, though. The Jingwei, kind of like we mentioned, the Thor as well. Whoever's in that second pick slot really has to focus on, okay, what are we not allowing to get through here? What are we not getting, or not allowing the other side to get through?
We'll find out. Let's hop into P's and B's and get right into the kit and caboodle. So, Overtime, single bind. They banned the usual offenders last go around. I think in these instances, you've called it out before. I'll say your wise words again. Comfort. Give Tegvir a Sasano or something to go insane on.
Yeah, Ardio's off the table, so I think Sasano is a real possibility. Achilles as well. Aladdin, I believe, is comp banned, if I'm not mistaken here. I'm going to double check real quick. I feel like Tegvir has been trying... No, Aladdin is available. Tegvir has been trying to expand the god pool as of late. And so some of these other characters are open to him, like the Aladdin, like I previously mentioned. But to me, I agree. I think it's got to be comfort for Tegvir. A decent Hou performance for sure, and had moments and highlights where it was able to pair alongside Happen with those Hou ultimates to just layer more CC on top of the Ganesha ultimate. But it just isn't enough at the end of the day. So Tegvir has to play something else. I would like to see something like the Sasano where he can just run the map. And I actually do think Overtime are looking for a Thor here. With that Agni ban, I do think they're going to try and first pick Thor. No, they ban it. I'm shocked. I thought that would go to Karmic.
Huh. Yeah, because I imagine they would force single bind on the issue. I think they want Sasano. I think they really want Sasano here, and I think single bind are going to be put in a bind of whether or not layers can get it. So, Jingwei banned away. I don't think they first rip it, though. I don't think that makes any sense with how many good picks are still available, unless they just really want to make sure that Tegvir feels good. You think so? You think single bind?
Yeah,
they do. All right. Fair enough. That's the angle the entire time. Overtime, we're waiting for this one moment, but with the storm comes the rain, comes the river. Yamoja picked up by single bind.
I do worry a little bit for what Moswell might play here, though. The Agni has been their staple character, and then follow-up is the Merlin. So what does Moswell play? I wouldn't be surprised, though, a single bind Nuwa to round out their duo lane here. I hope not. I hope if we see a Nuwa into this Susano across the way, I'm going to be really upset. But I love this response from single bind. Lockdown CC, cripple field as well to deal with this Susano. The hyper mobility jungler is not going to be able to do that. And this is Betty Q Rob.
What?
Benny Q Raw would be crazy here, D'Lo.
Benny Q Raw, Benny Q Raw, Benny Q Raw, Benny Q Raw with an honor. Give me an Athena. Give me a Naja support.
Yeah,
I can't believe I'm saying it, but give me a Naja support. Give me a Mordred. I want something big, fat, and stupid to pair with that big, fat, and stupid ult.
Yeah, I think this would be... look, I think this is the window for something like that. I actually would really like the Naja in particular. I think you put the Athena in and she just dies to this Cupid. I would very much like to see the Naja support here. I can't believe I'm saying that, D'Lo. I feel like every time you and I have casted Naja support, it's 0% win rate. Like I've never seen that character win in support. I've seen it win in... I hate it here. I hate it here.
Dude, I'm a genius. Holy. Oh, Wheelix. Nuwa doesn't even have a knockup. This is brilliant. Okay. On her. Gonna be countered by that at the very least.
Okay. D'Lo, I do want to note here at the very least, they pair this Nuwa alongside the Wheelix, a character that can kind of be active in the early game, can not really worry about their own jungle as much as say something like a Daji. You don't have these two characters in the mid 2v2 that are, that two characters that need help and they can't help each other because they can't even help themselves. This is a character that can help the other. And so this Nuwa can sit back because the Wheelix can take the forefront of what needs to happen in this early game. Pair that alongside this, aggressive lockdown duo lane of Yemoja Cupid. There's a lane this Wheelix can lean on in comparison to the Apollo and something or other in the support, Sylvanas, I think it was, that just got pushed under their tower and really struggled. I like this idea for single bind. I still worry a little bit, though, about this Nuwa. I'm not going to lie. I still worry a little bit of how potentially useless this character could be.
Sobek Cab is the front line of overtime. Not quite as big and stupid as an Athena Taunt or a Naja with the Windfire wheels, but still puts you out of position and puts you in a place where you could very well be hit by that Searing Pain. I think Benny's going to be hitting these ults raw, baby. That's what they've been typically capable of. And of course, it's the MVP founder. They can get it done, for sure. Morgan Le Fay is the counter pick there from the single bind. Your thoughts?
Raw is going to be hitting these raw ults raw. I love it. I love it, D'Lo. Look, I'm really, really trying to think. And one of the best parts of this clocked in team and overtimes team is the support picks for Happen and what he's played. A lot of the time, it's this non-committal engage CC, the Ganesh ultimates, the Yemoja stuns from a distance or Yemoja walls as well. The, what else and whatnot? Sylvanas pulls have been crazy from time to time, right? I actually think Sylvanas would have been great here for this overtime team. Instead, this is a very, very hard commit team from overtime, a playstyle we are not used to seeing from them.
Backs against the wall. Overtime, they do their dirtiest work then, and we're going to hop in to see it firsthand. Can single bind take the series and finally put this team done and dusted into the dirt? Let's see as we take a look at the relics, take a look at the roles.
I think it's important to note at the very least, single bind don't have that clear-cut engage like they did last game. They don't have that, blink in Cerberus ult to start the fight. And so I'm curious, how does single bind start the fight? I'm not entirely sold just yet on where it's going to come from. Is it going to be layers on this blink? Maybe. Is it going to be a roar off of an ultimate? Maybe. But you're requiring overtime to be in certain positions and you don't necessarily have the tools to force them into those positions. And so I feel like this is going to be a very interesting early game here for both teams. I do want to note as well, though, Happen has that blink and support. So look to him. Does he use it early or does he just sit on it for, 10, 15 odd minutes and do nothing with it?
I think potential entry of engage could be a roar with these Riptides. You knock them up that way, but it does require some predictive pathing. And that could easily lead to the Wheelix. It's a very good combo, but also you can just kill them. That works too. Happen doesn't have to sit on that blink if they're dead. Dear God, what the hell happened, single bind?
I mean, again, this lockdown CC from Aurora and Donut Doug is too much for this overtime duo to deal with. And this is twice now where Hydro and Happen, a duo lane that I feel like we've praised for a long time now because of how effective they've been, they're just disrespecting the other side's all-in or damage potential in this early game. Now 2 games in a row.
Raw is starting to eke to that left side, but not for a committal to a gank. They're on their own. on their island. And if Single Bind can pressure out that duo once more, that's going to lead to a lot of big spillage of Gold Furies, of neutral camps. But a good pull. The wall actually interferes a little bit. Bails Donut Dugout just a tad. Phantom Shell still expended to ensure Cupid's safety, but they do get out.
That's fine. I think you're fine with that. If you're Aurora, you didn't have to use Phantom Shell earlier. You can hold that for this fight in particular, and so that's fine. Doug isn't even going to back to base. Just go to those back harpies, get a few of those, and then walk back and farm safely under their tower. Benny Q is getting neutral farm, and Karmic low here. We haven't touched on it just yet, but Morgan Le Fay with the aspect.
Lower
Hold
as
that,
well.
Layers.
Storm Kata has the jet stream. One last swish of the sword. Layers is dead, and that's why Comfort is overall.
Yeah, Tegvir, this Susano character. I feel like this is Tegvir's first, can't give him this character. I think the Susano he broke onto the scene in the jungle on this character in particular was very effective for a long time, and then teams started to have to ban that one out, and then, oh, you can't give him Achilles, so we can maybe let him sometimes get Susano. And as of late, has leaned a little more towards these Houyi jungles as of late, even the CERN jungles from time to time. But when in doubt, he always goes to lean back towards the Susano. And he just knows the numbers. He knows he can be aggressive in the early game and when he can.
And the fact that you can stick 2 in a Wheelix after that leap, or after that increased Suku movement speed, Jetstream is such a great means of just pegging yourself up to your opponent and never letting them go. Speaking of, Karmic might not be allowed to let go of this fight alive, but Tegvir rushes up sword in hand. That's enough to ward the invaders away.
Tegvir's got a ton of strength here early on. This Warrior's Axe alongside the hammer and the axe as well. Tegvir's just feeling comfortable right now. Is able to be aggressive here, look for these early game scraps, and doesn't really lose a whole lot in return. So the side of Single Bind have to give up these Firebrands. So Single Bind have a winning duo, but this time around, they're kind of losing out on the right-hand side. And so a very big change up between what we saw in games number 1 and now in games number 2, where Overtime are finding a victory at the very least somewhere on the map.
App is trying to isolate the carry from the potential of the steal, but I do believe the Heart Bomb secured it. Some solid work there on the side of Overtime. Now Yamoja's got a purple buff. Why not? She does do quite a hefty amount of damage herself. You talked about how it's just different circumstances. It's also different teams here. Overtime, I wonder if they feel the same level of confidence that they have before in all those instances where they've been put on the back foot, but now it's with a different teammate, a different mid laner. Do you still have the same ability to find these comebacks when it's not Paul by your side?
Roar, level 5, finds the ult, but forces... No, Hydron just able to sneak through. Unfortunate there. The attempt from Single Bind was good, but I agree, Dilo. I do worry a little bit about this pick, or, Benny Q and how he kind of meshes in with his team. And Benny Q, a very fantastic player. Obviously, the Vegas LAN MVP on that 5M's team once upon a time. Feels like it was ages ago at this point, and kind of has been. But now on this team that, you lose Paul, one of the best mid laners in all time of Smite. And Benny Q has some big shoes to fill for sure.
Happen. Trying to fill some coffins. Make sure their own's not filled. The Fields of Love come through, but the Lurking Waters respond back with some CC immunity of their own. Layers in the backline just gets absolutely eviscerated by Tegvir. Now Donut Dug's in trouble, but the Desert's Fury outmatched by the Flutter. I don't know if that means that Donut Dug gets out of this alive. In fact, you might just be handing the kill to Tegvir instead. Choose your fighter. Choose who kills you. It's Tegvir. Double for Susano.
3-0-0 on the Susano so far, doing good work in this early game, just everywhere on the map, and this is not what you want to do if you're Single Bind. And to me, this is starting to show a bit of the issue of what we saw at the final week of last month, is these teams can beat Overtime in one game, as Ramakami does solo kill Karmic on the right-hand side, but these teams can beat Clocked In. They take, or Overtime now, they take a game. They take game 1,
mid.
and then
you
don't have answers in games 2 and 3.
Benny Q's now going to reverse the trouble. Now Layers is in trouble. Everyone's in trouble. Layers is forced to blink away, but Tegvir does not want to let it go. Has Jetstream, has Storm Kata, the Wind Siphon, not going to find the pull. You can breathe your last. Or rather, a sigh of relief. Tegvir might be in a bit of trouble themselves. Ramakami is following, but of course, as a Morgan Le Fay doesn't quite have the exact range as you do out of Aspect, that means this round of Flame Brands goes to Overtime.
Mikami still hovering here, but will finally back away. And Lairs did look for that play on the Tegvir where he turned around, tried to throw out the Suku, and then popped the ultimate, assuming it would just hit the knockup and he'd pull him into the tower, and that would have been a massive shutdown. I like that play from Lairs, just trusting his ability to hopefully this works out, and if it doesn't, I don't lose a whole lot. Just the ultimate for now is Benny Q.
A lot of pressure there in the mid. They recognize that this Raw is a definite easy target, at least on paper, but the issue is it's Benny Q piloting it. They did get the beads off them, though, and that's really solid. Come back for it again. Hydrogen finds the impel stun, but do they get out of the fields of love? They do. A heart bomb, though, and the waves are the response. Great Moonstrike, a roar, complete confidence that they can finish the kill. The Nuwa Flames Char's gonna come descending on down. Calls out happen, but we're gonna be plucked into. Instead of Tegvir. Good Moonstrike, pre-beads away, and the kill will fall into Happen's jaws. The Typhoon knocks up the Cupid, but no follow-up to be had. It's 1 for 1.
It's still worth here, and Lairs now hunting here onto Benny Q.
What an amazing knockup. Not even going to need the ultimate. Lairs, in combination with Nuwa, drops the Ra.
I love this way that Lairs has played so far in the early game. Has struggled a fair bit, sure, but immediately then goes towards mid lane looking for Benny Q. And that's important for Moswell on this Nuwa. He needs help in this early game to get to a point where he can be effective in fights and be effective in the mid game. And so already off to a good start here between this mid 2v2. And I feel like Tegvir and Benny Q, that has been the disconnect for me for this team so far. Is it used to be Paul and Tegvir working so well together. So far, Tegvir and Benny Q haven't
going down on a platter here. Does force out the beads of one at the very least, but nonetheless, the mid pad is up for contestation. 8 minutes in, it's 4-4. Single bind do have the favor in gold, but just barely. This mid pad fight, a balloon waiting to burst. Cersei's Hexstone away for the Emoja. The pluck only going to eat the shards from the clay. That must not taste good, Sobek. Now the Wheelix Tell wants to go in, has that ultimate. But you got to find a knockup first, and Aurora is not present to find those water portals. It's winding around, but any second I feel like Aurora is going to let it loose around the backside. They're just picking up all these rocks themselves for free. A bit more health.
You got it.
Single bind, do grab the ritual. Jetstream applied. I don't know if you get out of this one alive. Benny Q misses the ult, but Tegvir, their katana strikes true, and it hews 2 bodies down to the ground. Lairs and Aurora, stone cold dead.
Definitely not worth, but at the very least, you do get the Moonlight's favor. It's not worth, but at least you get the objective you sacrifice yourself for. I think Aurora dying there is fine, but Lairs trading his life as well, really trying to force that play, I think is just unfortunate for single bind. I think you feel okay giving that up as Remakami on the right-hand side, trying to be aggressive here for these firebrands, still looking for Karmic.
Not going to find him quite just yet. I do want to call back to what you mentioned, this mid lane pressure. I like the idea that Lairs is really responding to what you mentioned, the weakness of this Nuwa. Bail her out early, you'll be rewarded in the late game with good things to come. Unfortunately, though, Tegvir is just too big. 5-0. How do you kill this gosh darn Sasano? Maybe you kill his friends instead. Happen. Pulled in by the Lunar Surge. In the lurking waters, that will not save you. One more kill for Lairs. It could potentially be converted into this Gold Fury. Ra's not aware. First Fury to single bind.
I mean, single bind are just in the right spot, and overtime sent everyone back to base. That's just a bit of a mismanagement of back timers there for overtime. Too many members in the base at the wrong time, and single bind were already pulling the Gold Fury before they found that pick on to Happen. And just locking him down. Yeah, despite this blink that Happen has, it's not a combat blink just yet. And I don't think it ever will be. I feel like most supports are not going for this combat blink and more so focused on the active items like Shell, Stampede, even Cersei's Hexstone on the side of Aurora. And so you won't have access to that combat blink. And Happen can really be locked down on this character as the game goes on. I do worry about the Sobek as we get later and later into the game. There's a lot of damage on the other side.
Yeah, Aurora knows something about diving in to try to pluck someone out only to be absolutely devastated by damage. Says, man, feels rough. I've been there before, but hopefully Happen can still find some solid plucks. Can't find the tectonic shift, unfortunately. If you're this cab, that's trouble. But Tegvir is on the way. Remakami, it's the ultimate, and that means Tegvir is going to decide to back on off, unless Morgan Le Fay decides to commit. Now she's got nothing left in terms of mobility. She's got nothing left in terms of health.
Lairs.
A good wind siphon, a great Typhoon, but Lairs responds back. Both solos are dead. Do the jungles want to continue the fray? Tegvir says, nah, I'm good.
This series does really feel like a battle of the junglers right now. Lairs and Tegvir making plays for their teams on either side, respectively. It feels like Tegvir's gotten the better end of things so far on the Susano 6-0-1. But Lairs has been right back in it as well, looking for plays, trying to help out his laners, has helped out Moswell get into the game, being in a good spot with this Chronos Pendant, with his Soul Reaver completed.
What a pillar!
Side. Oh,
gets the tail whip, finds the block, all set up by Hydrogen. Aegis not going to save you. A sickening strike, and Donut Doug's devoured.
Doug just alone and dead. Aurora shows up to a dead ADC. Is able, no, not able to steal that red buff. I thought he got it, but I mean, man, just this Aegis pickup here for Doug is going to be a rough time for a long time. No beads to avoid that pluck. And look, you need Aegis to avoid the raw snipe from Benny Q, the damage from Susano, but with no beads here, it'll be a rough one. Aurora plucked as well.
They do have Cersei's Hexstone, but the River's Rebuke's going to be what tries to save them. Knock up from Lairs, not enough damage. They do take down Tegvir, a massive shutdown, courtesy of the Awilix. Sobek going to meet a similar fate.
Big.
And Benny Q just has to watch from all the way back under tier 1.
Big play there from the jungler on the side of Singlebind. Love that. And so all of a sudden, as Remakami actually fighting here against Karmic, getting the better end of things, Remakami 1 and 2, getting the health bar low of Karmic on this Gabrakan, who's, I feel like, had a really, kind of tough series so far. I feel like in game 1, didn't feel the most effective. Had some good plays on the Jormungandr, sure, but I feel like we are known to see Karmic have better games on the Jormungandr than what we saw last time. That one play where he steps a little too far forward. As in this game, Remakami really having a good game so far, both game 1 and 2 so far. Let's see if he can keep this pace going.
13 minutes, 9-8. Single bind down to the kills, but the pace of gold looks good. 2K their way. Objectives coming back up. We have Pyro up. That Ancient Naga will be up shortly as well. And the fact that you got to take down Tegvir feels so good. It feels even better that it was Lairs who dealt the death blow. Pyromancer now up for the mark. Moonstrike tries to steal. It won't succeed. Tegvir grabs that for overtime, but the fight afterwards looking a bit rough. Tegvir gonna die to Mosswall's hand. A brilliant work done by the new Wa. Morgan Le Fay ults on in, trying to hold the front line in place. Sobek's now lurking in the waters. Aurora's gonna step up, and Lairs just says, nah, they got that. I want this red.
See the ult committed there from Aurora, trying to lock down Happen, but Happen is able to get away with the charge prey. Now Moswell looking here at Karmic. Use that ultimate as well. Lairs still has all, doesn't find the knockup.
I was about to say that would be absolutely insane. However, Riptides could very well do the damage, do the job, knocks up Happen, and right there, buddy, hey, you want to take the ride? Hop on this water slide. It's Six Flags, baby. But unfortunately, Happen did not have a ticket, so they're booted out of the park.
Just a little, I think, unfortunate sequence there. Aurora drops the Riptide at his feet, still trying to get away to safety, and that kind of puts Happen in a worse spot after the gravity surge. It is able to get out of that sort of a Wheelix ultimate. There's a moment that once you get pulled back in, you're kind of just not able to do anything. You're stunned just for a brief moment, but it's a layer of CC added on to the pull as well that just didn't get to come through because of the immediate knockback. That resets Happen a little bit, and he's able to run away. And I don't know if there was any real threat there. Happen does have 2 items. He's a lot harder to kill at this point of the game. 14 minutes in. You need someone like Doug, like Moswell in that play to really take down this Beck at this point.
A battle of the junglers, 6-2. For the level 14 Susano. 15 levels, though, on the Awilix, who's 5-3. 1 less kill, and 1 more death. But Lairs showing that it's not all about the numbers.
A good game so far for Lairs, for sure. Being active with this Blink, and I feel like Happen has been trying to be active with the Blink, but isn't able to find the most success just yet. And actually, I want to give a shout out to Aurora for a very good Yamoja game so far. Multiple Rivers Rebukes, multiple Riptides where he's locking members into place, and actually has to be a bit careful. He gets plucked.
That caught. They do not much. She's Hexstone. The jet stream can't apply, but they go back in and get knocked instantly up by the Riptide once more. Tegvir takes the slip down the slide. The fire shards finish the job. One more time that Tegvir's on the death board.
Lairs having the game of his life right now. He's done so well. Just lock down Tegvir as soon and punish him for going all in onto a support. It's a roar on Yamoja, and this is what Aurora does best. He baits people in to look at him, look at him. He's the target, but you don't want him to be the target. You want to be focusing out Moswell, Lairs, Tegvir and Happen commit so much. There's the blink block.
You try to focus Moswall, but they'll beads. Karmic is in the back line. Does the Nuwa know? Does the Nuwa even care? Fields of Love looking for Beck, but now it's the Honor stepping up instead. Happens safe, but the rest of the front line of single bind might be a different story. Cupid low, flutters away. Wheelix leaps to do the same. Overtime, just gonna have to lick their wounds, but Remikami is in the back line. I don't know if this is where you want to be. Good Dragon's Flight. Forces back Tegvir, but Happens lurking in the wings. Backup's on the way for single bind. Pulled back in. Remikami still only at half health. They're fine. Morgan Le Fay can keep the fight on going. Sends up a Dragon's Flight, but the Sigil Mastery finds no targets. Single bind, walk home, hands empty.
They're looking for the red buff instead.
Never mind.
BennyQ taking a ton of damage. Forced the blink away.
Oh, God, this is getting rough now. The Dragon's Flight knock up, but the beats to respond. BennyQ hits the ult raw, baby. Mosswall cooked. Remikami dead. Aurora's Dunsky. And the Layers has just got to try to flee so they don't give the shutdown over to the baddest jungler this side of overtime. It's going to go down. Tegvir takes down Layers.
Why are single bind there? You get the play. You force overtime back. Just take the Pyro. Take the Queen Naga. They stuck around for the red buff too long and then stack up for BennyQ to get a multi-man raw ultimate there. And 4 members dead. Queen Naga and Pyromancer going the way of overtime. And they fight back into this one. They'll get the Moonlight Ritual as well. Gold Fury available. We'll see if they go towards that one after the replay.
Man, what have I said before? You don't want overtime in a corner. No one puts overtime in a corner. BennyQ starts it with an ultimate. That's just like every complaint Gordon Ramsay makes about steak. Bloody raw. It was insane to hit that without any assistance. Tegvir finishes the job on Layers, and that's all you needed. Overtime now. Even up the gold chart, but the momentum shift, the impact on the mentals for single bind, that can't be quantified in simple gold and XP. That being said, gold is certainly nice. Single bind agree. They want that second Fury. Can they get it? BennyQ is going to be stepping up, has that ultimate in pocket. Plucks off the mark, but the Lurking Waters now leashed by overtime instead. Maybe resets, single bind. The seesaw continues. The River's Rebuke comes up, forcing out the disperse. And forcing...
hold on.
But Mosswall secures it nonetheless. The Fields of Love come through, the Heart Bomb applied, but Happen will survive at the end of the day. Never mind, Fire Shards change it all. It's going to be Donut Doug barely surviving. And with that objective in pocket, a kill as well, single bind find their fight.
Look at this. Remikami still hunting here, looking for a play. Gets the knockup of the Tegvir.
It's a good ultimate in the back line. They need assistance, but Layers is here to provide. BennyQ goes down once more. The hero of last fight. Now the doom of overtime. It's going to be Karmic trying to retreat away. Rema and Kami, the two twins, working together to make that happen.
I love that. I love that bit, D'Lo. I mean, what a play there from single bind. It looks a little funny from Aurora. He goes in with the Cersei's, uses that ultimate, and just trying to lock members in, and then single bind make the call. Okay, they can't walk forward into us. We have the Yemo ult up. Commit to this gold. Get the gold and play for the out. If they chase us, we can turn and fight. And sure enough, overtime, go for the chase. They try and lock down a member with the help of Karmic, but he doesn't get the right target he would like. He would like a carry locked down in his walls. Doesn't find one. And then single bind are able to turn it around, and they keep the chase going afterwards. Layers, Remikami, and Aurora, Moswell alongside them. Doug is just able to go to the left-hand side, farm. Oh, Karmic alone has to be careful.
They juked the Moonstrike, but I don't know if that means you're safe. Remikami doing so much damage. Rema and Kami now going to work once more. Phantom Shell in response, but the Dragon's Flight keeping the pin to the wall. You're up against the locker. You're stuffed into a toilet. Remikami's a schoolyard bully.
There's nothing Karmic can do here. I feel like he might have to look to invest into a combat blink sooner rather than later to just move through these fights. And yeah, shout outs to the spectator with spotting this one. Spear of Desolation pick up here for Aurora. Just more CDR in the build, as well as more damage behind Aurora and his abilities. He's going to be swinging this game. The Screeching Gargoyle as well, denying the immediate pluck here for Happen. Potential engage in terms of damage from Tegvir. Steal potential from Happen. He steals
Happen grabs it, actually. Solid work. Now, can they secure their own life, is the question. Turning back this hesitance could cost you. Morgan Le Fay's got the consuming power, but cannot consume the rest of Happen's HP. A solid steal from the Beck.
Mikami was looking to get a knock up there for Layers to try and pull back in Happen, but Layers just not in range in that moment. And a great steal from Happen. Does deny single bind and Avenue, I feel like, for going towards this Fire Giant. It feels like all the wind was in their sails. Now they kind of have to take a step back, go back and farm for a little bit because you don't have any real major secure windows. Across the way, there's a Ra that has, you know, one of the OG Sakura characters in the game. This Ra, Benny Q, known for stealing away some of these objectives. And the Blink as well for this Ra can play aggressive defensively using these this flashbang combo. So look towards Benny Q as this game goes on. Has had a good game. Can he convert?
21 minutes, 13-13. This series could not get more tight, though the gold lead is still the Wave single bind by 3K their way. Tense. These fights have been intense, Book. I'm going to ask you a question that boils it down to a point. If there's one conditional that each of these teams need, if we hit this, we win. If we miss this, we lose. What is that ability? What is that play?
If Nuwa gets 6 items here, this game, single bind outright win, because you're just popping the new ultimate before the fight starts and sending carries to half HP so they can't even walk up to this Fire Giant. Across the way, overtime, they need to make a play like this.
A Roar in trouble. Cersei Sextone, but again, they might be baiting. Not one that works. Happen takes them down. Stampedes forward. Lurking Water is going to try to slow down the rest of the back line. Nuwa into the sky. Happen out of the water. Still's got a pluck ready. They find on the Nuwa. They get the beads off. They claim minions warded off by the tail whip, but a great knock-up on top of Happen. Support for support, and here comes the Fields of Love. Forces out beads from the Raw. Benny Q's on the back line, but they got the heals to bless Tegvir down. They blink forward. Donut Dog's gobbled up. A massive Typhoon, but it does not hit Layers, and they're still pretty healthy. Benny Q looking for them. Now turns back to make sure Tegvir's safe. Remikami in trouble. Sends out their body double to take the damage.
A flanker got flanked there. I mean, Doug had a great window into that fight with the Fields of Love. Forced the beads off of Benny Q, off of Tegvir. And then Karmic just shows up late to the party. Walks up behind him, locks him in place. Doug can't go anywhere. Again, this Aegis pickup means he's able to avoid a lot of the damage on the other side, but can't stand and fight and avoid the CC on the side of overtime. He gets locked down in place, nowhere to go. It's a 2-for-1 favoring the side of overtime. They only lose their support. And Doug has had a really rough game, I feel like. This Cupid is really struggling to get good damage off in these fights, struggling to stay alive. I feel like Doug needs to kind of take a step back, and he's really tried to just farm it out. He's level 19 ahead of Hydrogen, but you look at Hydrogen's build, he's got the crit online. Hydrogen is going to be swinging in these fights.
The issue is, man, like, what are these beads being saved for? It's either the Awilix Pole, which is single target, or those Fields of Love. You're not going to find maximum value. There's a Stampede on the Sobek. It's just not looking great. Nor it is for the Nuwa. Has to go to the sky, but Happens lurking. I hear the Jaws theme playing, but they pluck him back towards their own team. Solar Blessing put down the Raw, tries to hit the Raw ult Raw, but it's a bit off the mark. Happens got to blink out of the River's Rebuke, but here's a great Riptide. Pulls them back in. The beads were not as effective as you want. If you're the Honor, double dash right on through. That's a Nemesis, not a Morgan Le Fay. Hydrogen will fall, but overtime still trying to force the issue. Fields of Love finds some decent damage on top of the Kabrakan, and the Heart Bomb will not finish the job. One last basic. Donut Doug gets the kill.
All of a sudden, single bind in the driver's seat, looking towards this Pyromancer, not the Fire Giant. I mean, Benny Q doesn't have ultimate. Maybe worried about the CDR. I mean, maybe because Remikami back to base, he's teleporting on in, and so maybe Fire Giant is still in the cards here as you're sustaining up with Yamoja. I mean, it just looks so awkward for so long. I think the misplay there is Happen finding the pluck onto Moswell, and Benny Q doesn't commit the ultimate there to just eviscerate the Nuwa on the other side. Instead, it goes for too long, and now we're in a fire siege.
Half health. Overtime, lurking in the wings. Karmic not present. Benny Q knocked up, but there's no ultimate there from Layers to follow it up. Instead, they follow up with a blink and some decent damage. A Feather Step. It's going to be enough for the Morgan Le Fay ult to finish the job. One last switch of the sword. They're done. Subics on the front lines trying to find the steal. FG, less than 1,000. Donut Dog secures it, and Aurora grabs the kill on Happen. All 5 members of Single Bind fired up.
They're in the driver's seat, and up 1 game already. Single Bind looking to keep this one going. and not even let us get to a game 3 where all like 20 characters are taken away, 26 in total. Instead, they want to end it right here, right now, converting their lead into a fire giant. And can they convert it into a more sizable lead? Doug on this Gold Fury. Lairs on the way, and they'll get it. That weakens the towers off the map, and that is where the gold lead is going to come from here for Single Bind. A lot of standing gold on the map. Tier 1, Tier 2 in left, Tier 2 in mid, and a Tier 2 in right. So much standing gold to take here. And Single Bind looking to bloom a massive gold lead.
I mean, Book, we're building towards that breaking point. New Waz got that 5th item online almost. With that Ancient Fury, 1,000 the way of Single Bind. 26 minutes in, they're winning on the kill board. They're winning in life. They're feeling good.
I don't know if I've ever seen Clocked In or Overtime go down 10,000 gold. I'm really trying to think of one time where they have, and I can't think of one. This might be the first time I've ever seen them go down 10,000 gold. And they've lost games before, but they've been very close back and forth games, and the other side ends up taking, you know, a good fight here or there, and they win the game. But here, this is just Single Bind, you know, getting a stranglehold in the mid game and not letting it go. Overtime on the back foot. They need to find an answer.
Remakami, I think, has had a really solid game with this Morgan Le Fay. Oftentimes
Yes.
is the one to set up or finish off these kills. That consuming power not only puts your head on a swivel, it just does so much damage while repositioning her in the ideal spot. Same thing there for these Riptides. Puts Happen out of position, and now they have to dash back. Not for damage, but more for safety. Raw ult, raw off the mark.
A lot of commitment used there. Some active items from Happen, the ults from Benny and Happen as well. Off the mark. This tier 2 will go down in the mid lane. A tier 2 on the right still available for Single Bind to take, but they're grouping in the mid lane. They want this mid bird.
But can they get it is the question. Blink forward from the Morgan Le Fay. An amazing pull on top of Cap. The Fields of Love ward them away. You're not going anywhere but the grayscale, Karmic. Fields of Love alongside those fire shards do decent damage to the backline alongside it. Overtime's in trouble. They're on their last legs. This very well could be the end. Single Bind don't even want the bird. They want your souls, but they have to be reined back in. That was only to buy them space and time to destroy the mid.
And they'll get the left-hand side bird as well here. No minions, and so this is slow. Benny Q
Raul
off the mark.
Splits the difference once more. Benny Q's just not hitting them like they should. But there's an amazing pull from Happen. Damage on a Donut Dog, but they survive. No, Tegveer finishes the job, but now they're all by themselves. Isolated, damage, dead. Killing spree for Lairs.
50 seconds on Tegveer, but no ADC. This is going to be tricky for Single Bind. They might just have to settle for the bird and walk away. Even this is very slow. Benny Q trying to buy time with the wave clear. You still have that mid bird down, and Single Bind, they make the call. They back off. This is the right call in my eyes.
I absolutely agree. Overtime is a team that you have to respect. We've seen what happens when there's a failed end call prior, but Single Bind this go around. They've learned their lessons. They've taken their knocks. They're ready for the win.
Gripping on this right-hand side, though. Maybe they're not done just yet. Pyromancer available. And the Phoenix in right. Oh, Lairs in left. Lairs in left. He's looking for a pick onto Hydrogen. He could be in trouble.
You do have that disburst, but that might be signing away your own tomb. Great job to evade that Riptide, though at the very least no wheelies could capitalize, even if you did step inside the portal. 30 minutes on the mark nearly. That next FG is going to be an EFG in the game.
Mikami does not get the red buff, and Happen's able to get that one. And I do want to give a shout out to Happen there on the left-hand side. Found the blink pluck onto Doug. Again, Doug doesn't have a beats, and so he's the prime target here for the side of Overtime. And they found him, locked him down, killed him. It cost them a lot, but it could have been a lot worse. But now Overtime down that left-hand side Phoenix. Fire Giant respawning. It's going to be a difficult siege here around this Fire Giant. You have to send someone to the left-hand side, and I got to imagine it's someone like Tegveer, who can rotate out of the left-hand side quickly with the mobility to their name.
Pyroman's going to go down first. We'll assist in grinding down this FG. Maybe they don't want it to become an EFG because the risk is just too great. We'll find out. It spawns back up. A Pyro Bomb in pocket. Happen. Trying to step up to see through the haze of what's going on. The Single Bind begin to whittle it down. They could very well be seeing The embers of Overtime's era of domination be stamped out by the scraggly upstarts.
blink.
It's a blink, it's a block, but instantly answered back with a kill from Layers. Too much damage, but the roll once again off the mark. Benny Q's got to blink away. Rivers Rebuke gonna catch them. Tegvir's done. Benny Q trying to support from the backline and disperse to escape. There is no escape, damn it. Layers finds the triple, knocked up against the wall. Karmic's got nowhere to go. It's a quadra. It's a deicide. Single bind say your time is over.
Aurora just having a little fun single bind surge forward, and they'll win this best of 3 2-0. Lovely performance for Layers. My MVP for the day by far. New jungler, new look for single bind. And they'll win week 2 of Smite Prime and gain a whole lot of points to make it to that elimination bracket in week 4. Single bind, take a bow. Layers, take a bow. 2 games in a row where he just does so much work for his team.
Damn! Damn! That's one fat Oelix. Disgusting work by Layers. Incredible job on both sides of this field, man. Overtime had some great moments too, but Aurora was popping off. Layers, Remakami, Mosswall, hey, we doubted the new wall on the P's and B's. I'll eat my shorts live on Smite Game. You kicked ass.
I won't. I feel like Moswell just had the easy, like, look, Moswell's job this game.
Oh, come on, bruh.
Is to sit back, wait for the play to happen, then pop the clay soldiers. You see in moments like this where Moswell does struggle when the fight breaks down and Overtime can surge forward, it works out. The problem is single bind got to that point, that breaking point where they just have the damage. And to me, this is Overtime drafting a comp that they don't typically play around. They don't put happen on this Sobek because of moments like that we saw at the end of the game. It's too much commitment with this pluck to go in, because when you get to that point of the game, you just die. You go in and die. You don't even get the CC off because of the beads.
I think Nuwa's pretty good. Nuwa, best character in the game, actually. Or who?
Whoa. Let's not get too hasty here, D-Lo.
I'm just saying, single bind won 2 games. Did you see a Thor for either one of them?
Yeah, because Thor's too good. He's banned. You know, he's too good. He can't even be played.
Fair point. Benny Q here trying to get out, man. But I gotta say, dude, those raw ults, how many do we see them flub? It's bloody raw. Yep. Gordon Ramsay says, yeah, just gotta take that one down, buddy. Cook it again. If you're gonna end up picking up that character without a Naja, without an Athena to back you up, you have to do the damage.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kilo. I do. But he had that setup. Multiple Sobek plucks in, and there's no immediate ultimate there from Benny Q. Just hesitated way too much at the end there. I feel like Benny Q just had to be faster on the draw. Ready for the pluck, ready for Happen to use that pluck aggressively. He went Blink for a reason, to do exactly that. And just wasn't ready with that ultimate. Wasn't ready to punish the lack of beads on the other side. Those plucks were good for a while for Happen. There was just no follow-up.
Benny 6-shooter. Got to be quicker on the draw there. Unfortunately, not going to survive a day out in the Wild West if you're going like that. But maybe you can still survive to see the prize. And how much is it? 7K. The way, whichever team ends up taking it. May Circuit all culminates on May 30th, baby. Be there.
Yeah, that will be the important matchup, that week 4, where everything is on the line. As we do get to see how we got here today with our lovely bracket on the Smite Prime website, which, by the way, shout outs to the Smite Prime website, is popping off with the stats, with the builds as of late. But look, we get to see how we got here. Single bind, fighting through it, dominating against that Paul Belter team, and then taking down Overtime 2-0. I mean, what a performance here. Shout outs to the new jungle pickup for Layers. Looks so good with this team. I didn't even get a chance to talk on it in the series, but Aurora and Layers have played with each other before. They look so comfortable working together yet again, with some new additions like Doug. Moswell as well hasn't worked with Layers before, but this new team for single bind looks so ready to just kind of win it all a little bit.
We've said that before, Book. I really hope this time around our prayers end up being answered. But with layers on the team, adjustments on both sides, right? New comp, who this? Benny Q slotting in. Still's got to adjust maybe, but layers fits like a glove. Just like how I want to fit my hands around that Horus tumbler from the Smite Prime art shop. Look at that thing.
I mean, like, the hand can go around the phone case too. You know, the mouse pad when you roll it up, the pillow. No, oh, okay. Well, just the Horus tumbler. All right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Each their own.
Anyways, that's what you can buy if you check out the Smite Prime website. Like you said, Book, though, Smite Prime website, guys, check it out. It's got all sorts of cool features. You can see all the builds. If you're interested in trying to ascend your gameplay up to that level, you're trying to get into Comp Smite, why not follow Benny Q and the rest of the boys? Learn what we're doing over here on the side of Single Bind. How are we building? How are we trying to succeed? How do we play? That's how we make for good esports. But that being said, that's all the esports we got for you here today on Maze Circuit, Week 2 of Smite Prime. I've been D'Lo, joined here by Spirit Book in the booth. We've had our almighty eyes in the sky. Tess and Musey, keeping the prod lights on, that cam steady. Jithens behind that curtain. Please thank our production for all they do. We cannot yell games without them. Last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these series just as much as we have. Keep an eye on the sky for more Smite Prime content coming at you in the future. Keep an eye out for the next Smite game streamer up on tap. Until then, good games, and good night.